It feels like the Chinese region in general, their GR side is very strong. I know that Baisha's stats don't necessarily back that up, but in general, I feel like a lot of the teams are really good at getting good reads, getting information, and sitting back and getting ready to rotate really quickly and be prepared for the push. Blacklist side, I feel like it used to be a lot more aggressive than it is nowadays.
Yeah.
So it feels like they've kind of slowed down and said, well, we can't just like run into this team.
Yeah.
Unless you're King Zero into Ubek and you just decide to do it 6 times in a row and see what happens. Definitely regretting that one now a bit, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally, you know, if you're going to hide strats, you can do something like that, but also trying to get the wins. I think that both of these teams will show each other an immense amount of respect, which they both deserve, so we're not going to see any crazy plays. Something I really liked out of Ubek yesterday was the way they were playing with the tempo, where it was like one round would be pretty aggressive, but not crazy. You'd like, you know, push after 45 seconds, you'd get a really strong push. And try to get a quick round, and then immediately the next round you would slow it down. You'd wait for information, and always keep your opponents guessing. I do feel like the Chinese teams play a little bit more straightforward in that regard.
Yeah.
A lot more defaults, a lot more, you know, set pushes and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that, you know, the thing that we noticed a little bit from Baisha yesterday was just, I felt like, yeah, their GR side, you know, like we were looking at the stats, and I was kind of giving a little bit of criticism, saying like, it only paints so much, but you know, I did notice that kind of was the weaker point. That's when it felt like no matter what, when they had a dominant lead on the BL side, it did feel like that was kind of the Achilles heel, if you will. Like that's where you started noticing some of the mistakes. That's when you started noticing some of these weird little bit of, you know, gaps in their play. But I wouldn't say it was so significant where it's like, wow, this is really bad. It's just more like you're noticing that is kind of the weak, you know, kink in the armor. But you know, I don't know. Like, I mean, again, these guys played each other so many different times. That's what makes it really interesting. So I'm actually looking forward to kind of this, you know, Zhao versus Du, because, I mean, it's easy to pick the snipers, but I'm excited to see that because even yesterday when we got to see Zhao going against Ice Cube, right, from Vulcans, I mean, or not Vulcans, sorry, but like even the matchups for the snipers like that, it does make it interesting because that can just bring so much impact to the server if they're able to find that 1 or 2 entry kills or even just that one initial opening duel. It can just turn around completely on its head.
Yeah, just getting ready to get into the map ban pick and see what we're going to play this time around. I feel like, in general, the Chinese teams will just probably handshake and ban Mexico and Eagle Eye, and we'll just have a pretty standard map pool.
I was going to ask. I was like, I don't even think we're going to see that, right? Like, it's just, there's no world we live in to see this. Yeah.
It'll just be like Ankara, Compound, and Port or something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anybody's gonna do anything crazy unless they have very specific setup for this this tournament, because, you know, there's a lot on the line. You want to get that EWC spot, especially for a team like All Gamers that had a little bit weaker of a CFPL than you'd expect.
Yeah.
So, you know, new roster coming in, they want to try to really solidify their chance here rather than trying to go back to CFPL and trying to do it later. So, will be a lot on the line, a lot of money, a lot of prestige, and that's what you're after if you are a professional gamer or just a professional in general, I guess. But, yeah, still just waiting for the game to start for the map ban pick. Looks like the players are still prepping just a bit, warming up.
Yeah, you know, I guess for me, like, and I always wanted to get your thoughts on this because I was kind of curious about just in the sense of, you know, when we talk about the Pro League, we definitely put them on the pedestal of like, look, these are some of the best teams in the world. They're obviously the superstars. I was pretty surprised, in my opinion, that we saw the overall kind of standings where, you know, All Gamers, they didn't actually put themselves in, like, they were top 5, but they were literally 5th. Like, to me, I was kind of putting them always as like a top 3 team. So I was actually quite surprised to see, you know, the EP was able to get themselves, like, just in terms of points and things like that. But like you had, you know, EP, King Zero, you know, Baisha came in 4th. So I don't know, was that surprising to you, or is that just kind of maybe the normality of just like it really is just a coin toss in the region?
I do think that All Gamers should be ranked higher, and they have been in many seasons in the past. It just feels like, you know, the competition's so high in CFPL that, you know, Evolution Power winning Grand Finals last year, going in, they obviously had a very strong performance. King Zero, I feel like, was kind of the upset, you know, the unexpected run that they made in playoffs was really cool to see. And And I don't think that any of these teams would have expected that either, to see them just play so well. So yeah, I mean, it feels like in general AG should be a top 3 team, but they didn't manage to do that this time. So
yeah,
that's why I think they're trying to make some swaps and bring ZQ back and change up the way they play a little bit and try to go back to the glory days of AG. They are getting very close to that roster piece by piece.
Yeah, it really is. And that's the thing, like, that's where we talk about all the excitement about, like, EWC and, you know, obviously a big announcement for the Crossfire scene. So it's really exciting to see, like, all these teams from across the world that's going to be able to compete at this or, you know, hopefully make the qualifications. But this event is interesting because, like we said, it's grabbing that one singular spot, which, again, makes it a lot easier, especially because then you don't have to go back to your region and kind of fight for your life to get through those kind of qualifiers as well. Yeah. So, especially for the Chinese teams, you're just like, man, oh, man, like, do we really want to go down that kind of that path of playing like our comrades here and, you know, that kind of competition? But we'll have to wait and see, right? But I really want to know these vetoes. Like, I've been waiting. They won't tell me. I just want to know.
It looks like...
What do we think?
Maybe ZY is...
Maybe Compound probably in there? Like, what do we think? Like,
Ankara, Compound, and Port.
The classic.
Compound, and Port. Maybe Black Widow.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, honestly,
maybe.
I honestly love watching the Chinese teams playing on Black Widow. Like, for me, it was just such a delight. Just, like, such a different style. Just way different tempos and everything like that. So, for me, you know, just fanboying a little bit, I really hope we get that in this. But I don't know. I got to be patient. I mean, I would laugh if we do get, like, if Eagle Eye somehow made it through. I know it's, like, 0.00001%.
Yeah, they really don't like that map.
Yeah.
I do think it's almost 100% chance we get Mexico and Eagle Eye banned.
Yeah.
Really, the only question for me is, does somebody try to throw a sub-base curveball, you know?
Yeah, okay.
I don't think that after yesterday, especially where they got kind of spanked King Zero on that map against Ubek, I would say that maybe the Chinese region as a whole, you know, it's hard to judge the entire region based off of that one map, but
yeah.
It's definitely not the map that they are most confident in, like the PH region is. That is their home.
Yeah.
Sneaky was saying to us the other day. And so I don't think we're going to see it unless somebody really wants to try to throw some kind of crazy curveball.
Which would kind of be like a little bit of a BM, right? Like, that'd be pretty sick because then really it's like, you know, you kind of always joke about reserving the strats or reserving, like, the big play for, like, big tournaments like this. So, like, I would love it. Like, I would love to see one of these teams go, you know what? We're going to just throw another spice in here. We're going to mix this recipe up a little bit. That would be cool. But, yeah, the probability, probably not likely, but it would definitely make things really, really interesting to say the least. But nonetheless, we'll find out. We'll get there.
Yeah. Soon enough.
Soon enough.
We promise.
Yeah, eventually.
We're almost there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Based on what I'm seeing here, you know, we got a lot of headsets on, and the refs are trying to put everything together. So
yeah,
I would imagine that should start very, very soon. They've got a ref on either side with an iPad, I think, or some kind of tablet, I should say.
Yeah, tablet.
Trying to get ready to go ahead and go for the veto, but
yeah,
not ready yet.
It's always a good sign with the headsets on and everybody's like sitting there pretty much looking like they're ready to go. So, you know, like, it's just the smallest thing that's probably holding it up a little bit. But
the AG coach looked so chill. He was so leaned back in his chair. Right as I said that, he sat up. I'm like, can he hear me?
Just lounging in the back. And then he's like, whoa, hey, no, I'm not. I'm sitting up. I'm ready.
He's like, I'm very focused.
I'm very, very focused.
Don't read into this. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Is there, you know, I think for me, like, I was going to ask you, like, in the sense of AG, like, you know, I got to watch him a little bit for Summer Champs last year. Definitely a player that I kind of put as, like, probably one of the big stars on the AG roster. Do you agree, or do you think that maybe, you know, it's maybe like, you know, ZQ is somebody that would actually maybe supersede him or something like that? Is there, who, I guess, is your kind of, like, #1 player that you would say from, like, the AG perspective?
Like, right now?
Yeah, like, currently right now.
I mean, I think I'm personally a big ZY fan.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if many people would agree with me that he's like the top guy, but he's just really consistent. He's extremely fast. He's a great entry fragger.
I like that.
Like when he came in, he was quite young and he was new, and we weren't sure what to expect. We knew he was good, but I think his first performance was like a little bit shaky, maybe some nerves, but then the second time he came out, he was like just
Popping heads, yeah.
Yeah, he was really, really strong. So
Yeah.
I feel like in current form, you could definitely make an argument that he's the carry. CQ, I think it's still too early to say. Like, how back is he?
Well,
because he is back, but is he really back?
Well, exactly, and I'm glad you say that, because yesterday I think was an interesting test because he did quite well. But again, like we said, with all respect, and next top, it's like, okay, probably not the team that we're gonna like have that conversation to say like, oh, he's back. He, like the GOAT's back. No, we don't know. This will be interesting because can he perform at that high level now against some of his other Chinese comrades and stuff like that? That's where I guess that's the biggest question for me. But look, I'm gonna reverse the question. Same thing to you, but Baisha, like, is there currently with the roster right now, do you have any kind of a highlight player? Like, I mean, I feel like going to the sniper is so easy, but who would be your like #1 pick in the current form of Baisha right this second?
I think probably Xiao.
Okay.
Nice. I don't think it requires too much explanation. If it's not him, it's probably 9, which he's the veteran. He has a ton of experience. Xiao is a little bit newer. He's not new by any means, but Xiao now with a grand finals under his belt as well from, I think, a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And he was one of the key components of that roster, and obviously current Baisha as well. He's really insane. Like, there's not a lot of snipers that can go toe-to-toe with him.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
that's why I was pretty happy with the key player matchup, because it was basically just it might just come down to Xiao versus Du. Actually,
yeah.
The entire map, the entire best of 3 might just come down to how who's winning the sniper duel, who's getting the pickoffs better, and who's performing better on the day.
Yeah.
Even more so compared to like just riflers or entry fraggers or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, and that's always the thing too, is that for like a lot of teams, like there can be a clear difference in players that are like really good like online, or like, you know what I mean? But I think in the Chinese teams is a lot different because they're so exposed to playing in LAN environments all the time, like where they get to play in studios or they get to play like these grand finals like, head to head, where that's where I feel like that conversation's probably not the same case for these guys, because you like, and for us and like EU main and stuff, like you can tell like there's some players that are so nasty online, but when you kind of get to that LAN environment, like who's going to be the player that really does kind of pick up a little bit of weight? Like I kind of look at for CFWL teams just because why not? But like when we talk about like Rock Esports, formerly known as 3BL, like I mean, you got a player like Horus, like he's somebody that can be really good online, but like man, when you get him in LAN, like that was definitely a different conversation. Totson, that was also somebody that really impressed me, just clutch factor. Whereas online, he was always kind of shaky a little bit in my opinion. Nonetheless, I don't know. Like, do you think there's any sort of that kind of a conversation here with these teams, or do you think they're all just honestly like right at the peak of just high level, and that really isn't a big difference from online to LAN?
For these teams in particular?
Yeah.
I think that I would say maybe some of the newer players on the roster. I think, if you're looking at AG, probably Bao, right? He's one of the newer players and doesn't quite have the pedigree of some of the other guys on the roster, so that would be someone to look for. For me, 577, I always felt like, he was able to put up big stats, and they've kept him around for a while, but he was never really a big carry player when I cast him at, grand finals or other events and stuff like that. So even though he's not necessarily new, I feel like if he stepped up a little bit, it would help for sure.
Yeah.
So.
All right. I like that.
Just waiting. It seems like we're still testing the devices. I hope there's no issue. Like yesterday.
Like yesterday.
That would be
let's not do this again.
Pretty tragic, I have to say. But at least it's the beginning of the day, we're pretty fresh.
Yeah.
We're not like in match 3 or anything. Where
yesterday was good because it felt like, besides the third match of the day where like there was just this massive tech delay, but it was really good. Like I felt like decently smooth sailing. It felt like, games had some rhythms. Yeah, okay, look, we can talk about that. Who cares? We can now talk about the map picks and bans. We finally get to go to this. Let's roll the tape. Let's see what is going to be the first ban. I'm probably going to be no surprise, like Valdez has mentioned. And, whoa, okay. Oh, compound. Ooh, maybe there is some spice into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Baisha is a fantastic compound team. So I think if you're going to target ban, it's not a bad idea. This does leave Mexico open, and I do feel like there's kind of an agreement for our Chinese teams that we don't play those maps. So even if they don't ban them, I wouldn't expect them to be picked. So AG with that first ban going to be able to do that. It's kind of like how Ubik yesterday, they just banned Ankara straight out the bat. And
nice.
then it forced, I think it was a Mexico ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Eagle Eye was the decider, but we never got there.
Yeah.
So.
No, you got to respect it. And that's obviously for teams like that, like Ubek, that like, you know, the massive underdog in some well, they were theoretically the underdog. So, but you got to play those mind games. You got to look at the best map for a lot of these teams and go, okay, like we got to go right for the jugular. We got to get things done. But look, that's not going to be the case here. The first pick is going to be Ankara, so that's going to be AG's, which I think, like you mentioned earlier, not really a huge surprise. But now the question will be the rotation of the second map. What do you think? Drum roll. What's it going to be?
Black Widow?
Okay. I'm going to say Black Widow with you because I want to join the cool club.
I feel like if there is a Chinese team that plays sub-base, it could definitely be Baisha, though. So that would be, like, this would be the moment. Yep,
Ooh,
there it is.
All right. Not bad. I like it. So then probably
You're like a murmur through the crowd. Like, oh, sub-base.
Sub-base.
Oh.
Yeah, so then really, like you said, it feels like it's got to either be, like, if this is a side or probably, I mean, we'll get there, but I feel like either Black Widow or Porta, like, has to clearly be that place. There we go. Yeah, AG banning Mexico, so no surprise.
Yes.
My hopes were a little up, but not going to happen here today.
Yeah, I'm happy. I don't personally want to see Mexico.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a tough one sometimes, right?
Yeah.
It's a tough one to watch.
And they're going to ban Port, actually.
So it is going to be Black Widow. Okay. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
I actually really like this map pool. What about you, Valdez? Like, you know, I know you've been around for a long time. I'm just gonna
I am
ask.
very old, yeah.
No, I'm not saying the age. I'm just saying, you know, you've been around, you're experienced, you know what's going on. Like, if I had to give you a favorite map, what would your favorite map be? Like, what do you enjoy to watch the most out of all of them right now in the rotation?
Probably Ankara and Subbase, honestly.
Yeah,
so
yeah. All right.
Personally, I think this one will be fun for me.
Love that.
Just because I feel like they're the two maps that provide the most action. And Ankara has some really interesting rotations and pushes that you can do. I feel like it's very classic.
Yeah.
Definitely a big fan of Ankara. And Subbase is kind of like, okay, well, now we're really getting crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So a nice bit of spice.
Yeah.
In it.
No, fair enough.
As that's not Ankara.
Wrong map.
Yeah.
So unless we got absolutely trolled, we'll find out. But I'm assuming not. There's probably just a little bit of a quick tech thing they're going to do again. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I mentioned a little bit. Like I'm a big fan of watching Black Widow because, like, in our region, it's just not really played that much, which is kind of interesting. But I think a lot of the teams just realize, look, like a lot of the Chinese teams are just they're so scary on it. It's like, really, do we want to try to compete on a map like that when we should just kind of like instant ban it right away? So unfortunately, we don't get it a whole lot in CFWL. So I am kind of happy to see that it's here. I mean, I feel like. I guess, you know, I'm just playing 21 questions with you here, apparently. But, I mean, I want to know what your thoughts are. We do have a lot
of time.
We do have a lot of time, and that's the thing, right? It's like, look, I'll put you right back in the hot seat. Let's go predictions. We know the vetoes. We know the situation of these teams. Who you got?
I got all gamers in 3.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to join that club because I would like to see Baisha, you know, kind of making the upset in this situation, but I don't know if I'm fully convinced yet. I think this will be an interesting, you know, bit of a conversation, obviously, from the post results, but I definitely think AG definitely has that kind of leg up right now on these guys, just given what we saw.
Yeah. They were definitely a lot cleaner yesterday. I think that when it comes to do or die best of 3s, you have to be really consistent, and we haven't seen that consistency from Baisha. In fact, quite the opposite. Like, their first map was good, but
yeah,
that's just first map. Maybe their opponents were, you know, still waking up, feeling a little slow still.
Yeah, like you can just tell that it just was a clear difference of a team that was really comfortable in that map and just playing really, really well. Because if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that was, I think it was Black Widow. Yeah, it was Black Widow. So it was a 10-1, and that was the thing. Like, when I saw like Archilla like letting that through, I was like, oh, you really want to do this? Like, is this really the map you guys want to play? But I think for them, they were just trying to get rid of what they could. And I know, like, Port was essentially the third decider map, which I thought was like, okay, that might be a little bit safer. But either way, looks like fist bumps are happening. I'm thinking teams are ready to go. We're finally going to get through this first map and underway.
The fans have come out to cheer as AG versus Baisha. I remember a couple of years ago, the guy who's leading the fans here, by the way, is like taunting the other group and just getting really into it. I hope we don't have a fight break out in the fans in the bleachers here.
I hope not, yeah.
Although that would be pretty entertaining. They're shouting back and forth at each other. Thankfully, they are separated by bars. But guys, it looks like we are ready to jump into the first map. Finally, here we got Ankara for Baisha Gaming up against Chengdu All Gamers. Let's jump onto the map.
Here we go. And Ankara is going to be the first map, as we talked about in our long-winded podcast, and we're ready to go. We see that it will be Baisha that's going to be onto the BL side, and of course AG on the nice defensive. And now we do have the double OMs here from Bao and Du as well. So this is, I feel like, not really unordinary, but it is good to see, again, a lot of these Chinese teams kind of go into double sticks. We'll see if that's going to pan out nicely for them. And even double sticks here from the BL side, is that even a normal thing that you've seen typically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, especially early on, just look for those picks, and you know, you can always go back, you can always change, and just before any of the action really breaks out, if somebody wants to get aggressive, it's a great way. And speaking of which, that's exactly what we're talking about. Bao gonna see that pressure, gets the first kill outside of. Oh, that was a sick flick. This guy is on point today. Bao, you know, he was, I mentioned earlier, he's the one guy I'm like, he's good. He is a fantastic player in his own right, but, you know, is he going to be ready to step up on the big stage here? And he responds with a resounding yes.
Yeah, and I mean, statistically, like we were talking about, is that, you know, for Baisha, like, their blacklist side seems to be the stronger point. So the fact that now that AG have kind of just pried that open a little bit, putting themselves on a 5-on-3, this, you know, late in the round is definitely a good note for them. So their defense is kind of shifting again with the 2-1-2. And now Baisha kind of just putting all the eggs in this basket. They're just going to go through mid. They're going to just try to go for this control. 9 trying to get a little bit of a cheeky shot. Still with 45 seconds remaining onto this. And now it's a question if they're going to commit to this or they're going to fall back. Zhao does actually win an engagement back, so not bad. So we get to finally see that sniper make something happen.
Yeah, let's see what this push looks like. It does feel like they're almost baiting Du into peeking, and that is going to work, but it's not going to win the fight for 9. Du just pops him down with a Colt. Not the best look for 9, who had a lot of time. Du also going to win the first one-on-one in the sniper duel. They're coming in here, but there's only 16 seconds, and now they're just going to peek him. Quick shot comes in from ZY. And that is a very nice start here for All Gamers.
Yeah, really, really nice start from All Gamers. Honestly, just the fact of just, again, winning some of these opening duels really just kind of turned things around very, very nicely. So that's what, you know, that was a big conversation yesterday. It was just like some of these teams that were able to get themselves in these like 5-on-4 situations. It really does make pretty much a big difference. But Baisha was kind of the opposite, right? Even when they were in the deficits, they were able to still get themselves back into winning rounds at times, but now, I mean, again, we're talking about the highest level of competition they're playing against, so we'll see if that will be the same case, what was once from yesterday. I don't know if it will be. It will be a little bit harder of a task now, but nonetheless, single arm here for Baisha. They're going to kind of switch up the inventory a little bit for the weapons. All 5 players, though, committed to this A main, so waiting things out, couple nades. Just kind of toying, just kind of, you know, poking prod, and they're just evaluating their options here, Valdez.
Yeah, we got a stack here for the side of All Gamers on the A side, so It feels like a pretty nice setup for them, just an A lean. Nobody covering mid, but they're not going to need it as this push does come through. The flashes over the top, Jue in the corner, but he just gets sniped around the corner of the vent. Xiao takes him out. ZQ with his buddy up here. ZY going to get the first one, but he gets traded, and now trying to get aggressive with ZQ. He goes down. And this is a nice push here from Baisha.
Yeah, really, really nice push. And again, it comes down to the opening duel, right? Like, Zhao was able to get that first initial. That's huge. And now this should be an easy kill. Bao's going to go down easily. Do, though, just on the other side of this. And okay, 577 sniffs him out, able to find it, bounces right back into this game. So nice effort from Baisha to get themselves, you know, not sort of a big lead here in the advantage for AG. Things are back to an even Stevens.
Yep, 1-1. Definitely expecting this to not be a blowout.
Yeah. You know, not a 10-1, right?
Predicting 2-1 in map score. I think that should tell you all you need to know. And yeah, just a very simple A push. I think Xiao on the entry, sniping on the close angle onto Jue it was. And it was definitely the big difference maker, it felt like there. And so toying with the ideas. I think Baisha got caught out a little bit too early on in that first round, so this time going for a very decisive full push, and this time Bao is not going to hit the shot. 3 health as more grenades, and they bounce it all over the walls and take him out. And actually, it's just the Colt. 577 gets up there real quick.
Yeah, really good effort, though, right? Because they knew that they were able to kind of pinch him, and then they just kind of swarmed him instantly. So I love that they actually, you know, got a little bit ferocious on that. They just tried to take full advantage of it, and yeah, they haven't even taken a speck of damage right now. They're all looking good, sitting pretty with full HP. They got the man advantage on this. Again, back into this A lean position. Now this is just going to put a lot of reliance for Zue. He's going to have to pop off. He needs to be able to find a multi-kill. That's not bad, but it's only going to be the one. Now everybody else is just swarming on in, and these are now some deep waters in Baisha. They're swimming great.
Yep, the Sharks pushing on in. And once again, it's a strong A push after that initial pick. And you see this time, all gamers are going to go around the back. But not going to be an easy take here, especially with Xiao up and alive. Spotted here. Shot's not going to ring true for ZY. Do in a 1v4. Not going to hit his shot either. And he gets taken care of by 9 real quick.
Yeah, honestly, I'm getting really impressed right now with Baisha. Just again, they're playing really cool, calm, and collected. It just seems like not like overcomplicating things. It just seems like really simple executes, but they're landing the shots, right? Even the fact that we saw Zue was able to get that first entry, or first opening duel, I should say. I mean, it quickly traded out. It wasn't like a multi-kill happened. That was a really good reaction from these guys. That makes a huge difference. But that was kind of the fault here for AG, is the fact that, you know, there was just one player kind of like anchoring, which can make it really tough. You're kind of putting a lot of like responsibility for that player to, you know, get that multi-kill, which is not going to always happen.
Yeah, certainly Baisha has showed up big time so far. And, you know, it's Ankara. It's a blacklist-sided map, and so far the pushes on the A have been clean, so I feel like that's what you would expect. And it does look like we're going to have a bit of a different setup here from Baisha. It's a bit of an issue for all gamers. You know, they keep going for this 3-person stack on A, but they're still not holding the pushes, so that just doesn't feel great. We got the sniper duel this time again, going to Xiao. Do want it on round 1, but since then it has been all Xiao. And there's the pause, real early. Not wasting any time is our coach.
I don't actually mind this. Like, I don't know your perspective, but honestly, I always think that's actually not a bad thing, just because, you know, before it gets out of control, you know, things are clearly not really connecting from his perspective. But look, maybe ZQ is going to be able to find something, but no, it's a labored spray. And look at this again, Baisha just annihilating everybody in their path right now. And now Zue, he's kind of just hanging back. He's like, well, I'm on a 1-on-5. I mean, I got some wounded players, but I don't think I got anything here. And I think he's just going to take this extra time that they can have the conversation. He realizes this is pretty much mission impossible. So he's just going to hang back, let Baisha get their 3rd round. But man, oh man, I'm really, really impressed to see how well Baisha is playing, because again, the biggest question was, are they back? Are we seeing that kind of reformation of a new team here?
Yeah, clearly they look pretty back. The good kind of back, not the uncertain kind like I was talking about before. So yeah, just going to be a bomb explosion. And it's a timeout for AG. So early timeouts, always good. I think if you are getting pummeled, if you're getting rolled, which is kind of what we have seen 3 rounds in a row, Baisha just making it look really easy.
Yeah.
If it's like kind of back and forth and you call an early timeout just because you like won or you lost 1 round and you saw something weird, then I'm a little bit iffy about it, because you really have to have some great intel to discuss, you know, everything you want, because you only get 1 timeout. So if you call it early and you start having issues later on as well, then you just don't get an opportunity after you've seen more of the enemy's strategies to actually talk about it. So
yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's kind of the thing where I know for like the CFWL in our area, like it's a lot of teams that kind of burn the timeout maybe quickly, and then there's those rounds like we just saw previously where Jouet's like on a 1-on-5, and it's like, look, realistically, you have like a less than a 1% chance, right? Like it's just, there's no way it's going to work. So they take that time to go, look, quick conversation, quick little bit of a mini timeout, which honestly is not a bad thing, just because, again, like you said, you burn that 1 timeout, you're done. Like that's the thing. So you have to kind of be really smart about these kind of decisions and this kind of the state of the game. But I think for AG, like it definitely makes sense right now, because Baisha, you know, like the opening round goes to AG, and then now they've been able to find 3 consecutive rounds in their favor. And honestly, these rounds are so convincing. It's not even like 1v1s, or it's not like it's these clutch scenarios. It's just they're honestly taking it brute force style, and they're winning it with full stride. So that's where EG, they got to wake up. It feels like they're kind of asleep behind the wheel right now.
Yeah, starting off really strong. You know, they got the couple of kills outside of Hotel, and they shut down the round, but maybe they were only really able to do so because of those early picks. And so since then, Baisha immediately was like, okay, we're not going to send these little contingencies off to get picked off by 1 dude. We're just going to go for straight up strong pushes. And this time they are hanging outside of the Hotel, but no committal just yet. Maybe looking to see what AG discussed during the timeout. So now we got flashes over the top. They do push in, and Bao's not going to hit the shot. He was good in the first round, but since then, he's just not getting it done.
Yeah, and even Do right now, this is a very interesting position. At least for him, he can kind of play just watching underpass. He can also just kind of see the player that might jump up on a mini bridge there just to see, but he does have a quick retreat, but oh, Bao, man, look at how quick this is! 5-7-7 with a double kill. So quick, so swift, and they make it look so damn easy. And it might even be a flawless round, and Jouet again is just like, all right, well, deja vu, here I am again. And he's done. He's hitting the grave, and Baisha putting a 4-1 on the board.
Yeah, so worst case scenario, you just took your timeout, and then you get flawless rounded by very clean entry from the side of Baisha. All gamers are not showing up, and Baisha are playing an excellent game. I mean, this is pretty incredible. Expected this to be close, but maybe it's going to look a little bit more like what we saw in CFPL, which, I mean, Baisha was only 1 step ahead of them, but still they did rank higher in a very competitive league. So would not be surprised. Again, you got to show up on the day, and so far, AG have not really. The blacklist side here, for any Chinese team, I feel like, on Ankara is always going to be really strong. As this time, once again, this time it's Leah. He gets in and just headshots with the M4 as well onto Bao, who is just not able to hold that position. Do not getting this shot either. Nice jump through. Great pace here from the side of Baisha. They want to get onto the site. Do this time playing the crates. He does get 1. ZQ's here with him as well. But it's 3v3. ZQ gonna hold this site with some help from his buddies. Nice flash over the top, but they're not onto the site just yet.
Yeah, still a bit of a pacing on this though, and again, ZQ just here in the back of the site. ZY close on by as well, so the 3-3 and things with 1:20 remaining, and now Zhao's able to finally make a little bit of a connection. ZQ though needs to be able to find this, and he can't, and now all of a sudden the 1v1, but YDSS keeps the streak alive down in the clutch scenario, and look at how excited they are. They know that they are just playing so well and putting themselves at a 5-1. Man, oh man, this was definitely not on my bingo card.
Yeah. Have to say the same. 9 still keeping his composure after, of course, screaming Jayo like 8 times. But, you know, that's the team thing. You got to get everybody on the same page. And you can hear the crowd is going crazy right behind us. It's only 5-1, but it's really dominant from Baisha. And that is why they are getting so pumped up, the team and the fans. And AG haven't shown anything for 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and like that's the, it goes right back to the original, piece we were talking about, is the fact that, at 3-1, AG is like, hey, look, we gotta get this timeout, we gotta figure things out. Now it's kind of snowballing. Things are not working, things are not connecting, and now it's getting worse and worse. And that's where the punishment of having that one timeout can be so grueling, because now that's like, what are they gonna do? Like they might just have to throw a round away essentially when it's like that 1-on-X situation, and have these quick little timeouts. It's just not enough, because sometimes when you're losing these rounds, you get in your head a little bit, that frustration starts to build up, and the coach, like, he's not going to be able to really provide much assistance, right? Because he's just going to be sitting there just grueling like, I want to tell you what's up, but he just can't.
Yep, no chance. We got ZY hopping on the box here. It does look like they are considering an A push once again. So AG, they've got another good shot where they have been playing this kind of default AAA style. Dre, though, is pushed up. Oh, he's going to turn it back around the corner right at that time. And they're not actually going for this push. Xiao not going to get it, but elsewhere on the map, he's able to get a kill outside of Hotel. Bao goes down again.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, for me, like, I have the opening, like, just in terms of opening duels, like, it's 5-2 right now for Baisha. Like, these guys are honestly just finding these opening picks. They're able to just kind of react to it nicely, and then AG, again, being on the defensive side, it makes it a lot more problematic. Okay, Jouet's actually going to be able to get away with that one. A little bit of a thief, but that trade does come back through, so that's going to be a nice advantage here for Baisha. But now they got to get moving. 20 seconds, and oh man, the Colt is starting to sing, but all down to do. He's coming in the back lines. He's trying to be able to find something, but 9 just gives him a full face of lead, and Baisha continue their reign of terror.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. It felt like Jay was pushed up. He was low. He couldn't get out, and immediately they just swooped in. Like, the timing of the pushes is just really nice to see. And this time it didn't even feel like a full commit. It's like, okay, we got some information. Let's just rotate real quick and go for this A push and just roll over them. This first map pick, by the way, all gamers' pick. So... you got to know you're starting from the GR side. Our Chinese teams are really good on the GR side. It is Ankara, which is a blacklist-sided map, but not this blacklist-sided, I'll say that.
Yeah, like, I was kind of thinking, like, I thought this would be a lot closer, but man, up by 5, like, that is a nice lead for Baisha. So if they can get anything more, I mean, for them to kind of switch over to the GR side, that would be nice too, just because we were talking about, statistically they are weaker on that GR side. So if they have that kind of buffer of the rounds, that might be a nice little bit of a comfort for these guys. But now, Jouet is going to have to fall back, and now he gets fully blind. That flash makes a good connection. Is he going to be able to get the timing of this, though? Can his teammates be able to save him? And actually, Baisha, a little bit of a fake, a little bit of a ruse on this one. Just trying to bait them out. Good nade catches onto his way. That's some decent damage. And even ZQ is actually taking a big chunk as well. But there's a big flank threat right now from Bao, but he can't seem to find it. Oh, man, these guys cannot buy a kill if they tried.
Bao was getting so much information, but he just he can't hit his shots. I don't know what happened. Like, he had that first round, which was great with the Alm. And then after that, he just hasn't done anything. He put that Alm back in his hands, I think, at this point, because he is just not finding it. And Xiao is really on the ball here tonight as well, putting up some big numbers. He's going to be taken out, though. ZY with the taps do. Gets a headshot. And all of a sudden, looks like AG this time are able to rotate real quick on over. 577, though, once again. Really good as YDSS right behind him is going to clean up the kill. Dway by himself in a 1v2.
Yeah, at least this time he's close on by, but now he's been able to spot the head of YDSS, so now he's got a bit of an info, and this nade might be able to connect some decent damage, but no, he overswings on it, and look at that. It was looking decent for AG, and I was thinking they found the 3 kills so quickly, but I don't know what happens. Again, Baisha, they just kind of pull a rabbit out of the hat.
I mean, the entries are just so incredibly clean, and AG are just not hitting any shots. Like, I put a little focus on Bao, but I don't really feel like anyone else is doing much better. You know, ZQ coming out a little bit slow in this map. And it just feels like Baisha have all of the wind underneath their sails. As you mentioned before, even getting 6 is good. It's great. And now they're at 7. 7-1. Is it going to be 8-1? No timeout here for all gamers.
Oh, that's filthy. That is absolutely filthy. And that's the kind of the impact we were talking about Zhao, what he's able to bring into the server, and that's a huge kill. Again, just putting up these opening duels in their favor. Like, they are just taking the charts on this. 7-2 that I've been doing a quick math on, but now they're going to group up. 4 players getting ready for the B hit. Actually, AG does look like they have a bit of an inkling on this. They have some kind of a spidey sense on this. Maybe this could finally be an opportunity for them to get themselves in the right positions here, the right place, right time.
Yeah, they have the stack. 577's been great. Bao's got a grenade out. Good bounce for him, and he's in position. Dude there as well. Bao gonna finally put up another number. And as you mentioned, everybody was here. They were so ready for this push. A flash goes over the top, allows Leah to get out, though. And now they're rotating towards A. A nice call here from the side of Baisha. Although,
if that kill would have happened, though, that actually could have made things a little bit interesting, just in the sense that they would have been like, okay, hang on, maybe there's a ruse here. But even YDSS now, he's got to pick up the C4. And this is probably, yeah, this is an issue. Like, the fact the C4 is in that placement, it's scary. I was thinking if they would have had it just as a lurk, would have been a lot better. But now a bit of a technical mistake here that might be costly, unless we see like some crazy clutch ability. But no, it's going to be finally AG gets themselves some kind of consolation prize to end this first half of the 7-2.
They finally did it after losing 7 rounds in a row. All Gamers is able to put up a second round for
right
themselves.
At the end. First and last, not bad, eh?
Yeah, they're just, they got their arms around Baisha. And it's not feeling good right now. At least they're able to move over to the black this side. And you mentioned it before, you know, Baisha not the strongest GR team. They're going to try to bring the action in, and I understand it when you're firing on all cylinders like this. Du, though, is able to trade it back. Xiao is still here, and Du seems to have a good idea of that. Smoke's being thrown in his face. Not going to hit the shot. And Xiao waits for him, but Du is good on the flick.
Yeah, Du is good. Yeah, I mean, and that's big. That's what we need right now. And this is where AG are in kind of this desperation mode where they need to be able to have somebody to kind of, you know, pick up the laces a little bit, get the bootstraps on the ground, and get things moving, because 7-2 is just not a great scoreline to be in if you're an AG fan. But 9's actually going to get a little bit more active in mid here, which is going to be not the biggest thing, but it's going to be some good intel, to say the least. So now they're going to be able to maybe get that little bit of a swing in A main, realizing, look, nobody's here, but they left the vacancy of the B site. So it is a bit of a problem, but they know this. They're preparing for it, but this is all about YDSS right now. Like, how much info can he get? Can he find this timing against Du? Oh, Du's just got one better, man. He's just full prepared on it.
Yeah, finally someone steps up here on the side of AG. It's going to be Du, who has a positive KD. But it's not over yet. 9 is here. He taps on the head, misses that one. ZY going to win the long-range battle. 577 going all the way around. But he's got it all to do here. 1v3. Has no utility either, so he just kind of has to do it the old-fashioned way. And a quick push. They hear him, and ZY's there. Good for the headshot. And AG are trying to mount the comeback here after an aggressive round from the GR side from Baisha.
I like that, though. I mean, honestly, like, that's where we kind of talk about like tempo changes, right? And the fact that Baisha, they're like, look, let's just see what we can get away with. Let's see, you know, maybe we're in their heads a little bit, just considering this first half was so strong. Maybe we can actually find this little bit of aggression to just really keep them off pace. But good thing for AG, they're able to, you know, respect it and understand that they can just bounce back into this. So round by round, that's all it's going to take. That's what we saw a lot from yesterday. You can be down by 4 and you can still make a comeback into this game, of course, but a little bit longer of a road right now, but that's okay. Round by round we go. Maybe Eldez, we'll see AG kind of showing that AG magic again. I believe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. You see right now they've got 3 arms in hand after Baisha just kind of ran at them in the last round, so this is a good way to start off the first minute or so of this one. Just wait and see if they want to continue to put on pressure. And if they do, you can immediately punish them and then just swap up your guns, go for a push afterwards. Question is, where are we going with this? Similar setup here for Baisha on GR with 3 guys on top of A. I feel like if you're playing against a Chinese team, even if you are a Chinese team, you need to have a hefty amount of defense on A. Otherwise, they're just going to abuse that push every single time. So 3 guys on A, but they actually have 2 stacked on B, whereas AG were playing one of their guys in Hotel, although that didn't really work for them.
Yeah, and especially with these 2 players kind of turtle in the site, this is now where Baisha going to have to reposition themselves. And you can see things are getting a little bit scattery. It's looking a little bit uncomfortable, and there we go. Lay's going to be able to find this one, though. But look, the front end and the back is able to get a double kill despite kind of in that really bad position. But now he's getting activated. Now he's starting to pop off. This is what we were expecting. And there we go, getting himself that triple. AG are taking things a little bit more confidently. And a timeout is going to be called here from Baisha, realizing, look, we got a lead, but we're starting to lose this second half, and we got to get back in full control mode.
Fans are fighting again.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get over their differences today.
No, they won't.
It's probably for the best.
No friends here today.
Yeah.
It's all the competition.
I love how it's not just cheers. They actually just scream stuff at each other. Like they're saying things to each other that go beyond just like, oh, Baisha Jayo.
Yeah.
It's ferocious out there.
It is.
But yeah, this is a good timeout from Baisha, I'd say. You still have the lead. You're still in a comfy spot, but your vulnerabilities were made very obvious here in the first couple of rounds of their GR side. So immediately you have to try to fix it before it gets any worse.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good point. And the funny thing is, like we said, it's this matchup, like realistically, it could have been a conversation of a grand final, right? Like this is where this is the opening match for day number 2 is so exciting because that these teams just know how to play each other. They know all these little gimmicks, and that's always exciting because they find out all these tendencies. So now for Baisha, they have to figure out what tendencies, is AG been able to figure out to get themselves back to a conversation of a slow comeback in this situation. But, I mean, we'll see. I mean, they proved that yesterday. They showed a lot of weakness on the GR side, and that's what I was kind of saying. Like, Arcilla really did push them quite heavily, but we'll see if that's going to be the case here for day 2. Maybe feeling a little bit better. The nerves, maybe. Day 1 jitters, they're all gone. But right back into it we go.
Yeah, we don't waste time here.
We don't. That's good.
Yeah. We get right back into the action. Bit of a different setup here for Baisha. They're changing their default just a little bit. A couple of guys on A. And they're going to have big setup here in the middle of the map. They don't want to get pushed right down the middle.
Oh, I was thinking this might be interesting from Joey if he's actually going to go for a swing. But you can just see right now for Baisha a really cool setup. The triple player a little bit here onto bridge, and just to be able to see what they can be able to find. I actually really, really like this because, again, at least they have the opportunity for a trade if they want. But AG actually, they're going to go through underpass on this one. So this is interesting because it actually is kind of that one vulnerable place right now for Baisha. They don't have anybody in the site. It's the closest player is going to be Zhao right now. Everybody else is close on by, but nobody's really watching that pathway. Now he's going to have to just get himself into this. Oh, man, he's got a knife out to a gunfight. This is not good, but at least he gets another chance of this. Not going to be able to find it, and now that first opening duel goes for AG. Woo!
It's a big kill, but YDSS comes in here on the flank. They saw this push coming pretty early on, so they're able to rotate over, but the plant is already down here for AG. And Baisha are taking their sweet time with this one. They've got a couple of guys going under, and it looks like a couple of guys going hotel is going to be the call. But they got to hit swiftly. ZQ watching this angle, and he's going to get both of them. Just lines them up. ZY gets one as well. It's all up to YDSS. Doesn't have a lot of time. He's trying to push here with a pistol, and he's not even able to kill the 6 health of ZQ.
Oh boy, okay. That's what we're talking about. Now things are getting really interesting. We were talking about a 7-2 first half, and Baisha have really, really struggled to find themselves any sort of a round in the second half. It's just been AG across the board, and now we're talking about a 2-round differential, and they're looking revitalized, right? I mean, they're looking a lot better. Opening duel is going to go in favor for Baisha once again. That seems to be their kind of success point at this given moment, but I mean, they'll take anything at this point, I guess, right, Valdez?
Yeah. First kill is going to feel great. I would say that trying to get a little bit aggressive and play for picks is not a bad idea. As long as it's far enough away from the round where you all charge down A, which that was 3 rounds ago. or 4, I guess, at this point. So not a bad idea. And they're, once again, they're splitting up a bit. There's not as much A pressure from AG as you might expect. And so they're just able to put only a couple of guys on A. And that could be something that was communicated by the coach, just saying, hey, I can see they're not really showing a lot of pressure towards it. It doesn't seem like it's in their strategy book today. Yeah, again. And that's 2 already.
Oh, and info there, too. Nice little bit of a jump spot, right? He's able to find that player. He's like, okay, at least one more is here. I don't think he obviously would realize the bomb carrier is there, but gets away with his life, gets away with the double kill. Not bad at all. So now AG, this is kind of the round where they're getting picked apart a little bit. So this timeout is actually starting to look really, really good. A lot of improvements made.
Yeah. And all you really need to do is get one more, and then you can kind of taste the victory on the map. It's not over by any means, but getting 8 is the first step, and then 9 and 10, obviously. And that's the third one here.
Wow.
He is just, it just feels like he's been able to isolate 3 1v1 duels, and he's gotten on. Xiao spots him. The flash comes over, but Xiao's still going to line it up. And now it's just desperation here from Bao. He gets taken down. It's a flawless round to the side of Baisha. So whatever they talked about worked out for them.
Oh, and it just kind of felt like it was the round of alms, right? Like it was just like the alms, like you said, like it was just making these one-on-one engagements. They're able to find these duels, and honestly, it was just kind of able to run around, manipulate the map. So I love it. I mean, they'll take it, and that's huge because you had Leah that was able to find a triple kill that round, and like you said, just finding these single engagements, which I think was a bit of a sloppy approach from AG. They just weren't really prepared for that, but nonetheless, Baisha, at least a little bit of sigh of relief now from the timeout, get a round win, so that's always a really nice thing. And like you said, 8 is definitely not the map point, obviously, but it's just getting that much closer. So we have to see what's going to be a little bit different. Triple alms, though. That's interesting.
Yeah, it seems like they're almost inviting Leah to try it again. They're like, okay, try again. This time we've got alms.
Yeah, we're ready.
But it didn't last very long.
No.
Just like 45 seconds, and now they're going to go
excited.
for a push. Maybe a quick one underneath. I mean, this did work out for them just a couple of rounds ago. So I don't mind trying to up the pace a little bit, get in their heads, especially if Baisha are trying to push out and look for picks. They're not necessarily doing it this time around, though. AG might run into the brick wall that they have set up here on B.
Oh, no. What? How does he get away with 2? I thought his positioning was just going to be a little bit too off, and then I thought he was going to be done, but the fact he gets away with murder on this, and now Baisha in a prime position. They're all here. 2 of the players ready to go into the site. The other 2 on the rotates with the pistol again. Just finds this double kill, leaving it all down to ZQ on his lonesome. This is not what AG were expecting at all. Something has changed in the water since that timeout.
Yeah, it almost felt like AG, they were very committed to this push, and even though Xiao got 2 kills, they just said, well, we got to send it, and it did not look very good. ZQ, tons of damage done to him. And 9 and 577. Oh, trying to go for the sniper, low on health, not going to work out. The timing there from 9 is great, and that is 9 rounds here for Baisha. Just one more, and they will secure AG's map pick of Ankara.
Yeah, I still, honestly, I feel like for me, like the obvious thing to state is just Zhao just being in that position where he just dropped down, was able to just get the first shot and getting a second in that kind of a position. That trade was just, it wasn't really that quick here from AG. It felt like it was just a little lackluster. If they would have been able to get that instant trade back, that could have really turned things around. But the fact was, that was a double kill round from 2 different players. So it's just that like split little bit of a difference in the seconds that makes such a big difference, right? So that's kind of the biggest thing. But Baisha, they're going to take it any day of the week. And now they're on map point here. And what you said originally, which people got to remember, this was AG's pick. So this is starting to shake in the boots a little bit.
Yeah, it's a big issue, especially, it feels bad when you were getting some momentum. Like, it felt great from your blacklist side, but then one timeout that Baisha were able to hold because they didn't get rolled early. And all of a sudden, all that momentum is taken out from underneath them. AG definitely in a bit of a struggle street right now. Xiao able to tap Bao and really just hold down that area of the map. 9 now also going to push. He's got some backup. Let's see how this works. They're just not even looking. 9 gets a free one. Jue wants to re-peek. And he's not even able to get anything done. He does get 9, though, eventually. And now he's taken down. 577 up against the wall. A very important 1v1 that he had to win.
It really, really was. And now I mean, even the fact that Zhao's still kind of posted up on this is big because right now the C4 carrier, he has to be really, really careful because if he gets taken out, that is just going to make this even more problematic right now for AG. Baisha in a prime position. Zhao's got to be really, really careful, though, because if these players are able to get this flank, he might be a dead man. He's really exposed. He's wide open. Now he's starting to reposition nicely. He's got a bit of an idea on this. But look at this sandwich. AG right in the smack middle. And Baisha, they can have a big bite on this.
It's a bit of a sandwich. Baisha are the bread. YDSS quick headshot comes through. He gets another kill. And Bao Lo, 4 and 11. It's all up to him in a 1v3 situation. It's not looking good. He's going to try to run to A with 17 seconds left. But he is being chased down just a bit. They're not quite going to get in behind him just yet. Looks like Liam might have spotted him.
Oh, he's spotted.
They did. Okay, that's a nice headshot.
But he has to plan. He has to commit to this now. And oh, yeah, I was just going to say, just going to commit to it. There's enough time, and there we go. Baisha, they're going to be the ones getting this to a 10-5 on the map pick of AG.
So a relatively one-sided affair this time out as Baisha take out AG on their map pick of Ankara. On AG's map pick of Ankara, I should clarify. And it was 7 rounds in a row. It was 1 round to AG, then 7, and then 1 over to the side of AG again to make it 7-2 in the first half. And I mean, that's just way too much, way too early on. So AG need to go back into the locker room, decide what they're going to do, what they're going to change up, because now we're going to be moving on to sub base, which I do know that Xiao is a guy who does love this map. If there is a player that does,
yeah,
he's going to really enjoy himself. So that's part of the reason why they pick it. And I think Baisha is a team that can really abuse all the different strengths of this map, whereas AG, I think, are going to struggle a bit. So was expecting a little bit of a closer series here, but perhaps Spice should just run away with it.
You know, that is the biggest question, right? I mean, like you said, it's a 10-5, and you know, you made a great point, and you just see AG getting that first round, and then it was just full steam ahead. It was just Baisha. They got blood in the water. They just went for an easy swim. They were in the deep end, and they were just looking great. They were able to find every single round, putting them in a prime position for the first half. And then, yeah, there's a little hiccups here where AG were able to get themselves 4 rounds in a row. But at the end of the day, when you're kind of looking at the overall stats, I mean, yeah, like YDSS put himself in the top fragging position, a 1.62 rating. Love to see that because it really did feel like in the later portion of the game, he was really starting to get some good impact on the server. But, you know, I know he's kind of near the bottom, but I felt like 577 initially for me in that first half. Like, he was the playmaker. Yeah. He was the guy that was initiating. He was the guy who was finding duels. He was just putting himself in the right place at the right time, and AG just could not stop him at all.
Yeah, so Leah is going to pick up the MVP this time around. Definitely some big, impactful rounds, even if he doesn't have the highest KD in the squad. Very high multi-kill ratio as well with 4 first kills, so he's got other great stats. And, yeah, just had a great match this time around. It's going to be pretty critical as well going into sub-base, which is a map where, you know, sometimes the snipers can dictate it. You know, I was talking about Xiao playing double doors. I think Leah, as that backup sniper, has been, he's proven himself so far today.
Yeah, he really has, and that was something that I got to see a little bit yesterday, with being on the desk for that game, and it was really impressive to see what Zhao was able to do. But honestly, the fact that he was still putting up this kind of a performance against a team like AG, like you love to see it. But the one thing that I was really surprised with Valdez is that I felt like AG's, GR side, like it was sloppy joes, man. Like it was just a mess. Like we talked about, Baisha were the ones that we were like, okay, like how bad is this going to be for them? But it was actually AG that kind of took that, a little bit of a point from us, and they're like, well, actually, we're not too sure if we're good on the GR side right now.
Well, they weren't at this point on this day. And, Ankara does go the way of Baisha. We have sub-base up next, and then Black Widow if necessary. And we'll see. And, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for map number 2. Hello and welcome back here to the ACL for Crossfire for 2025. We're getting ready for our second map here between Baisha and All Gamers. So far, Baisha looking like the stronger team today, Laz. What do you think? Yeah,
they really were. And honestly, like the preparation they did from yesterday to today, it's just a huge different turn of events, right? It feels like a whole other chapter. So, I don't want to get excited. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I am very impressed to see how well Baisha took that game. A 10-5 is honestly, like, it's still a respectful scoreline, but it really did feel like Baisha were in a lot of control. A couple little hiccups, like we said, 4 rounds in a row for AG to pick up, but the fact the timeout worked, they were able to get the following round after that, and after that as well. So it really feels like Baisha are on kind of another level, but I hope they can ride on this momentum to see if they can close this thing out with a 2-0. I mean, I love to go a 3-map series, don't get me wrong, but it just feels like AG were really asleep at the wheel for that first half especially. Like, it felt like there was nothing going in their way at all.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, going from yesterday to today for Baisha, it's like a whole different look, right? They look a lot cleaner, whereas for EG, they look worse. They look, maybe they're the same, and now they're up against a much more difficult opponent, so it's hard to really tell, like, the relativity of it all, but it's clear that the amount of prep they were able to do in between days 1 and day 2 were great, whereas now in the 3-minute break for AG, I don't know if they have enough time to fix it. That's the brutal nature of this format, is like, well, gotta hop in a map too. Good luck.
Yeah, it's one of those big conversations we were having originally, right? Where we're like, look, it's not easy when you kind of have those one singular timeouts in the maps, and then, like you said, a 3-minute break is not a whole lot of time for a mental reset. I mean, these guys are obviously very experienced. They've been around the block. They know what it takes, but that's the thing, is like now this is the conversation of AG being like, look, we have to reverse sweep this darn thing, because if we don't, we're done. And that's where we said that this format of this competition is super exciting to get your qualification, or your putting yourself in the position for the grand finals, where it's like you lose once, you're done. There's no lower bracket. There's no second chance on this. It's do or die. So this is where AG, I really hope that couple minutes for them, like they were able to just figure out something. But man, oh man, it just seems like, is that going to be likely? I don't know.
Not feeling likely, but, we should give them a little credit. Maybe they just kind of reset and come in. I think really the issue for me for believing for AG is that it is sub-base, and I think that Baisha should be a much better team on this map. So, it's going to be a bit more difficult than other comebacks I have seen, just based on this map ban pick. So, just once again prepping to get in. Hopefully, we will do that in just a moment. Sub-base is a very fun map. Ankara, we saw a lot of nice action. We didn't see a lot of sitting around for our Chinese teams, which I do appreciate. Sometimes our teams like to sit around until 30 seconds left and then just push.
Yeah.
And not have enough time for themselves. But felt like they were playing with a relatively high pace and mixing up the tempo a good amount. So...
Yeah, and honestly, I'm glad you say that, because I think for me, what I was a little bit surprised of was even yesterday, it was like a team like Falcons were the ones that were kind of taking this slow approach. But this first map here with the 2 Chinese teams, it really felt like there was a lot of better tempo on this. But look, we talk about tempo. We're ready to get going onto this sub-base as the second map, maybe to get things done or maybe not.
Okay, sub-base. Always a lot of fun. Here comes Stu.
No messing around.
Sometimes you can just do this, and he's going to lose the duel. The duel.
The duel.
Yeah, so Stu trying to get it in their face real quick. Does not work out for them. Baisha holding on very nicely. The nades are going well, though. Oh, and even in the Flash 9, is able to get that flick there. Looking for CY. He gets a second.
What?
And Nye, our veteran, our leader, he picks up a bunch of damage in that round. It's probably 250 plus as Leah helps finish off that final kill. Yeah, Stu looked angry, and he pushed down the stairs by himself. It looks great if he gets that first pick, but just going down and dying, it's not going to be a good look, especially after you got kind of flattened in the first map.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you kind of change the pace and you're like, okay, we're going to get ultra aggressive. We're going to try to do something right unorthodox on this. If it works, it looks cool. Like, you're like, yeah, we look sick. But when it happens like what we just saw for AG, it looks like a blunder. And that's honestly kind of the tail of the tape there, is that Stu, he got really aggressive. He couldn't find that opener. And then it just kind of, everybody pushing through mid doesn't seem to work out. But I do respect that they tried to do something different, really just tried to throw a little bit of a curveball in this, because I think they have to. I think they now need to kind of put something a little bit different into this. Maybe that's going to humble them just a bit more now. But look, creativity. It's cool points they got.
Yeah. I don't mind mixing it up for Stu. I just feel like the context of that push can definitely be read a certain way just after the way that the first map went. But, yeah, trying to get creative, trying to look for a wonky angle, catch them off guard. But Leah's been so good on the sniper that, of course, he doesn't know that Leah's going to be the guy playing there exactly. But, yeah, Leah is not going to drop those, especially if he's ready for that push. And with the smoke that came up first, It felt like they were definitely ready for it. There were a couple of guys there for Baisha. Nades being thrown up in towards double doors, as it does look to be an A hit once again.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try to test this again. They're just gonna put Overwhelm 577 with the utility now, just tucking away. Lay's gonna be close on by on this, but now are they gonna commit to it? 9 once again, able to find that opening duel, so not bad at all. A good trade back, but now the sniper getting a little bit more activated. Just has to buy his time. Now his teammates here. This is gonna be the AK trying to make a little bit of retaliation onto this. But now Baisha, they're losing players quick. It's down to the 2v2, and oh man, ZQ putting himself now into the 1v1 situation. This is nuts.
9 is going absolutely animal mode right now. He doesn't know which angle ZQ will take, but eventually if he's not up in computer room, he's gonna be looking at this bomb. There's only 18 seconds and ZQ's gotta come down. AC9 trying to get an angle here. Might be able to deny a plant, but let's see. Gonna get behind the missile, and now he's not able to deny the plant, so unfortunate timing there for 9, but he looks for the 1v1 ZQ over the top. Does do a little bit of damage, but ooh, looking for the little taps with the M4, not committing and sending his head out, and ZQ plays it excellently and wins the 1v1 here for AG.
Oh man, and the crowd just erupts from that too, and honestly, that's such a little bit of a tango in the 1v1. And I don't know if you guys can hear this through our headsets, but man, oh man, it's getting loud in here. And we're only on the 3rd round, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, we have the competing fan chants. I love Baisha's leader. He is really into it today. And he always adds a little comment at the end, you know?
Hey, you gotta have it. It's what makes the good friendly competition here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's always got like a half smirk on his face, so I don't think he's, you know, actually angry or anything like that. He's just having a good time.
That's the way it should be. It's good times.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting for Baisha, kind of mixing this up with 3 players at the A site right now. Even, you know, you can call it 4 with just having into computer rooms. So this is interesting and really just putting a very big lean on the left-hand side of the map, whereas, you know, the B side is kind of left a little bit more for one player to kind of be the sole anchor. AG have taken their time a little bit in Generator just to kind of, again, fight for this map control, wait things out just a little bit more. But we were talking about solo paces before. Now it's really started to come back into that kind of a phase, but we'll wait and see. Hasn't hit the minute mark yet, but AG are slowly and surely just taking that, well, I don't know if I want to call it map control, but they're taking map presence, I'll say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really waiting this one out. All gamers, they got the bomb on CY, who's still in the middle of the map. Might be looking for a B hit from this angle through the lobby. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, there's a flank. This is huge.
The flank is gigantic. 577 does 3 free kills, and all 3 are headshots, of course. ZY gets flicked on, and Bao is alone. The spray, not good enough, but eventually Xiao gets in there and kills him with the pistol. Baisha, they just look like the better team tonight.
Wow, I love this, and that was what I was kind of saying before. In map number 1, like I know that 577 didn't put himself in the the conversation of you know the MVP, but like I really do feel like he's just playing such a stellar game. Like it feels like he's finding these moments, he's finding these good duels, good situations. But either way, you'll love to see it. That was a massive, massive, big, you know, Giga Chad play where he just goes for the big flank, finds a triple nonetheless, and now puts him back into a lead position.
Baisha here again. ZQ gonna see it. He's got nades being sent out, not gonna do enough. And now they're kind of trapped in this spot. We got a lot of utility being thrown through. But with the smoke coming up here, they are able to back away. A little bit of value there. ZY getting low-ish.
Not bad. It's damage.
Got another smoke in those doors. Really trying to push AG out of this area and be ready for the B push, which does look like that should be on the cards here. Will Xiao be ready for it is really the question. He's going to throw a 3rd smoke and a 4th, actually. everything being thrown at those doors.
Yeah, but they got a good lean on this too. Again, if players are close on by, opening duel is going to go here for Baisha. Peekaboo, there's 9! There he is, the boogeyman finds the quad. Insult to injury. And look at that. We talked about maybe his performance yesterday was a little lackluster. Not today, folks. This is now a new day of 9 to just pop off.
Yeah, Baisha look like a totally different team when they're playing up against AG, that's for sure. And, I mean, they read the play really well. They really forced AG to move away from the A site, and it was just so obvious, it felt like. And Nine's having the map of his life here, 9-1 in 4 rounds so far. And just hiding in the corner. And that reliance as well on Xiao to just be like, yeah, I know he's going to get that first kill. Even if he doesn't, he gets the information, and then Nine's able to just wait and pop out at exactly the right moment. So it just having the information that they're actually going for that push and being that prepared for it just leads to success. It's like creating your own luck. You know?
Yeah, no doubt about it. But again, double players here on A, just kind of playing together. So a nice little bit of a 2-1-2 here from Baisha. They've really mixed up their plays on the defensive side. They really just seem like they're kind of juggling around. They just want to keep things a bit of a guessing game right now for AG. So it really does feel like some really good preparation here for the GR side, because that's where we're critiquing Baisha to say, like, okay, how many rounds can you find on the GR side? Can you get enough to, convert over to the second half when you get to the Blacklist side? But right now, I don't even know if that's going to be part of the conversation, because a 3-1 is a very decent, scoreline, and also the way they're winning these rounds is also immenseful too.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the manner in which they're winning is really, I feel like, the most damning thing for AG. There was the 1 rounds they won, it was extremely close. And ZQ barely clutched it out in a 1v1. Outside of that, it's been all Baisha. And yes, they're going to enjoy this GR side of this map, but, some teams are able to get it done. As here's Leah, and the perfect timing again. He's just got the wraparound. Dway pushing in. Couple of kills, though, do go over. But, okay, Bao and ZY trying to hold it down together. They've got 30 seconds. 9 here all by himself, but he does get the kill. Makes it a 1v1 here against Bao.
Yeah, here we go again, right? I mean, 9 just putting himself in these prime positions just to get some more duels, and now it's about the clutch factor. C4 is going to go down and just getting spotted. Bao gets caught here with some damage as well as 9. 15 HP to spare. Has to be able to hit this shot. Cannot miss a bullet, and indeed he does. Bao's going to be able to find the better of it. Timeout still going to be called here from AG, but at least for AG, they can go into this timeout with a little bit of relief that they can get themselves with a 1-round differential.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Again, a somewhat close round. Definitely a good cleanup there on B from AG this time around. So even with Leah getting that really amazing flank, still wasn't enough to really do it. As AG, they call another early timeout in this one. But yeah, after that round win, it's looking pretty close. I would have to imagine that the timeout was called when it looked like they were about to lose it, and they would be in a 1-4 scenario, which I think is a really decent time to call a timeout after losing a bunch of rounds. But still a very close one. AG will see what kind of momentum they can get from this.
Well, let's not forget, too, that, again, for AG, they're the ones that, these 2 rounds they've won are down to 1v1s. So you're talking about a 50% chance in that kind of a scenario that you can get the round or you lose the round. So, yeah, it's good. A round win is a round win, but that's the thing. Like, we're not seeing, the convincing round wins where, like, there's 3+ players alive. It always seems like it has to get right down to the nitty-gritty situation. So that does kind of worry me a little bit right now in the sense of AG, but on the other side of the coin, I mean, that's the other effect of Baisha is just how, easily they've been able to just find this dominance of putting themselves in 3 rounds like this.
Yeah. Their global risk side does look fantastic so far. So it just feels like everything's been shored up. Any weaknesses they had coming into this event or even into this day, Xiao not quite going to click on the head. But a little bit of damage done somewhere. And what's it going to be here from AG after this timeout? Because even as the coach, like, even if you do win that round, like, it's better for the mentality of the players, but at the same time, there's definitely stuff that he saw in that round where he's like, guys are getting rotated on over and over, and it just feels like Baisha have a better read of the map. Like, I don't think the coach is going to say it that way, but it's like you got to be aware of the timings of the pushes because they're reading it exactly, and you have to be ready for someone to wrap around on you, especially on a map like this. Looks like a B push again.
Yeah, I would like to see ZY, again, just initiating something here, just again to throw a little bit of a distraction. Good utility getting pop flashed in, so now AG finally get through lockers, but now let's see if the laces are done up, or maybe they're just going to be able to fall on their own feet, and it looks like that might be the case. This defense is a massive barricade, and YDSS, look at this. The Knight in Shining Armor, the full anchor, walks it down, just dancing around a missile, and now Baisha again continue on this winning ways.
The Baisha fans are going crazy, especially after a round like that. Just really good stuff. I mean, I like the setup from AG. You know, they got a smoke in jail, they got a smoke at the front of locker, so they were able to get close. But then when it got into the close quarters matches, they just got rolled. So they pick and chose their fight. Unfortunately, Baisha were better at that fight. So now it's like, well, we came out of the timeout, we had a set plan, and we kind of got rolled again. You know, it's not even like we're seeing a lot of M4s on the side of Baisha. They only have one. And it was the guy who did pick up most of the kills, but still, you know, those close quarters battles where maybe you're going for some sprays a little bit more often, and yet still AG, who have been playing double M4, have not been able to win them. So I do fear for them. So it's not looking good for AG. It feels like any team we begin to hype, they start to falter at the wrong time.
Yeah, a little bit more of a slower pace on this one for AG. Again, just kind of sitting back, having a little bit of a picnic. Like, all right, look, like, what are we gonna do, guys? Like, everything we tried, this pop into locker control didn't really work out very nicely for us. These A hits have been kind of like a little bit of a teeter-totter. It's been decent. It hasn't been the greatest. Opening duel again. This is just, again, a situation of 6-1 right now in the sense of just we're seeing constantly Baisha winning these engagements. Like, they are just easily able to find the opening duel, taking somebody out like Bao. That's a really nice bit of an, sort of impact into this. Now for the defense, like, this just makes it so much easier. They can just play a lot more turtle. They can just sit back and kind of relax for a few more seconds.
Yeah, and just wait for the push, and I say that, here comes 577, and that is going to be good for all gamers. Is the peak timing not great? Two going to pick up two, and gets control of this computer room. Meanwhile, 9 is just going to get another one, kind of a lurk there, as Xiao, he's ready for the pressure, holds it down behind.
What?
He gets another flick. Xiao will not be penetrated.
Are you kidding me? It was a round that was looking so good for AG. They were able to get the opening 3K like that. It was seeming like they were in a prime position, but then the fact that both defensive players just away from each other and they're able to find these engagements to just bring it right back into it. And Zhao just popping off with the arm. You couldn't even write that as a better script right there. I mean, that's just the best thing we've seen in so long. And now a 5-2. And AG, I don't know, man. They're running out of options. It just feels like everything they try, it just seems like they just hit this wall, and that's it. It's done. It's over with.
Yeah, it was crazy to see the stat sheet and have 9's name on everything except one, where Xiao was there at the end. Yeah, I mean,
12-3. He's 12-3.
Yeah, when your leader is fragging out like this, you're going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
The rest of the squad doesn't even need to do that much. 9's like, nah, I got this, guys. Don't worry. I'll carry you against AG.
Yeah.
You guys take a little break. You can perform in grand
yeah,
finals.
Exactly.
I'll
yeah.
be tired then. It's past my bedtime.
Yeah. I'll call the shots, but in terms of the frag, and I don't know, you guys pick up the slack a little bit, but yeah, no, of course. And now going into round number 8. And it's a question of AG. Like, I mean, they've been trying to go for this wood control. A little bit Zhao from just missing the shoulder, but gets gifted another one. Finding another opening duel here for these guys. And now AG, with 1:12 remaining, they have to make some decisions. Do they want to commit to this plan, or do they want to fall back on this? And it does look like they've been able to cross outside of wood here with the C4 in their grasp. So that's a good thing. At least they have control of the C4. That's really, really important in this one.
Yeah, only a minute left, and take a look at 577 trying to get out here and get info. Gets his head taken off by Dway. Only the second kill for Dway, but a certainly important one. 9's bouncing around in lockers. Let's see if he can hold this angle. Are they going to check it this time? Flash comes out, and now they know, and he just peeks it.
What?
He's able to spray down one. Dway comes in from the hallway, but 2 super low. At least he's able to trade 1 down. Gets taken out by YDSS. And ZY alone needs to tap on hits, but he gets tapped instead. Lie brings the 6th round home for Baisha.
Man, and 9 has been able to play in that position a couple times now where he's just kind of tucking himself in there. And the fact that he's able to find 1 kill and then still inflicting a ton of damage, even though he doesn't get that 2nd kill, makes a world of a difference. That is able to grab them to 6th round. He is really just having a star performance right now that is just putting above everybody else. Like, the next closest player is going to be Zhao with 9-3, but this guy's sitting at a 13-4. And when your captain is just popping off like this, that is just going to accelerate the team just to be so fired up. So now for AG, look at them. They have 3 of their players just in the back of BL spawn, like, again, just taking this so slow. And again, recollecting their thoughts. It just feels like they're kind of, you know, seeing stars right now. They're just getting knocked out.
Yeah, I think AG has certainly lost a lot of momentum in this one. Only 2 rounds from Blacklist is kind of pitiful at this point. And the pressure is beginning to mount. You know, I'm sure they can feel the vibrations of the cheers coming from the crowd every single time Baisha just rolls them. It's not an easy feel to keep it together here for AG. Looks like just another lockers push. Not really mixing up their strategies, but I feel like Baisha's in a great spot.
Oh. Too many squats. Looking pretty big, but he still gets away with it. How does he get away with that? He just goes for a swing, a Ferrari swing, and finds that duel. And he was playing that so patiently, but now AG finally at least loading the kill feed a little bit more. But now through all the chaos, through all the thick and thin of this, it is now turned into a 2v2 situation. C4 still close into the site. Baisha going to wait things out. Now they're just going to, again, reposition themselves, get ready for this retake.
Getting a lot of time here is Baisha. They're able to get Leah over into lockers, it looks like, and YDSS into jail. Shot pre-fired there, not going to hit. And now looking for YDSS, it's not going to land either. You got to hit these shots. If you're on the Omni, tries to challenge with a pistol, it's not going to work. ZQ alone. They're trying to push in. Leah gets very low, but YDSS does it again.
My, oh my, that is talking about nerves. That's where I said, look, these guys are usually stone cold killers, but now even Do missing the opportunity 3 different times. He can't find the connection. It's now solidified a massive lead here for Baisha. Like I said, it feels like AG, whatever they try, they cannot buy around. They cannot do anything right. Unfortunately, the stars look like they're aligning right now for Baisha.
148 ADR here for 9. And yeah, Xiao, the only thing he's got is least amount of deaths on the team. So
yeah, that's cool.
That's about it. Yeah, 9 is just going crazy. And okay, so he swaps signs. Baisha, you know, again, all gamers got side selection on this. They chose Blacklist to start off on the good side, but they only got 2 rounds. So that's not good. It's not good at all for all gamers. For Baisha, they're feeling great. They're going to take their time and maybe just go for a standard A push from here. Really looking for the picks. They got a ton of them from when they were playing GR side. Can do the same from Blacklist on this map.
Yeah, I feel like for AG, I mean, yeah, we know they're a really decent GR-sided team, but now, I mean, this is all about finding this opening round that's going to be able to just maybe turn the tides a little bit. You're not riding on the white caps, maybe a little bit more smoother sailing. That could just be the, you know, hopefully the turn of events here, but that's where it has to happen. This is the moment now where we need to see them be able to find something in their favor to slowly and surely put themselves back into a closer game. If Baisha can find this, man, oh man, it just feels like the momentum is just fully scaled on one side. And now you can see Baisha getting ready for the plan of attack here in CQ. He has no idea. Look at, he had to clear so many different angles. And now Duke, can you be able to find more than one? Indeed, he will not. And we now see Baisha once again just trying to pounce into this, but ZY does his darndest, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, ZY hero mode right now, but I think it's just a little bit too little too late. Both 9 and Xiao are alive. Those are the 2 guys you do not want to be faced with right now. And Dre's not had the best map. 3 and 9 for himself. And he's just going to go all the way around, try to take a different angle, but I don't see this working for him. Baisha are looking at an 8-2 if they can secure this round. Xiao, ready for it. He's going to get the information very early on. And now there's not really enough time to rotate. Oh, quick headshot, though. Dre gets in, and now he's got to find the last man standing, who is 9. Bit of damage comes in already. 9 goes for it and takes him down. Didn't even need to peek him, by the way, as the bomb was about to get to kind of the danger zone, you know? But still, he was feeling it. He had already done a little bit of damage to Dre, and so he just accepts his victory in that manner, sending a message.
Yeah. Man, oh man, 17-5. Like, I still just cannot believe it. I was, making a bit of comments about him yesterday, and I was like, yeah, like, unfortunately, this is not the best performance, but he did, make a good comeback when he was in a position of, his scoreline. I think he was like 1-10 or something, and I was like, oh man, This is just a rough day at the office. And then he's like, second half, he's like, no, Laz, hang on, just trust the process, buddy. What do you know? And he's just starting to play a lot better. And now it just seems like it's a whole other monster that's been off the leash here.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe something gets into his head when he feels like he's playing up against his rival Chinese team, wants to send a message. And there's just so much on the line too, right? I feel like maybe yesterday they're like, oh, we're going to take these guys down. And then once they got challenged a little bit, they picked up the pace a bit. But they knew right from map 1 that AG was going to give them a challenge. And so they made it not so much of a challenge for themselves if they're going to play this well. Lots of spam here through the double doors. Bit of U-tail, but it doesn't look like they're going A, actually. Rotation's coming out here with a minute left.
Yeah, and it's tough, too, because AG, again, they have these numbers and a really good effect for them. So this is where, Baisha, if they can be able to find themselves in a situation and get this opening duel again, which has kind of been the biggest tale for these guys. They've been really successful in winning these opening engagements. That will be so critical in this kind of a scenario. But now you can see AG are kind of getting a little bit antsy. They're starting to move around a little bit. Dew does get the spot of players, but he takes some damage. Now he has to be able to tuck away. He needs to be able to just buy some time. And right now that duel does go in favor for Baisha. And once again, these Sharks, they are just biting. And the teeth go deep. And now it's just not enough effort. 9 is going to be grabbed. And now we're talking about map at series point. 1 away. And they're going to the grand finals.
Baisha have really proved that they are the better Chinese team today. And a huge group of the audience is right behind them.
143.9 EDR. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He is, like you said, he's just everywhere. He's all over the place. He's a bit of the Beetlejuice, right? He just appears.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy what he's been able to pull off here, especially on this map. 3 KDs so far with only the 6 deaths. And it's been dominant, but mainly because of him. We do have ZQ in that wood area. 577. We'll see if he does poke his head in. But for now, just waiting on this push from Baisha. Really trying to up the tension before they do take down the map.
Yeah, this is where we got to make sure that, for a team like Baisha, that they're just kind of being, again, cool, calm, and collected. Everything's been working out nicely for them, so they don't really need to change anything. They just need to make sure they can still play their game, because otherwise then they're done with this thing with a 2-0. It's AG now that, are quivering a little bit, that have to figure out, okay, how do we get ourselves back into a round? How do we put ourselves back into a conversation of making this a closer affair? That's not going to help. That's definitely not going to help at all.
Well, that's pretty big, and 577's already here. Got to be careful not to go too quickly. 9
that's big.
Flash. Dway gets 2, and CY gets another. Making it pretty interesting.
Oh,
but
no.
Continuing
Oh, no!
the push, they get the 2 kills, and Baisha win with the 2-0 against AG.
They get it done.
Well, there you have it, rather. Baisha able to take it down in a 2-0 victory. Really incredible stuff from them. They made AG look like a much easier opponent than we were expecting. AG, even with bringing in ZQ, not good enough to take down Baisha today.
Yeah, definitely not. And honestly, I think, like we said, the homework preparation from yesterday to today, it just seems like they really did a lot of studying. They really were able to get themselves in the right positions, and it just felt like a masterclass. It really did. Like, sub-base was a 10-2, if I'm not mistaken. It felt like that was just AG again, ghosts. It felt like a Casper episode where they were not there. There was nothing they could do. Everything felt like a gap. Everything was just really disconnected for them, but I can't take that away from Baisha. It felt like everybody was able to play at full acceleration with maximum effort.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible what they pulled off here. 10-2 is the scoreline you said before. They move over to the second half, and it's just 3 rounds in a row to Baisha. Bit of a closer last round, but at that point, I don't think it mattered. N9 picks up nearly the 3 KD. 146 ADR is his final score.
Wow. And then, like, him and Zhao, I mean, sitting at a 2.33 as well, like, with a 106 ADR, pretty good, especially for a sniper player. And yeah, but honestly, it kind of felt like the 9 show. It really, really did. Like, he was just like, yeah, you know what, hold my drink. I'll do a lot of the work here, boys. I'll call the shots. I'll get the frags. Let me just be the one-man army. And I don't even mind it. Like, it's cool to see, like, a little bit of a redemption arc. Like I said, I was really being critical on him yesterday, and it felt like maybe he listened to me. And he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm better than that. I'm going to play way better. And now he does it against a high opponent, a favorable opponent that we were kind of saying that probably could be in the grand finals, and they just make work of them.
Nine going to be your MVP for this map. Nobody can argue with that.
Nope.
I don't want to hear any Xiao business. He was great, but 9 was better.
By everything, too. Like, he was, burning in time when he needed to. He was finding double kills when he needed to. Like, he got a couple of clutches. Like, he was doing everything. Like, if you had a checklist of, like, what do I need out of a good player, he did them all.
Yeah, including just leading the team, keeping everybody's mental together, coming up with strategies, just being, in general, a really nice guy. Donates to charity.
Hey, that's great.
I don't actually know.
Oh, no, okay. I was going to make
but he probably does.
Yeah, he probably does, yeah.
Probably does. 2-0, not what we expected. I hope that maybe Ubek can make that second series a little bit more interesting.
Yeah.
This one was interesting just because it was one-sided.
Yeah.
It was almost like we expected it to be very back and forth, but actually, I guess Baisha are a lot stronger than we expected. So that's interesting, and maybe they become the favorites of the tournament depending on how the other 2 teams look today.
Yeah, and just like we were able to just quickly see the scores as you could find there. And like, again, these score lines are just so big, like a 10-5 moving into a 10-2. It just makes such a world of a difference, right? It felt like, the first map, it's like, okay, yeah, things are pretty good. They take the map pick away from AG, and then they're like, yeah, you know what, our map pick of sub-base, definitely a lot better. So, really, really impressed. It will be interesting to see where the second match goes here for the semifinal, but that means that AG's out. It means they're actually done. They're going to pack their bags. They're going to now have to fight for the spot for, an EWC ticket, in their regional qualifiers, which is pretty tough as it is. So that's going to be a tough loss for AG going home today.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, at the end of the day, China does get a lot of seeds into this one. And
it is true.
They probably should win this tournament as well, which would mean they could get up to 5 seeds in total. You would expect AG to be one of those. So I feel like for them, of course, you would want to stay here, earn some more money, get some more prestige, win in front of the fans, all this stuff. But, it's not going to be easy to win your qualifiers, but at least we should expect them on paper to be a team that does go for China.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe this plants that seed of doubt. Maybe they're like, was ZQ the right choice? I don't think it was his fault by any means.
No.
We saw even the stats on the second map. Like, everybody had the same KD, basically. It wasn't. Nobody was performing. It wasn't like a specific person's issue. I think just as a team, they didn't show up today, and Baisha were incredible. So if those 2 things happen together, that's how you get 10-2s for Baisha versus AG. That doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't, and that's kind of where we saw even for round number 3, where 577 was able to go for that flank into Woodroom. That kind of felt like ever since that moment happened, it just felt like it got way worse for AG. And then we were talking about round number 4, and 9 was just kind of sitting in 9 was sitting in lockers, and he's just putting up a quad kill. And it's just like, okay, like, when you're on the winning end, you're like, man, this is nuts. But when you're on the receiving end, you're like, what do I do? Like, what else can we do in this situation? And AG called the timeout so early, so like they couldn't even really collect their thoughts. It just felt like it was getting worse and worse and worse for them. But what a stellar performance from Baisha. That was what we were expecting. I know. I'm convinced now. Like, I think they're back. I think this is a new era of Baisha just because
they're back.
A 10-5, a 10-2, like, I never would have put that as the scorelines for this. I said, you know, we talked about maybe they can get a win here. It's a bit of a 50-50, but really, the way this game went, it was just, yeah, it was just no doubt that they wanted to get themselves into that grand final.
Yeah, and you guys might be able to see behind us that the interview is brewing.
Brewing.
Yeah, it's brewing. It's
maybe a short brew.
Yeah.
Maybe a long brew.
Maybe a cold brew.
Maybe.
Maybe a hot brew. Not sure.
I imagine it must be 9 though. Like
yes.
it must.
I did spoil myself. I looked. It is 9.
Okay, good. Okay. I half looked. I'm like, nah. You know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
But you were right. So
okay, well that's good. And
there's something, you know.
I do, yeah. I think it'll be interesting because obviously I think there's a lot of good questions you can ask someone like him, especially for map number 2, to just say like, hey, what did you do? Like, what was the conversation? Or did you have a snack? Like, give me your whole like routine of what you did today. I need to know exactly how did you have such a
which protein bar did you eat in the morning? What was your breakfast?
Everything you did from the wake up to now. What on earth did you do? Write it down, and I want it. Yeah, because
how many cups of water? I need to know.
Yeah, it's honestly so impressive. But now, I mean, this is where, again, the question of like where it's going to go, because the next matchup is going to be EP versus Ubek. That will be interesting just because Ubek did cause a little bit of a commotion that it's not 4 Chinese teams that are in the semis. They were the one team that was able to get there. But look, we can talk about this all day. We're going to take it over to the interview, and we'll see you later on here in the later stages.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是今天的主持人妮妮。那我们今天的第一场半决赛的比赛，在这边要恭喜一下白沙战队是拿到了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了 MVP 选手念旧来给所有的新朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是白沙念旧。
可以看到，今天我们好像队伍整体的状态都是非常的好。能问问大家，昨天训练到几点啊？
其实来场的几天有一些挺忙的，需要拍摄，包括很多的适应这个服务器嘛。然后今天new version and 时差倒的比他们好一点。
I think that we are better at the jet lag
都是下午比赛嘛，可能还没有
because previously we play game in the afternoon, but today it's in the noon.
前2场打完之后，应该就知道了。今天我们要跟老对手 AG 交战了，有做什么提前的准备吗
？The fight against our old friends AG. So did you prepare for that? I think that every time we encounter with AG, that we feel very happy every time, and we are very familiar with each other. And it's just that we are compete with each other by our performance. And also LYE performed very well in these 2 days. It was his first time play the balanced weapon. How would you evaluate his performance? He's very brilliant since he didn't come to myself for a very long time. Sometimes he will be anxious.
来到了线下多少有点紧张，但是发挥还不错。来说一下今天的这2张地图比赛，第1张地图还是异域。在上半场我们是先担任前锋方，也是拿到了一个7-2的大比分哦。感觉对面的哪个区域防守比较薄弱呀？
So which area was easier to break through?
其实他们每个地方就是都有做的不够好的地方。我觉得是他们包括从刚复出嘛，可能还没有适应现在比赛的节奏。
DQ was back to the game. I think he needs some time.
但是我看到在今天第1张地图的时候，感觉队员们哪怕是残血的状态，依旧很赶上啊。为什么？
On a very dangerous situation. People are very aggressive.
不时怕死，但是确实效果很好，多次打出了1换2，为队伍赚到了更多的优势啊。第1张地图10-5的比分，第2图的分差更大了，特别是在前夫这一张地图，一开始我觉得当时那一分是在潜艇的位置，你跟宠儿的1v1残局。
There was a 1 versus 1 clutch between you and DQ. What was going on through your mind during the round? I think as for clutch, DQ was doing very well, and I have to learn from him. And also we got a quadra kill on the global race. And I think I still remember that I was hiding here, and I know their strategy, and I just predict that they will come in this way, so I just hide where they cannot find me. And also for today's game, we are very decisive and aggressive. You seemed ready to take every duel. What was going on? I think that we are adapted to this version.
So we have to be very aggressive.
接下来我们这一场比赛赢完了之后，就要等待着总决赛的到来了，要等待着我们的对手了。有什么想要对兄弟们说的吗？
Is there anything you'd like to say to
希望
your
EP 加油
So we hope that
EP
EP
加油
can fight
好，
and
也是
make
感
its
谢
way
您
to
就这
the
段
grand
采访，再
finals.
次恭喜
And
白鸭战队拿
thank
到
you
了
for
本
taking
场
part
比
in
赛的胜利。
our
我们
interview.
稍事休息一下，
Congratulations
待
for
会儿还有
some
精彩的比赛
Baisha
等
on
待
winning
大
this
家。
match.
那我们
We'll
一会
be
儿
back
不见不散。
shortly.
Hello, welcome back. It is ACL Crossfire, of course, and we are on to our grand final day, but we're not quite at our grand final just yet. Already a pretty interesting match to kick things off. The two big dogs, Baisha and AEG, going head-to-head. Baisha getting themselves the 2-0 win there, Kyle. I think has both of us surprised, as well as it seemed like Laz and Valdez as well.
Yeah, it felt like it could have been a much closer match. Even all gamers in my mind, I felt they were the better team maybe going into the day, but Baisha clearly just on another level in that series, and I'm excited to see what they'll do in the grand final later today.
Yeah, most definitely, but the question for us now is, who are they going to be playing up against in that grand final? We're going to be jumping into the next matchup, the second semi-final, Evolution Power and Ubek Maniac. And again, when we're talking about surprising results, obviously there's the one from earlier on today, but also one from yesterday, Ubek Maniac getting themselves the win over King Zero. 2-0 fashion as well. I don't know that anyone necessarily expected, maybe the guys over on the Philippines broadcast expected this, but the rest of us probably didn't expect to see Ubek Maniac here today. We would have been expecting this matchup to be Evolution Power and King Zero, which would have been a rematch of the CFPL Grand Final. Not the case, and it feels like the run into the Grand Final of ACL has been left wide open here for Evolution Power in a matchup against Ubek Maniac, who is a team they've already beaten on an international stage like this one.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really good opportunity for EP to just go full force into the grand finals, but Ubek has surprised us in a lot of ways already, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them do a little bit of something here in this match as well. Is it going to be enough to win a best of 3? That's where I'm not so sure, because this team has shown already historically a very, very good sub base from them, consistently able to win on the international stage on that map, but I feel like now going into this one, EP's seen them beat a Chinese team now twice on that map. I'd be very surprised to not see that go down in the bans.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, a bit of a question mark as to what that map pool actually ends up looking like here for Evolution Power. Is there just a perma ban that they don't want to go towards, or do they get rid of subbase anyway as a target ban? Conversation at some point, obviously, once we do get into the veto process. But look, I mean, I think if I'm Evolution Power, I'm really like rubbing my hands together, kind of looking at this and saying, you know what, we might actually be able to get ourselves a slot straight through to EWC here today. You obviously have this game against Ubek Maniac, which, look, again, Ubek Maniac, we've got to give them some credit for winning that game against King Zero, but realistically speaking, I think if you're Evolution Power, you'd be feeling a bit more nervous about going up against King Zero today than you would be against Ubek Maniac. Questions around whether or not Ubek Maniac can manage to go back-to-back and sort of deliver that same level that they did yesterday. We're going to find that out. But even beyond that point, now seeing Baisha into that grand final, Baisha being the team that only took 4th in CFPL, didn't really have a great run throughout 2025, even looked a little bit wishy-washy in 2024. If I'm Evolution Power, I'm kind of looking at that and saying, well, these are potentially the two easiest teams that we could have faced in the semi-final and then in the grand final, because I think AG would have been a more difficult task, in theory, in that grand final than Baisha would have, although we will wait and see. And I think Ubek Maniac, in theory, on paper, should be an easier opponent in the semi-final than what King Zero should have been. So overall, it feels like the brackets worked out really, really nicely here for Evolution Power, and it's, once again, an opportunity to claim themselves another victory on an international tournament, and this time to, instead of finish off 2024, kick off 2025.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's really EP's spot to grab, and everybody else is just kind of fighting to put a stop to it at this point, because EP on paper is the strongest team I think we have left in the running, and these other two teams, they're really just pulling upsets to get themselves through. I feel like Baisha, if they play like they did today, you know, maybe there's a chance they can pull it all the way through, but let's take a look at this EP roster. They've been quite impressive throughout the event already.
Yeah, I think fair to say that Evolution Power probably had the most difficult of the opening games, at least on paper again. You know, Ubek Maniac tended to end up being a little bit more difficult for King Zero than for the rest of the Chinese teams, what they faced, but Falcons did manage to take the 13-11 win on Black Widow. Eventually, Evolution Power, though, were able to clean that series up. Compound and Subbase went their way. Compound very decisively as well. So, yeah, interesting as well on the behalf of Evolution Power to see whether or not they do want to go into that Black Widow. It's a map that, you know, they seem to actually kind of struggle on a little bit yesterday, but and has been kind of their go-to for the better part of 6 months or so. So, imagine they'll probably be leaning into that one again. It should be fairly predictable for Ubek Maniac that that's where the veto will be headed.
Yeah, it might be the case here. I feel like when we look at this team, though, the big question mark for me going into today is going to be XQQ. He's been a little bit inconsistent as of late, but if he can perform, I feel like it's going to be another level.
On the other side of the coin, Ubek Maniac back once again to represent the Philippines after, I think, doing a pretty good job back at CFS 2024. They were playing in a group with Evolution Power and Imperial Esports, and that's always going to be a pretty tough ask for you to make it out of. They were able to beat A-Lotus. That's not a massive conversation point necessarily, but took a map off of Evolution Power, took a map off of Imperial last year, and now they've actually been able to beat King Zero 2-0 here at ACL. So internationally speaking, this team, Ubek Maniac, actually kind of like taking some scalps, causing some problems, being a bit of a pest, and that could continue today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, KLP and KLB really impressed me the way they're able to control the map. And the big thing that also worked so well for this team is it felt like even compared to King Zero, they just had so much strategy behind their play as well. This is a really well compromised team, and you can tell they're putting in those practice hours.
Most definitely. Having a look at the stats coming through here. I mean, you look at that and you think, oh, I don't know, that actually almost looks maybe slightly better for Ubek Maniac than it does for Evolution Power. But also in saying that, you know, you go back and talk about the regional discrepancy being that China tends to be a little bit more of a difficult competition than the Philippines. So you kind of have to weight the stats coming through with that kind of a conversation. And that's why it makes YH look as, you know, as impressive as is ever been the case, really. YH, again, you know, super solid. I think generally speaking, just across the board, Evolution Power have a really solid lineup. I mean, they've got experience there as well, in the likes of Minnow, who's been around pretty much forever. So it does kind of feel like they've got it all.
Yeah, I feel like YH and Zay are the players I'm looking to on that EP lineup. They looked really solid in their match against Falcons yesterday, who honestly were probably the toughest team to go up against in a quarterfinal if you're one of these Chinese lineups. Obviously, you've got to note that, you know, the KZ guys, I think they just had a bad day was part of it too. They did not look really well composed in their match against the Maniacs here, but nothing to take away from Ubek. They had a stellar performance, and if they can replicate that kind of success again today, I think this is still going to be a tough one for EP.
I mean, look, let's get into that kind of conversation then. Is there a realistic possibility that Ubek Maniac can actually go back-to-back, beat two Chinese, beat potentially what you would argue as the two best Chinese teams out of CFPL this season to make it into that grand final? Because the thing is possible. We're surprised by it, obviously. You have to give them the accolades, but essentially you're asking them to run the gauntlet. You know, you play King Zero, okay, you win that. Okay, now you get to play against Evolution Power, who's, again, in terms of the CFPL results, the next best team behind King Zero. And then if you win that, you then get to go up against Baisha. And look, we can talk all we like about Baisha having been a bit up and down of late and this and that, but like when you've got 9 on, when you've got Xiao on, that's a really tough team to beat. And Baisha, you know, such a storied name when it comes to Crossfire. Like I said, you're almost versing the final boss if you get into that grand final here as Ubek Maniac.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this one for me comes down to the bans and picks. I think that's really the deciding factor for Ubek's ability to win. I feel like they had probably the best ban and picks that I saw yesterday in the quarterfinals. They really set themselves up for success. They were able to get Sub-Base and Eagle Eye 2.0 in that best of 3 map pool, which for them are 2 really strong maps. So I'm hoping that EP has done their homework, because that's where I think they can shut these guys down early. If they get a confident map like an Ankara or a Black Widow where they're really strong as that first map, I feel like Ubek Maniac is going to have a much harder time on their hands.
Yep. Well, just waiting for those bans to come through at some stage. And then we'll be ready to go into game. Baisha, of course, waiting in the wings at the moment now as well, getting a bit of rest after their game against All Gamers, but I think they're pretty used to that. You know, these are big days when you play that opening semi-final. You have to wait around and then play in the grand final as well, but it's a situation that Baisha, you know, they have faced before, so they'll have some protocols established to deal with that. Not sure what's preventing us from getting into the veto at this stage. Does look like there's, you know, some shenanigans, some discussions happening on the stage on the Evolution Power side of the coin.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, everybody just trying to get prepared for this first one. I'm curious what map might be drawn first. EP, I think, is the question mark for me. We know Ubek's going to go for Sub-Base as that first pick all day long, but for EP, I'm not sure where they want to go here, because part of them is probably considering, too, how much they want to show, potentially considering themselves the favorite to go through and face Baisha, maybe holding a map or 2 off the table that they really want to play against Baisha later on, not to show too much of their strategy here, because I do think they can get away with certain maps they might not be as strong at going through here, but I think the only priority ban is going to be sub-base on their end. A compound I think would be quite interesting though, because it is a really good map for EP normally, but we did see UBEC Maniac actually pull the upset off on that second map yesterday, winning it 10-8, which to me was the more surprising one, not necessarily them winning that first sub-base match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I tend to agree with you. If we want to go back and look at the last series that they played, it was sub-base Ankara and Black Widow as a 3, Black Widow being the decider map. That sort of surprises me in a little bit. It kind of tells me Evolution Power picked into Ankara instead of Black Widow in their last meeting, but that was a while ago, back in December of 2024. So things may have changed. I wouldn't necessarily mind just seeing Evolution Power go back into that Black Widow. You know, if you're talking about trying to sort of keep something in check going into the match against Baisha, well, you've already showed Black Widow at this event as your map pick. So if you're feeling confident enough to get that over the line against UBEC Maniac, I think you go into that as well again. And at that point, then you've only shown the Black Widow. You haven't shown anything else yet.
Yeah, I feel like Black Widow, a really strong potential start here in Kara as well for this series. But for UBEC, I'm curious where they go, assuming sub-base is banned. I think that's another thing they've got to consider at this point. I wouldn't be surprised maybe to see a port drawn here. I'm actually surprised we haven't really seen port played in this event. Yeah. So I think we're going to see it probably at some point today. Definitely in that best-of-5 final, surely later on. But maybe even in this series as well, knowing sub-base might be taken off the table. You take that away, a lot of these teams outside of the Chinese region might go to port or maybe even to Mexico as one of those flex picks to try and catch one of these teams off guard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's only so much we can say, Kyle. We just have to, at this point, wait and see. And on the stage, I mean, it looks like everybody's ready to go. They're just sitting in the warm-up servers, having a bit of a prac.
Yeah, looks like some team deathmatch on ship. Just getting the shots warmed up. The classic aim map for everybody before they hop into their matches. I'm always curious with some players. You'll always see there's always one who's just not really doing anything and the rest of the team just like trying to keep themselves warm. I'm not sure what type of player you are, but for me, I'm definitely warming up in the server. I don't know how some of those players just kind of sit there and patiently wait.
I think it's just an experience thing probably. You know, once you've done it 1,000 times, maybe you don't feel like you need that. Let's take our headsets off. Good idea.
Oh, here we go. The bans are on the screen here, so looks like we are going to get the ban and pick started. Mexico, the first ban coming out from EP. Okay. Not super surprising there. Pretty common one for them to take off the table, but I am surprised that they didn't consider strongly on that sub base, because now it's up for the picking, and I wouldn't be surprised if UBEC goes straight there for map 1.
Well, they did leave it open in the series against Falcons, and they were able to win it there as well. So we know it's in the map pool for Evolution Power. It's maybe not one that they necessarily want to go towards, but it's definitely in the wheelhouse. And Kara is going to be taken away there by UBEC Maniac. Honestly, I don't think that's going to be too big of a concern for Evolution Power. It still feels like they've got quite a bit, actually, that they can angle towards. You know, we've talked about the Black Widow. Compound is as well. Yesterday looked pretty good from them. So I think there's a couple of options that we could see. I'm expecting it to be that Black Widow.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense here, unless they want to be really bold and maybe they learned something from that compound yesterday and just want to go for an aggressive pick to show what they can do here. But I feel like, yeah, the Black Widow has to be kind of the priority. Obviously for UBEC, sub-base would be very surprising to see them not pick that. Decider, maybe we see something like Port left on the table or an Eagle Eye. But yeah, EP, pretty straightforward with the pick so far.
It's going to be that Black Widow. So no real surprises through from Evolution Power. I mean, they must have looked at that game yesterday against Falcons and thought, you know, we didn't play our best game there. We still expect ourselves to be better on that map, and backing themselves. And I like that. That confidence coming through from Evolution Power is good. No surprises again. Sub-base as the map choice from UBEC Maniac. So I felt like we've had a pretty good read on what to expect out of this veto so far, Kyle. We've got a bang on. And I guess now it's up to us to decide what's that decider going to be, because that'll be a bit more of a difficult task.
Yeah, I know yesterday for UBEC it was Eagle Eye 2.0. Maybe that's the same again here. I feel like sub-base Eagle Eye would be a good potential closer for UBEC, assuming they lose the first in this series. But, you know, if they feel bold, they could actually get Compound again in this pool as well, which they did look pretty solid on yesterday too. So I feel like either way, UBEC has actually gotten a pretty good map draw here, all things considered, even though EP definitely has probably done their homework here. Leaving that sub base could be a decisive play in this series for UBEC to go through, and now it is going to be the Compound ban to seal the deal. So yeah, it's going to be Eagle Eye 2.0 again as the third map. We didn't end up seeing it yesterday in that series against KZ, but I have a feeling we might be seeing it today.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up in the video from last time. Sub-base Ankara and Black Widow were the maps back at CFS. We've got Black Widow and sub-base once again, but the Ankara ban means that we ultimately end up with Eagle Eye as the decider here. Yeah, I don't know, Kyle. I mean, look, I think there's definitely some hope here for UBEC Maniac, but I feel like if I'm Evolution Power, I'm super locked in today. You know, you get out the gate strong on that Black Widow, get a solid win there, and then start to think about sub-base. We've seen they can do some good work on sub-base. I don't imagine this is going to be an easy task at all for UBEC Maniac. Definitely not for Evolution Power either. UBEC Maniac are not a team to be, you know, dissuaded, I guess, from a big stage, as we've seen them do some good stuff over the last sort of couple of events. And they'll try and get themselves hyped up for this match. See if they can go one step further for the Philippines region and see if they can even make it all the way to EWC. If they get into that grand final and they're able to win that one against Baisha, to be another EWC slot for the Philippines region, which would be absolutely massive for the health of that scene.
Yeah, it would be huge if they could do it. It has to start here, though, on this first map, because you go down 1-0 against EP, it's hard to think you're going to win 2 in a row to redeem that one. So at this point, it's going to be all about this first map, Black Widow, to kick off that pacing for both teams. And EP, we've seen what they can do here. They did look a little bit shaky in that match against Falcons, so hopefully they've done a little bit to adjust. It seemed like the counter-aggressive plays that Falcons was throwing out at them gave them a pretty rough time on that map when they faced off yesterday. So I'm curious to see if UBEC did their homework and might try something similar to what Falcons was doing on the map.
Wonder what that conversation is right now for UBEC. I guess if I'm the coach of UBEC here, I'm sort of saying, look, guys, we've done it already once on this stage. Let's just back ourselves, play our own game, be confident. You know, don't second guess yourself. I think you know, second guessing yourself is where you really do let yourself down in a game like Crossfire, right? It is always a confidence-based game. You need to find those timings when those timings are available. Take the fights when they're on offer. If you hesitate, you lose. So coming in and playing with confidence will be important for UBEC Maniac today. And we'll see how things start off, though. Those first sort of 3-4 rounds are always going to be a big deciding factor in the momentum of the game. And obviously Evolution Power looking really quite chill to kick things off here.
Yeah, they just don't want to be too relaxed in this one. We saw that be kind of the downfall of King Zero yesterday in that matchup, but I'm curious to see if UBEC does what they did to KZ in the first round on map 2 yesterday, which is they literally just rushed mid instantly and caught them off guard, because nobody's really been playing that assertive against the Chinese teams aside from this team, and I think that's part of why they were able to have so much success, because they didn't take them like they were this strong, unbeatable team. They played them just like any other team, and that's really what they need to do again today.
Well, I think everybody's ready to go. Just waiting for all the admins to kick off the game. See a couple of fist bumps happening on the stage. Big yawn as well. I mean, it gets kind of like that when you have to wait this long to start the game. I mean, especially on the behalf of Evolution Power, who have just been sitting in their chairs. They're like looking over at UBEC Maniac like, guys, come on. You know, let's just start this game. Who needs to have a chat again? Surely you've had enough preparation time.
Well, it does seem like it's time here. You can hear a bit of a chant from both teams as we get ready to hop into our first map of the series. Should be starting any moment, though.
Yeah, I can see from my position here that the players have loaded into the game. So we should be getting in there momentarily. Here we go. It is time for semi-final number 2 at ACL 2025. Evolution Power up against Ubek Maniac.
All right, here we go, right into the action. Map number 1. It's going to be all about this BL side. That is the key to winning Black Widow. And it's going to be Ubek Maniac starting off on this side of the map. But YH getting aggressive on A-Long already, trying to put the punish to know they're going to find the kill. Quickly traded by JJ, who's looking for the double, and he's going to find it.
That's long control established. Ubek Maniac out the gates strong, and that is a really positive sign from them. You know, I think there's probably a lot of non-believers when it comes to Ubek Maniac, and I would tend to say I am one of them. But if they can start to change that narrative early on, particularly here on Black Widow, which is the map choice of Evolution Power, then we might start to become believers ourselves. KLP, though, going to go down. Nice shot from YZK. That'll draw out a bit of a cheer from the crowd. Back into the 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, a bit of a rotation coming through from Ubek, putting all of their emphasis on the catwalk, working their way up towards that A-bomb site. It is very well stacked from EP. They've got pretty much their whole team ready to respond here. YZK holding that main angle up the catwalk, and it's going to be a slow play here from Ubek, looking to set up a little bit of utility, though they don't have a whole lot left to work with. It's going to be Loy, who just goes for the swing, but YZK good for one, Minnow good for the second, and it's all on to JJ. Surely not an ace to kick off the round here. It's 4 already on the table.
Going up against YZK, it's not going to happen. He was so close, but yet unfortunately still so far. It's Evolution Power to start the proceedings with a round of their own. I think they probably have their hearts in their mouths a little bit after that round, though. That was a little too close for comfort if you're Evolution Power, and this is your map pick. You know, you really want to be stamping your mark on this series early on in the piece, and JJ definitely the standout so far.
Yeah, really good work in that first round from Ubek. Just not enough to seal the deal. The rest of the team not having a lot of success on that A-ramp entry, and now it's going to be up to them to try and change the pace here in round number 2. This time, a lot of focus being put over towards the B-bomb site. All 5 players grouped up and ready to go for the execute. You can see some early utility being thrown here from EP, but they're already going to start and rotate in as well. And this is where you've got to be a little bit careful on the approach. There's already going to be 2 players on site and a third nearby now for EP.
Patience right now for Ubek, as they wait and see if KLP is going to be able to get himself a pick here, see if Evolution Power will be playing aggressively in the box room, trying to find any information. But look, one thing that we know about Evolution Power on the GR side is they're not a particularly proactive team. There are some pace changes out from them every now and then, but this early on in a game, I think you're probably going to be expecting a little bit more of a default style out from Evolution Power. And that's more or less what we've got in this round. You know, it's kind of like, it's almost like a 1-2-2 split, actually. But a fairly default spread across the map for Evolution Power. They had HUD control. Don't see too much there. Going to rotate off of that now as they start to expect something over towards B. And it's a pretty good read so far from Evolution Power. They are congregating their forces towards the B-bomb site, which is where Ubek Maniac are going to go. They're going to go through a smoke into the box room, and they get themselves a couple of nice entries. I'm not sure how Evolution Power have let that one slip, because they had the perfect read. They had the players where they needed, but they just haven't hit their shots.
Yeah, honestly, really good entry fragging coming out from UBEC. They're going to secure their first round, and you can see the energy from these players already. They're hyped up. They're ready to go. And EP, they're going to have to learn quickly. This is not a team you can underestimate.
Yeah, most definitely. That was the kind of pace that UBEC Maniac can bring to the table. We saw that in round 1 as well with JJ kind of exploding out onto long. Similar story here on B. And we have UBEC Maniac once again trying to make some inroads into long. KLB taking some control there. Looks like they're pretty aware that Hut is not occupied.
Yeah, a bit of a spread here towards the A-bomb side, a bit of a split in the works. YH and Zay looking to contest. Zay, he's got the angle. The flash is thrown perfectly there. He's able to find Loy, the rest of the team backing off, but YH again on the off angle has a chance, but no, what is that second headshot? Beautiful timing, but Zay at the very least able to trade it out.
Yeah, massive battle over middle. C4 was dropped in that meanwhile, but collected once again by JJ. The Chinese crowd getting pretty rowdy. You can hear them making a lot of noise when these kills come through for UBEC Maniac. It's not, honestly, it's not the biggest Crossfire crowd that we've ever had, but still pretty sizable, still making a bit of noise. YZK with a miss through the smoke over the top of the heads of a couple of players. It's going to allow UBEC Maniac close up onto the site, and KLB shutting them down.
Yeah, KLB on the entries. He is just a monster, and it is going to be a rude awakening here for EP in that third round. Already facing a fight from behind as they continue forward. It is a BL-sided map, but definitely an aggressive pace so far from UBEC. The executions, though, this is just where they thrive. It seems like they don't fail any trades, and the entry fraggers are always on point for this team.
Yeah, UBEC looking really good, man. Have to be said. It's without KLP having any impact so far either. You know, not been involved in the kills department, barely died. Hasn't really had to do anything. He's been in the backpack. He's the sniper here on Black Widow, which is always a pretty important role, particularly moving on to the GR side. It's all getting done by the riflers here, which is looking fantastic for UBEC Maniac. Very explosive.
Yeah, right now it is going to be a B control play from UBEC here in round 4. Getting that early info and slowly pushing up to the B bridge. The rest of the rotation starting to come through for EP, though. They've got 3 on the B bomb side this time, only leaving that 1 player posted up over in the A-long barracks. But they suffered a lot on the previous B execution. We'll see it maybe different this time around, but XQQ holds for the first. Zay good for a second, but KLB again on the entry is able to find 2.
Yeah, KLB's insane at the moment. He's just taken JJ's start and kind of run with it and turned it into his own. He's 7-1 at the moment. Plan going down here for no. Back into the 3-on-3 with a flank coming around the back from YH. KLP has been set up to watch for that one. If he misses a shot, though, on that HP, he is going to be a dead man, which is, in the end, what does occur. Evolution Power looking to fight their way back into the site. No has found himself a couple, actually a double. And he's still safe behind this box. He's got KLP to play the crossfire with. This is a difficult one for YH, who's scared of moving out from the box room. Now makes his peak, and UBEC Maniac win another. 3-1 the scoreline, and we are going to get an early tack timeout from Evolution Power, which I would say is much needed.
Yeah, I don't blame them here, especially after a round like that. You had XQQ still hitting the opening pick, but it doesn't matter when KLB can continue to entry like he has been. They've got to find a way to make sure he can't find more than 1 kill at best on these pushes. And on top of that, that previous round you had No stepping up, getting a 3K on the post plan, and this is looking like a really well-rounded team. The only one yet to really wake up, like you mentioned, is KLP. The snipers being a little bit quiet on the map so far, but they haven't really needed him just yet. So far, the entries are doing a lot of the work.
Yep, the riflers are getting a whole lot done. I mean, even No, you have to give some credit for that last round, right? In the post plan, 2-on-2, he picks his battles, he picks his timing nicely, hits his shots, dances around the box on the site, and kind of opens it up easily for the clutch for UBEC Maniac. So it's still early days, but 3-1 scoreline for Evolution Power on their own map pick. It's not, you know, it's kind of getting to panic stations, you know. It's early, but it is concerning for sure, especially knowing that this was a map that they really got pushed on yesterday by Falcons as well. Kind of looking at it and going, do they have a bit of a misread maybe on their pool? Is Black Widow really truly their best option? Well, so far is proving not to be, actually, in this event.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough time so far. We'll see if the pause does anything to help them out as we hop back into it. A 3-1 score. And KLP off to the races here. Over to A-Long, grabs the pick. On to YH, he's looking for more. Minnow struggles, but still manages to get the kill. But again, KLP right there for the trade. No, already up the catwalk on top of it. It's an early 4-on-2. Zay, though, the collateral spray down settles the score.
Yeah, Zay dueling with KLB, and no one's beating KLB at the moment. Another headshot comes through. This guy is just locked in. Loy for one more. I've got to be honest with you, Kyle. I feel like the crowd's actually a little bit louder when they're getting kills coming through from KLB. They're kind of, I don't know, either loving or hating it, but they're certainly making a lot of noise about it.
I don't blame them. It's a stellar performance so far. Already very close to, if not already, in the double digits for his team, sitting at 9-1. On top of that, you've got No 7-3 against the reigning world champions. This is not an easy team to go up against, but they're just making work of them so far.
Yeah, I always, in these kinds of situations, though, do have to question, like, how long can this last, you know? If KLB cools off and stops hitting every single shot as a headshot, what then does Ubek Maniac have to fall back on, you know? Obviously, No and JJ have been doing pretty well for themselves as well. So there does seem to be a pretty solid firepower base at the moment for Ubek Maniac, but these rounds do feel like a lot of the time they're kind of swinging off of KLB's performances. And I just wonder if, you know, if he slows down a little bit, does that change the conversation? YZK down to 28 HP.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear it from the crowd. The shots these guys are hitting are insane, but Zay doing a little bit of magic himself, able to get the opener onto Loy, lurking over towards the B-bomb side, but Zay runs into a wall of players. XQQ looking for the recovery, but again, KLP barely missing that shot. Could have been a full connection, but still, he's taking him down to 11.
Yeah, YZK and XQQ both very low. Looks like it'll be a default back over toward A from Ubek Maniac here. They're going to try their arm over there. They do have KLB and No, who are going to be the players that have been in form so far today in this clutch. See if KLB can have an impact. Doesn't look like it's going to come down to KLB this time. So see what KLB can do with that orb in hand. Minnow is positioned, unspotted, unknown, and surely no chance here for No in the 1v4. He's trying to dig out Minnow, giving him a little bit of a toe tickle. But 4-2 the scoreline as Evolution Power will pull one back.
Yeah, it's a much needed round there. Still far from the tie, though. And this is where they've got to get that momentum on their side. If EP really want to take this map away, they've got to make this at least a 4-round half for themselves. Otherwise, things will start to get a little bit scary in that overall scoreline, especially considering, you know, Subbase is map number 2 in this series, and we've seen what Ubek can do on a comfort map for themselves. So at this point, it's really up to EP to try and change the pace. I do like the forward pressure move on the box room here towards B, playing it a little bit differently than they have been this time around. They've got the 2 players stacked up, YH on the high boxes, Zay down low, but still could be traded if they're ready for it.
Ooh. KLP having, I would say, his first moment of impact. An opening kill in a round like this one, a big deal for Ubek Maniac in terms of just maintaining control of this map. If they can go up 5-2 as opposed to allow it to pull back to 4-3, you know, it keeps that pressure on Evolution Power. And also then you're starting to think, okay, well, if KLP is going to start to come online too, that's going to be extra problems for us. Once again, though, moving their way back over to Long. They've left KLB over towards the B side of the map just to make sure no funny business happening over there in terms of pushes. He's definitely showing his presence. He's keeping a couple of players over on B. So this is essentially a 2v4 for control of A. And if Ubek Maniac take that side, they'll surely win the round. Minnow lasts a 5-up, but won't be able to defend for very long.
Yeah, KLP already on 3 kills this round. KLP on the lurk, able to find the 4th player. And Zay, he is all alone. 1 versus 4. KLP good for the quad kill on the round. And UBEC, they're looking to do the unthinkable once again. They're already halfway to a victory on map 1.
I want to believe, you know, I want to believe, Kyle. I'm not quite there yet, but a 10-2 KLP. JJ doing well, No doing well, and KLP now maybe also coming online is a very tantalizing prospect here for UBEC Maniac. I think, though, they've got to just keep going. You know, you can't let your foot off the neck here of Evolution Power. You've got to just keep putting that pressure on. Take the rounds as they come. YZK with a massive whiff. He'll be taken down, and Mino, again, is trying to defend that side, essentially solo. YH coming in from the swing from long to assist, and he'll get himself 1. But side control now there for UBEC Maniac, and KLP can do no wrong. Eventually he'll fall. It's KLP in the clutch here. See if he can step up, but he won't be able to. Evolution Power get themselves 1 more, but it is a frantic, frantic round.
Yeah, very tough fight there for EP, but thankfully they'll be able to make this one a little bit closer. If they could somehow pull to a 5-4 half all said and done, it's really not the worst situation to be in, considering it is a BL-sided map, and that's where they can think about climbing themselves back into this first map of the series. But for UBEC, they've got to make sure they can finish on the right foot here. They've had such a stellar first half. It would be a shame to see it slip to just 1 round.
Yeah, I think if you're UBEC here, you're really looking for 6. Mino stuck and dealt with. So once again, UBEC Maniac have the player advantage. They also have long control. Although there are some smokes that are going to dissuade them from pushing into Ord A. They can just wait that out. They've got plenty of time to play with.
Yeah, now we're going to see the mid-round rotations start to happen. KLP, though, still holding on to this angle. Wanted to take the fight on XQQ, but XQQ actually wants no fight in that. He just wants to go for the passive angle, waiting for the push, see if he can find a better off angle underneath the catwalk. And we are going to see a slow rotation from the rest of EP as well, sending YZK back over to solo on the B bomb side. And this is exactly what they were looking for. UBEC now has the players spread a little bit thin, so all they've got to do is trade at this point.
They should be able to do that pretty comfortably here. It's just Zay holding. He'll take a 1-for-1, which is not enough for Evolution Power right now. XQQ as well. Awkward timing for him. He's got to be aware of KLP, and this is where problems arise. He doesn't hit his shots. He's getting flanked on both sides. There's nowhere to go. No safety at all on that A-bomb site. So he drops, and that leaves it to YZK in a 1v3. At UBEC Maniac, it looks like destined to go to 6. Loy will give up his life. He's had a bit of a rougher half, and we'll see if YZK can manage to conjure something.
Yeah, it's definitely not over just yet. YZK able to find the first already in this 1-on-3, but KLP stepping up yet again, takes it to a 6-3 opening half. So UBEC off to a bit of a brilliant start in this one, but can they keep it up now on the GR side? This is going to be the big test.
Yeah, look, Evolution Power definitely have their backs against the walls at the moment. Subbase coming up next. It's UBEC Maniac's map pick. They got to be feeling good about the proceedings, but XQQ able to open things up onto KLP early. It is UBEC Maniac that are still trying to control the pace of this game by getting aggressive in through middle. No's now been spotted out, and he's going to have to go slinking away back towards the A-bomb site, leaving KLP kind of forward himself. No sticks around. KLP probably needs to find this next kill, otherwise he'll be a dead man. Not an easy position to get out of.
Yeah, I mean, for the moment, it's a very, very forward map control presence from UBEC. They're going to have to give some ground eventually here. KLP going for a couple of shots there over towards the B ramp. Not able to find anything yet. Repositions here, though, for the second fight. He's going to miss the shot onto Minnow as well, who's actually able to grab Loy on the door in the process. KLP 0-4 on this angle, but finally able to connect. Whoa. Gets a second before going down. Still a 3-on-2 advantage for EP, but now a fighting chance for UBEC.
Here's where JJ has to step up once again. First half of the first round of the first half, I should say, he did a big job. Can he do the same here in the first round of the second half? If he goes for a quick push out through from the box room here, he will spot the info that there's nothing there. Has been seen by XQQ, a shot fired in his direction, but Ubek Maniac holding on to quite a bit of space at the moment, and Evolution Power on their way back over towards A, which is where No is holding, and No has been really good this map.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the timing here. No, unfortunately, pushed all the way through up the catwalk. JJ, the first to get spotted underneath, but no. But he get the timing shot. He's able to catch Minnow off guard for the first. XQQ struggling to find the second, but eventually will, along with YZK, to close out this round. So already we're back to a much closer game, but still EP have to keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it can't just be the same as what we saw in the first half, where they got themselves around and then like let another two slip, right? If Ubek Maniac immediately respond here, pick up a couple of quick rounds, pressure's right back onto Ubek Maniac. But look, I think Ubek Maniac are going to feel a little bit more comfortable now that they're on the blacklist side. And Ubek maybe a little bit more unsettled on the GR side as well. We'll see how that ends up panning out. Early pause again. You have to assume that that is Ubek timeout coming out after this round. So maybe just feeling the pressure a little bit early on in this half.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough round here, potentially a B push from the looks of it, though the C4 is still sitting all the way back in the BL spawn, but eventually will rotate over here as well. So we can start to see a bit of a mid group up, maybe even a catwalk push coming through, but this is where Ubek have to be a little bit careful on this mid position. They don't really have a direct challenge on it. JJ playing a little bit of an off angle, not really getting that information that this push is coming to life, so the A players really have to hold on.
Yeah, No will be the first point of contact. Typically, you like to see an Orm holding the bridge. No in the pivot position with the rifle. He's going to have to be perfect. He's going to have to hit some headshots if he wants to survive from here. And no connection so far. There is a smoke helping him out. No for one. Loy another. And Minnow very low will eventually take the site control. An 8 over the top. Not going to cause too much of an issue. And now it's Loy and KLB to try to make this retake happen. They haven't actually planted a C4 yet. So time's not working against Ubek Maniac. They've been given a bit of extra time to set themselves up. Nice shot, though, from XQQ. We'll almost seal the deal for this map, for this round, I should say. Certainly not this map.
Yeah, Loy, it's going to have to be a miracle, but no miracles in this round. XQQ doing a great job, starting to wake up and make things happen. Ubek, of course, pulling out the timeout. Smart call here at this point. They had a good first half. But so far in the second half, this is where you've got to watch out for EP. When you put them on the aggressive side, they are a very tough team to shut down. And this is where I'm not sure if Ubek is going to be safe enough just yet. Those 6 rounds maybe needed to be 7 or 8.
No, I think you're 100% right. With the dominance that they displayed in the first half, they probably did need a little bit more than 6 to feel like they had got their value out of that first half. And this is now where it's starting to break down a little bit for Ubek. They're not feeling like they have the same control that they did have on the BL side. They don't have the same ability to impact the game. You could see that they wanted to maintain that. They tried to play aggressive at the start of the second half. That first round, they pushed in through middle, but lost the player pushing on long, so they couldn't really pincer in. And ultimately, it ended up being a pretty toothless round. It's kind of felt relatively toothless, this GR side so far from Ubek. So I'm intrigued as to what they might be angling for after this timeout.
Yeah, I know yesterday a lot of their pauses ended up with them being very aggressive coming out of them to try and catch their opponent off guard. It worked really well on Compound in their match previously against KZ, but against EP, I'm not sure if that's going to be necessarily the play. I feel like EP is a bit more methodical on their BL side. They're more aware of these counter-aggressive plays, but we'll see exactly what the change of pace might be. This time it is going to be a solo push out on A long for KLP, just grabbing the early control. The rest of the team, though, for Ubek, starting to be a little bit more proactive up the catwalk.
Once again, a patient approach from Ubek Maniac. So no real aggression out from them, although a little bit of a peek happening here over toward long. No is on a bit of a mission. hasn't seen anybody yet. And so you've got 3 players over toward the B bomb site. Some counter util out here from Ubek Maniac as well, but they'll lose Loy so early on in the piece, out in no man's land. KLP just stuck behind the box. Gonna try and flash himself out for a fight, but that position is really untenable unless you have another player there to assist you, and he did not. That's gonna be the B side taken, and honestly taken a little bit too easily, I would say.
Yeah, not a whole lot of stopping power on this side of the map from Ubek. Already down to a 2-on-5 for JJ and KLP. There's just no way they should be able to get back into this bomb site. JJ is just stuck in the double doors. You can see KLP trying to find something from the window, eventually able to find one, but that's going to be it. It's 3 in a row for EP. The momentum swing definitely in their hands now, and they're hoping they can run with it a little bit longer.
This is a difficulty of being the underdog, though, isn't it? You know, you get off to such a great start, and you have that belief, and then you're kind of smacked back to reality. That's why I said in the first half, you know, it's really important that Ubek Maniac just maintain that momentum, because as soon as you lose it, you almost never get it back.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit more challenging. After losing 3 in a row, they have to find a way to break that momentum of EP. Put a round up on the board to get themselves back into this one. Otherwise, EP will be pulling into, I believe, their first lead of the map. So for them, it's going to be a really tough one to get back if Ubek let it go down 4-0 on the start of this half. KLB and Loy, though, I like the setup here, the double stack in the box room, but they're not really going to have any opportunity to utilize that. It looks like we're going to see the rest of EP going all the way back towards that A bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice forward hold for Ubek Maniac in mid. But that is not where Evolution Power are headed at the moment. Evolution Power taking their time about clearing out long, though. May not actually be confirming an A hit here. You know, with that C4, though, shoulder in the corner, certainly gives you a bit of an indication. Back in toward middle now, and this is what Ubek Maniac have set themselves up for. JJ not quite going to find the timing there for that fight. YH was low, and he'll be finished off by No, but still the position being taken by Evolution Power as they push their way toward bridge. YZK stuck in the corner. He's got no backup. His mates just dipped on him. Zay's gone down underneath, in through middle, and he's going to have to come up with the goods to make amends for it. He only gets 1. Back into the 2-on-2, and Mino struggling for this kill onto No, but XQQ has no such problems. It's on to KLB once again. They're not aware of him close. Now, though, that info coming across, and Mino will hit the crucial shot. It had to be a headshot. KLP's position was a bit of a surprising one, but the round still goes the way of Evolution Power.
Yeah, better looking round at the very least from Ubek, but at the end of the day, they're still getting it done on this BL side. 4 for 4 on this half, and already 3 away from closing out a first map victory. KLP, though, over towards B, thinking about going for the early challenge. Instead, forced away from the counter flash, and the rest of EP starting to group up here alongside YZK, who was holding it down early on, and looks like they might put this B to the test, but no, actually able to spot a player pushing through that lower B archway, and now they have a chance to early rotate an extra player over, but it might be a little bit too late. EP already goes in, guns blazing. YH good for the double kill on the entry, and again, they just can't hang on to the sites.
Yeah, Evolution Power really coming into their own on this Blacklist side. You'd be looking at this map, and if we would have started with these teams on these halves, if Evolution Power starts on the Blacklist side, we'd be saying Evolution Power are dominating right now. Ubek Maniac have literally not got anything done at all. You know, can't sort of defend either side, can't defend anywhere, can't really get any kills. It's just that first half that's kind of lingering, that's keeping this feeling close. But actually, frankly, this second half has been utter dominance from Evolution Power. We came in at a 6-3 scoreline. Now it's going to be 8-3. That's a 5-0 start, essentially, for Evolution Power on the Blacklist side, which is even better than what Ubek Maniac was able to do.
Yeah, honestly, an insane performance in the second half. They're definitely a strong BL team, but definitely showing some issues with the GR of Ubek as well. So hopefully they can find a way to make this one around for themselves. Otherwise, if it goes to a 9-6 on 6 in a row, you've got to think it's pretty much over. Might already be over at this point, the way things have been looking. But Loy, he tries to go for the early peak. But again, that counter flash early forces them out of position. And this is where EP is so good at this side of the map because UBEC is so passive. They're just abusing this early map control.
Well, it's going to be a quicker hit this time from Evolution Power. Just going to explode their way out onto the box room. There are 3 B defenders, but need some kills to come through for UBEC Maniac. KLB good for 1, but again, stuck behind the box alone. Doesn't have the support from any of the rotators just yet. He's still fighting hard, and KLB finally arriving through the doors to help him out. KLB doing what he needs to do, just surviving, and keeps UBEC Maniac in the conversation. That's their first round on the GR side.
Yeah, better late than never, I suppose, for these guys, but still, an EP lead. It's going to come down to what UBEC can do to keep this in their hands. Right now, EP again, early pressure play over towards B. It's the 4th round in a row. They've gone for this early round aggression to control the B doors and make sure there's nobody peeking out for info early on. But no, this time, able to sneak up the catwalk, has some support as well from his team in doing so. And actually like this setup, it gives them a little bit of a chance at more information here earlier on than they had in the previous round. But no, he's got to be careful there. XQQ on the other side wants to take that fight.
Yeah, JJ also eating a lot of damage. UBEC close to losing the first player in this round. But yeah, a bit more of a reset, I guess, this round from Evolution Power. You saw last round, they sort of just decided we're going to go B, we're going to do it early. We're going to see if we can just brute force essentially our way into the B bomb side. That didn't work, and now they're going to go back to a bit more of a tried and true, kind of like a little bit more passive style, slow, kind of work the map a little bit, draw out some of the GRU till first. That was what was successful for them throughout this second half so far. It will be an A split in this round for Evolution Power.
Comes the pressure, though. JJ not going to connect, but KLP and No right there to hold on to things. Now in a 4-on-3, Minnow and YZK. The repeat from Minnow, able to find the triple kill on top of it, and now Loy is left all alone in the A window.
Yeah, that experience once again shining through for Minnow. He's the 3rd player coming across bridge. Wasn't expected, hits his shots. You think you've killed 2 players already pushing through from bridge. You've probably dealt with the threat from there, but Minnow just bides his time nicely. Puts that element in the doubt in the minds of UBEC and gives Evolution Power their 9th. It is 9-7. Let's not forget that Evolution Power still allowed this to go to OT from here against Falcons yesterday, but maybe that won't be the case today. UBEC Maniac folding, capitulating in what could be the final round of the map. XQQ up over bridge, not even required. It's the riflers from Long that have got the job done. And Evolution Power have surely lost the map now. Oh, sorry, won the map. UBEC Maniac have surely lost it. KLB to try and save the day, but a 1v4, it is wishful thinking as the plant does go down, and that is going to be that. 10-7. Evolution Power with a near flawless BL side. Well, a little bit closer this time around for the Ubek Maniac guys. They were able to get it a little bit tighter than the last time they played against Evolution Power on Black Widow, but the result is still the same. It is still a loss, and now it's a 1-0 scoreline for Evolution Power in the series, and looking, I would say, pretty good in doing so. Obviously, the GR side, a bit problematic for both teams on that map, but Blacklist side looked phenomenal for Evolution Power, and they close out the map reasonably comfortably in the end.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it was Ubek. In the beginning, they looked so strong, but then you get to the side swap. They just couldn't get anything done on that GR side. And honestly, I feel for them. I felt like that map was theirs to win for so long, and then they just go into the defense, and it felt like there was nothing they could do to stop EP, and that's why I think EP is such a strong team. You look at the other Chinese rosters, they kind of falter when they're already down behind in those situations, but EP, they know how to claw back, and they showed it full force on that BL side. Yeah, most definitely. They're a good team that, they're a team that's good at coming back from behind. Again, like I want to reiterate again what I said yesterday. In that CFS final last year, they also came back from a fairly hefty deficit. They were down 2-1 in terms of maps overall. Were able to pull that series back to a victory in an OT on Compound. It's a similar kind of mentality that's required, just on a grander scale when we're doing it in terms of a series, but also in terms of a map as well. Mino leading from the front once again for Evolution Power. 1.64 out from him in terms of the KD. Probably going to be picking up the MVP here, but XQQ were the shout. Zay as well had a pretty good little bit of impact, and unfortunately for Ubek Maniac, KLB, he started so strong. JJ started really strong as well. Both of them kind of fell off. KLB less so than JJ. JJ really fell off a cliff. KLB was still there. He was still having impact, but not to the same level that he needed to win all of those earlier rounds. And, again, No also pretty decent. Like, there was decent stuff thrown in from Ubek Maniac, but I think, honestly, part of the thing that has kind of let them down is Lloyd just went completely missing, right? Like, you look at the numbers there for Evolution Power, everyone's kind of contributing. On Ubek Maniac, Lloyd didn't really contribute, unfortunately. And, when you have someone like Mino doing this kind of thing, you need all 5 members contributing, putting in the hard yards to get things over the line. No secret, 10-7, it was a winnable game for sure for Ubek Maniac, but just not quite having the extra 10% that they need to kind of get that one over the line. And that'd be an unfortunate loss, but they do have positives to take away from that they can at least contest Evolution Power today. They are moving into their map pick of sub-base. Let's not write them off yet. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, sub-base, like you said, is the next map. So I feel like this is a very winnable one for them. They looked really solid on it yesterday, winning at 10-6 over KZ. And I feel like even in this situation, you're down a map. This is like the best comfort pick they could ask for in this situation to try and claw it back. And the Decider map does tend to cater to their play style as well. So I feel like they're definitely not out of this one just yet. All right, well, that's going to be us for map number 1. We've still got plenty more Crossfire coming up for you in just a second. We're going to take a quick break before map 2. We'll see you soon.
Sub-base coming up now for Ubek Maniac, and they've got to put their faith in their map pick, right? They're down 0-1 in this series. Evolution Power, I think, looking pretty decent, solid enough at least there on Black Widow to make you think, look, their sub-base is okay. They're probably the better team in this matchup just on paper. We'd be leaning, I think, towards a 2-0 right here, but Ubek Maniac definitely giving us enough kind of pizzazz there to make us think, hey, maybe there's a bit of a chance. They had a solid win yesterday on this map against King Zero. They were pretty close on this map as well last time they played against Evolution Power. So there is a conversation to be had, surely.
Yeah, I feel like this is a strong pick coming out from this team. It's just going to be a matter of if they let that first map get to them or not, because they had such a big lead in that first half, and they were kind of devastated in the second half there. I believe it was an 8-1 or 7-1 finish, and to come back from that takes a lot of willpower. So I feel like for Ubek, they've got to put in their A game in this one and really show us kind of similar to what they did to KZ yesterday, which was just a dominating performance on both halves, really, and I think that's the big advantage they have going into this one. The GR on Black Widow didn't look good, but their GR yesterday on this map was a stellar performance. They had a 6-3 opening half on the GR against King Zero, and if they can do that again here, I think they're going to be in a much better situation.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, they've had a little bit of time to have a bit of a chat, obviously, away from the stage and try to get themselves reset. If they can come out on sub-base with the same kind of pace and ferocity that we saw on map 1. You know, if they can start here, I don't know if they're going to start on Blacklist. I don't know if they're going to start on Global Risk. Obviously, that decision will actually be up to Evolution Power. But if Ubek can start on the Blacklist side and, you know, hit those kinds of entries that they were, again, you know, there's a very real possibility that they can still force this one through to a map 3. But look, if I'm Evolution Power, knowing that I've got to play against a Baisha up in this grand final, I'd be trying to get this one done as quick as possible, because that could end up being a very, very long grand final. We've seen in the past when it's two Chinese teams playing in a grand final, typically it goes the distance. You know, you go back to CFS events where oftentimes we're going to 5 maps, 4 maps. You go to CFPL events as well. The most recent CFPL went all the way to 5. That was between Evolution Power and King Zero. So I think there's definitely a precedent set here, especially if Baisha's playing well today, which it seems is the case, that if they do match up against Evolution Power, although you'd put Evolution Power as the favorite on paper, it may not be an easy game for them.
Yeah, it's kind of a test of endurance for whoever goes through this one. I mean, they have the potential for one of these teams to play 8 maps on the day in order to potentially win the event. So that's where things get a little bit tough to go through that kind of a day and get out of the other side of it feeling like you've accomplished everything you wanted to here. So for these guys on EP, I'm hoping they can get it done in the 2-0. It'd give them a lot of confidence going into that final, especially considering how good Baisha looked. You almost need to make a statement here, I think, considering Baisha on the day is looking stellar. I mean, N9 had probably the best performance we've seen all events so far from himself on that final map, and if he carries that into the grand finals, that is going to be quite the team to go toe-to-toe with.
Yeah, exactly. That's the unfortunate reality for Evolution Power and Ubek Maniac here, that whichever team does end up winning, they will be going up against one of the GOATs of Crossfire. I don't know if he's the GOAT. That's a conversation definitely to be had, but Nine's definitely up there in the conversation, and you know, Xiao's been around a long time now as well, and he's certainly a key player for that team too. Both of those guys were really, really online in that matchup against All Gamers, so tough road ahead, I imagine, for the winner of this one. But we've still got a ways to go in this best of 3 first. Let's jump into map 2 between Evolution Power and Ubek Maniac.
Here we go, right into it. Map number 2, the chance to fight back for Ubek after falling short in the first, and see if they can do just that. It is going to be the BL side once again for them to kick it off. This time, though, it's YZK to find the opener. JJ, no entries this time around. It's a complete shutdown on the B bomb site, already down to just Loy, only able to find a couple before going down.
That is not the way that you want to be starting that map. Once again, you know, you can see early in the game, Ubek Maniac trying to control the pace, trying to go fast, trying to catch Evolution Power off guard with speed. And it's just not worked at all. So instantly a 1-0 scoreline for Evolution Power. getting themselves settled early on that GR side, maintaining the momentum through from map number 1. And we'll see a much different approach from Ubek Maniac this time around. XQQ waiting for his moment to strike, but opting not to just yet.
Yeah, at this point, EP, they don't have to do anything overly aggressive. Ubek, after losing that first one on an aggro round, they're going to take their time and play this one nice and slow, trying to get those entry frags one by one. KLP playing a little bit forward on the L-turn in mid, looking to see if he can maybe find someone early, but at this point, EP, they know they don't have to go for any peaks. You know, the only one really taking a contest here over towards the double doors on wood. Just waiting on the other side, though, is JJ and no KLP grouping up as well. It looks like it could be a control play in that direction.
Very patient stuff from Ubek Maniac so far. Got a smoke on the stairs of A. They're trying to sort of draw a rotation over toward A. There's a bit of a fake with util in that direction from Ubek Maniac, but normally if you're going to do that, you need to have at least a player kind of probing and showing some presence. Otherwise, you're not really fooling anyone. They haven't pulled a rotation off of B. Still got Mino in the swing position at jail, and YZK clean. Lets the first player pass and hits the shot onto the second. So far, so good for Evolution Power, but XQQ under pressure, and there's the entries. Ubek Maniac a little bit more Black Widow-esque on the BL side this round. Is pulling its way back. A couple of quick kills in there from Evolution Power, but now a 2-on-1 for Minnow to try and negotiate.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. No, tucked away in the corner. The perfect spot there to win this one. Ubek quickly answer back with one for themselves, and this is where I think things will get interesting, especially given No's positioning there. He's got almost a bit of a fetal positioning going on.
Just the comfort position, you know. You got to play on stage the same way you play at home. And clearly that is his go-to. Probably not the best posture to be using, but that one's unfortunate for KLP as well, as he just gets dunked by a couple of nades. And straight up, this round is now a 4-on-5, favoring Evolution Power.
Yeah, at this point, Ubek, they're going to have to be careful for the rest of the round. Already being down a player, but EP wasting no time looking for the second. They'll find it onto No. Zay does go down to Loy, but it may not matter at this point. He's traded down on top of it to make it a 2-on-4 pretty early into this round.
Mino looking to lock down the push in his direction. We'll just give up some space. He knows he's low, doesn't need to take that fight. YZK will do those honors. You've got 3 very low players here for Evolution Power, so it is doable for JJ, but unable to win the opening one against XQQ means that he can't get into the easier fights, and so second round on the board for Evolution Power. GR side on sub base looking a little bit more comfortable than what it did on Black Widow.
Yeah, for Ubek, it almost seems like they're starting to hesitate a little bit, which is a bit uncommon for this team to hesitate against the stronger teams they're up against. So I'm hoping they maybe go for another aggressive play. Even though it didn't work in the first round, you've got to sprinkle those in if you want to take down a team like EP. The second they feel like they have a handle on you, they're not going to let go.
Oh, smoke in. Try and keep Ubek Maniac at bay. But Ubek really taking their time, clearing out wood, you know, waiting on the other side of this smoke. Again, has been a massive thorn in the side for Ubek Maniac so far today.
Minnow, though, he's got the angle again here. He loves fighting on this position. He might have 3 players trying to push their way through. Calls for the support of Zay, thinking it is going to be a lobby push, and they've got the right idea here. Minnow looking to play first contact. Zay on the off angle, ready to go, but it's a slower push than expected. Now YZK comes in for the collateral, able to shut that down right away.
Take that every day of the week. Another good start to the round for Evolution Power. And Ubek Maniac, instead of speeding things up, I'm just going to slow it down. just not having any success on the entries, really. I don't feel like they can take the space. KLB dueling YH. Unable to get too much done, and that's the C4 now lost, so even though a bit of space has been taken in towards middle, nothing coming from it, and that'll be attack timeout called right at the end of that round. Straight away, Ubek Maniac needing to have a chat here. Coach looking a bit frustrated in the background there. 3-1 scoreline on your map pick. Starting on BL side, you know, it felt like everything was pointing in the right direction here for Ubek Maniac to at least start well on sub base, but hasn't been the case.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate situation they're running into is the way EP plays. It's very methodical. They always have the trade setups ready to go, but also they know how to play patient when they need to. A lot of the other teams we've seen in this event, they get caught over-aggressive constantly, but EP, if they're going to be aggressive, there's always a trade behind it. They know the timings perfectly for taking these fights. I mean, you could see it even in that last round when you had YZK sliding over quickly for that collateral to assist on the lobby push. They had 3 players already in position. They had predicted it perfectly.
Pressure mounting definitely for Ubek Maniac. If this blows out any further, might just get quite a one-sided semi-final yet again. It was kind of surprising how easily Baisha dispatched of AG. I don't think it would be super surprising if Evolution Power would dispatch of Ubek 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Ubek's the team that has a lot to prove here, especially on sub base. If there was any map they could hope to win back the series on, this should be the map, but so far it's been a struggle to say the least, especially KLP, 9.4 ADR, not where you like to see him. Just not hitting the entries. JJ as well, he started off the last map in the first round. He had 4 kills so far, yet to find one in this second map, so definitely 2 players we need to see step up to the plate. But on top of that, KLB very silent in the entry fragging department as well,
yep.
So hopefully they can find a way coming out of this pause to maybe change the pace, but it is going to be KLP playing it a bit differently. Goes for the opening pick onto the blue corner there, but not able to find anything out of it.
Yeah, change his position up here. Yeah, it's a real problem for Ubek Maniac. You don't really have anyone that's firing at the moment. Loy's 4-4, that's okay. But KLP 1-3, 0-4 for JJ, KLB 1-4. Be the biggest offenders. And a couple of those guys were the big reason why Ubek made it so close on map 1. So if they're not online here for map 2, hard to really make an argument that this is going to be easy or even possible for Ubek without those stars.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be a step up from several of them, but at this point, EP looking to continue the shutdown, and Ubek playing another slow round. This time it could be an A execute, though. They've got the full roster grouped up and ready to go for it. They're going to be running into Zay shortly, who's just going to be playing this on the counter flash. Now the rotation already coming in a little bit early from EP, but this is a very slow telegraphed push now. Zay's already called for the support of 3 players on EP. It's going to be YH on the first swing. Zay down low, able to find himself 2 before going down, and now KLP and Loy are just left to try and pick it up.
Yeah, flash coverage was just so good. Those Ubek guys could see not a thing. And another round for Evolution Power. This is very dire indeed. Dire straits for Ubek. And we have to give them credit. You know, they've obviously picked up a Chinese scalp already at the event. That was yesterday. And they pushed Evolution Power, at least on map 1. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to write that fairy tale finish for themselves. YZK allowing the first player back across KLP. His timing crucial here, and YZK just kind of gets baited into it. That's an interesting move. I think a bit of an individual mishap that will cost Evolution Power the round. How quickly it can fall.
Yeah, no here as well, able to find one on the lurk, and now it's down to just YH, a 1v5. Haven't really seen a 1v5 quite some time here. It'd be crazy to see at this point, considering the bomb timer is already halfway down. He's just distracted by No at this point. Now, no time on the clock to make this happen. JJ and Loy just kind of toying with him. YH gonna hit a couple of actually pretty nasty shots there. Unfortunately for him, there's just no time to make this one happen. The round will go down, and there you have it, but definitely an interesting one there at the end.
Yeah, got the crowd interested, definitely, but no reason to get too overly excited about that one. But more needs to be done by UBEC. 4-2. It ain't it. And they only really win that round off of a kind of a cheeky entry or two, you know. It's not the kind of round that really fills you with a huge amount of confidence here. I think Evolution Power still, eye test-wise, are looking far, far better on this map. XQQ waiting for this push to come through. He's given a lot of space and needs to be careful with his timing here. That's very awkward. Gets away with it for the moment. Nade's going to fall over to his direction, but everyone walks away actually reasonably unscathed.
Yeah, a bit of a fake there early on. UBEC not really wanting to full push through to the upper A bomb site, but now they're just going to be reverting to a passive setup here, a 3-2 split, holding on to the A doors in the B control room. Minnow, though, tucked into the corner. KLP ready to check. It doesn't matter. Minnow hits the shot anyways. KLP looking for the late trade. He's going to find it. Takes down Minnow. Able to fall back and reset this one.
4-on-4, not too bad for UBEC Maniac. It's starting to pull some holes in the defense of Evolution Power. They technically lose control of locker room, although UBEC Maniac not moving in. Taking their time about it, deciding what they want to be doing here. Might just be mid to B. Contact play out from UBEC Maniac, but YZK is watching for this exact push. And if he gets one on the cross, that'll be where this round starts to fall apart. In fact, it's not a cross, it's a push into A instead. YZK, though, early info, early shot on the KLP. Knows there's players pushing down the stairs, knows they'll be close, and takes that peek as well. YZK, a beautiful double, but YH could not survive. Might have even been better off just playing time there and allowing the rotate to come through and assist him. Either way, 2v2 for the retake now. And another pretty good chance for UBEC Maniac to get themselves another round. That will help. Oh! All right. UBEC waking up.
Yeah, not a bad round at all. They'll take that all day. Definitely came down to just a little bit of a misplay on the lower A bomb site from YH. He had an opportunity to help lock things down, but just couldn't find anything from that position. And now it's really going to come down to UBEC, hoping they can continue this one forward. XQQ just a sliver there away from finding a shot, but on the opposite side, he almost goes down as well. JJ hitting some nice ones over onto the shoulders, but still yet to find his first kill.
Again, patient approach on both sides. Minnow just going to continue to smoke wood. Not interested in allowing UBEC Maniac that territory early on in the piece, but starting to have a little bit of a look in toward lockers. YZK again on that line, unable to hit his shot, but still hasn't allowed them out. Needs to be a little bit careful. Oh, and KLP. Let's catch YZK as he rotates back into position. So again, another opener for UBEC Maniac, and Evolution Power starting to lose their grip on this map.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the execution now here. This is where they've faltered a little bit in a couple of these rounds for UBEC, and you can see KLP trying to sneak his way up into the upper B bomb site, but he's not really going to find any early value other than that initial kill, the smoke screen holding the line for now, but only a minute means they have to start making a move. You can see the flash for sight ready to go from KLP. We are going to see a full swing into the upper bomb side. KLB leading on the entry frag position. A double flash stacked behind it, and they're set up for the execution perfectly here. Loy finds the opener. Zay, he is stuck in the back of sight. Only going to be good for one. YH has to hold on, but KLB, the entries are back.
Yeah, that's really good from UBEC. I was going to say Evolution Power, actually a great read from them. They had their players stacked over toward B. They had 3 on the site, one sort of already pre-rotated. But it didn't matter. The numbers did not matter when UBEC Maniac hit those entries. So 3 on the trot here for UBEC. And if they can make that 4, they can actually take the lead out of this first half and go up 5-4 on the BL side. YZK holding forward here in lockers. Is going to go for the swing, looks for 2. There's a third player there as well. Just over eager for that fight. and ultimately loses his life. Now it's YH who's going to take the fight forward to no. He needs to get out of here, needs to get out of dodge. Loy will find the trade. Mino not there to pull it back, so 3-on-3. It's a more aggressive round out from Evolution Power, but Ubek Maniac weathering that storm nicely.
Yeah, now it's going to come down to where they decide to force the issue for the plant. It's a lot of focus right now on that B control room from Ubek, and meanwhile, you are going to see Lloyd trying to lurk his way over towards the A doors, but look at this backstab position. Zay, the perfect timing, somehow misses the second shot, though. KLB, a great reaction to trade that.
Not done yet. Lloyd looks like he's called the rotation of KLB. They want to go toward A. It'll be a good read from Ubek Maniac if they do head in that direction. They are. Evolution Power have no idea at the moment. They've got no info at all. They're just going to sit on B and hope that the push is going to come in that direction. But end of the day, that's going to go down on A, and it will be a bona fide 2-on-2 retake with a lot of time for Ubek Maniac to take space as well. Lloyd kind of isolating himself in for a one-on-one here early on in the piece, but KLB will join him. And it's a big crossfire established that is dropped, and somehow Lloyd surviving. Mino not able to find the trade. He's now in real trouble. That grenade doesn't quite bail him out of it, and it is a 5th for Ubek Maniac.
What a way to pull it back here. This was looking like it could be a map where EP just carried that momentum in and ran away with it. But now Ubek, they're able to win the first half, going into the GR where they did look better on the GR yesterday than they did on the BL. So I feel pretty good about their chances of maybe even forcing a map 3 in this situation. But it all has to continue forward here because we saw in map 1 what EP can do on the BL side. But KLP has a different thing in mind here. He's going to take down Zay right away.
Evolution Power starting to falter here on sub-base. Could there be a third map in our future? KLB playing a dangerous game here. XQQ waiting for his moment. Evolution Power creeping their way forward, and KLB, he's going to get a really rude awakening. That is perfection from Evolution Power as they take the A bomb site. Beautiful contact play. XQQ one more onto JJ. And they do not have a single care for that player deficit that they had at the start of the round. Evolution Power now well in control of this one, though they haven't decided to put that plant down just yet. They're going to have to take the fight. Ubek Maniac picking the pace up, and Evolution Power maybe didn't expect that. YZK, nothing done by him through the smoke. But it is still Evolution Power that have the site control and should be able to get the plant down.
Yeah, right now, XQQ, he's got the position to potentially challenge Loy, but Loy backs off. He's going to double up on the A control room, putting that pressure onto Minnow. Minnow spots them both, though, able to find the first. Loy looking to try and fight his way out of this one, but Minnow holds for 2, grabs the round.
Evolution Power keeping themselves safe and secure for the 5-5 scoreline. And Ubek just not able to kind of get themselves in the lead, get themselves into a winning position. Pass the play out into Machine Room. Minnow needs to trade both of these kills down. YZK also falling, so imperative that Minnow gets another, and he's unable to do so. KLB very happy with himself. You can see pumped up on the player camera. This should be a pretty quick round for Ubek, although XQQ still causing a bit of a ruckus.
It's not over just yet, but the C4 is down in the hands of KLB now, and this is where it might be tricky to recover for XQQ. There's not a whole lot he can do except hope to isolate these players, but I actually really like this position from No. It's not commonly used, but in this situation with the C4 down, he's going to have a really good opportunity to catch him off guard because XQQ probably isn't going to comfortably check this corner. If he does, it would be a brilliant maneuver, but at this point, he's going to have to take the risk of going towards that bomb. He knows they're going to be holding on to it, but no, it's all about the patience in this spot.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy that gives up the player advantage here. Look, I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for XQQ to clear out No's position. Definitely not something that you're likely to clear. And he didn't. So that will be another round there for Ubek, and they just keep their noses in front. KLB coming online in that round. And he is a massive win con for Ubek. So if he can maintain that, there might indeed be an eagle eye waiting for us.
We are going to see the boost coming into the vents. For one of the first times in a while. Haven't seen too much of it on the GR side in this map just yet. But for Ubek, it's all about playing this one safe in this round, putting that risk back onto EP, who are definitely starting to struggle a little bit. They had a 4-1 lead to kick off this series on this second map, and just has not looked the best since then. A lot of change of pace here from Ubek, and EP putting their focus on the A bomb site. They've got 3 players grouped up outside of it, working that control on wood, and they might have a chance to maybe find a pick here if they play their cards right, but they seem to be almost second-guessing things a little bit. Now it's going to be sights set back towards B.
A bit of a traffic jam, but eventually looks like Evolution Power have got it figured out. Very, very concerned about the lockers hold. There's actually nothing there. Do have no, just keeping a very safe eye on a push into lockers, though that's now been smoked off. He's going to have to change his position up. And does spot a couple of players out on their way through. So info was there, but he decides to try and take the fight, and that's a mistake. Loses his life. Evolution Power with control of this round at the moment, though Loy has other ideas. He's also spotted out YZK. He's winning that duel in middle. Somehow nothing done by Evolution Power. They've capitulated in this round, and Ubek Maniac poised to get themselves a 7th. Shots are just not connecting on the behalf of Ubek here at all. Of Evolution Power.
Yeah, XQQ, nothing he can do in this one. It's going to be a 7-5 score now. Ubek 3 away from potentially finding themselves a tie in this series. And EP, this is their moment to utilize this pause well. They still have themselves a chance to make this a 2-0 series, but you can tell this is a much stronger team on the GR side of this map. They're not messing around here. They are ready to go and push themselves to the limits, and I definitely like the attitude of this team as well. They just seem to be able to crank up the heat right when they need it.
Yeah, important timeout though from Evolution Power here. You can kind of sense that they're starting to lose their grip on sub base. Got off to such a good start. It looked like it might be a sure thing, but Ubek not giving up. Fought their way back in, and they've actually been probably better in this second half. The L side not working out for Evolution Power this time. So they've got to figure it out. They've got 30 seconds left to make that change that is needed. What that change is, I don't really know. But the A hits have probably been a little bit more successful than the B hits. So it's probably what I'd be giving a crack here again if I'm Evolution Power.
Yeah, it has worked well for them on the couple of times they went in that direction, but I feel like for EP, they also have to be willing to take some extra risks to fight over towards mid as well. That's where they haven't really done a whole lot yet in this one. We're going to see a bit of a mid presence, though, early on. YZK getting into the vents. This is a smart move here because Ubek doesn't really go for the control of vents too often in the way they play this map, so having that position early on, definitely a sign, though. There could be an A push along with it. That's usually where the A lurk tends to go, is that late vent position. So if they play their cards right on the timing, they could be able to find some nice value in this round. But for Ubek, they already have Loy and KLB pretty forward here on this A staircase. They're going to run right into trouble, though. Loy on the off angle has to reset here and hold on, but Loy goes for the swing, able to find himself a nice double. KLB still alive, and they've got no idea. KLB able to find another before going down, and the rotation from KLP is already there.
Yeah, importantly, YZK was able to get himself one from the vent, but no more than that, so Numbers advantage maintained for Ubek here, but XQQ with a lot to do. Needs to win these duels on the site. Does get KLP, but not aware of the extra couple of players close, and now it's on to YZK, who's kind of given away his position already. Winning the fights, though, won't get the second onto JJ, and Ubek go up to 8. Map 3 on the cards now, most definitely.
What a way for it to go down here. 2 away from victory. Ubek trying to do it again. XQQ looking to try and put a stop to it. He's going to be going for the early snipe play, but Loy able to find YH through the doors already with the advantage now. They're looking for that 9th.
I find Evolution Power never do... they never do it easily, you know what I mean? Every time I feel like I watch Evolution Power play a game, they're not the kind of team to close the series out close. Sorry, not to close it out clean. They don't close out maps clean either. There's something about this team that just doesn't really seem like they're, you know, in that same dominant level as what the former Baisha and AG rosters were. And that would have me worried about their chances even going into the grand final if they were to get there. But right now, Ubek is a massive roadblock. Another opening kill for Ubek in this round, and Evolution Power really have their backs against the wall here. They need a massive string of rounds to win the map from here, and it seems like it's wishful thinking, though. That's a nice entry into B, and XQQ able to lock down a couple on the rotate. Where's that been from Evolution Power?
Yeah, definitely a bit of a wake-up in this round from them. Loy, nothing he can do. He's actually just going to go sit in the corner of the A bomb site, and they're going to talk through what they want to do next, and that's probably the right call here. They only need 2 rounds, but when you're against a team like EP, as we saw in map number 1, you give them momentum on the BL side, things can change very quickly.
That's a good point. Who's giving us that X-Factor feeling, though, from Evolution Power at the moment? I don't really think there's anybody that's doing what Mino was doing in the last map. Gonna need someone to step up if they want to pull back this kind of a deficit.
Well, we'll see what they've got here. It's just a 2-round separation at this point, but still a lot more work needing done from the EP side of things if they truly want to make this a 2-0 series. Otherwise, it's going all down to map 3 here. XQQ looking to start off the round with a pick. Not going to find anything through the doors just yet. The smoke screen going to block him for the moment, trying to still fire shots towards KLP, who's currently just holding the back of Cage, waiting for that cross onto the B-bomb site, and he has the right idea. You can see EP starting to send some players for info in that direction, but ultimately, they're kind of just hoping for a pick here.
Do have to give some credit to Loy. Just was kind of missing on that first map, but he's definitely been the standout for Ubek here on map 2. Looking at the numbers, it's kind of crazy that Ubek are leading this with JJ at 2 and 11. Again, you're kind of playing 4v5, but it doesn't seem like it matters. Loy doing the heavy lifting that is required. Bit of a middling performance just across the board from Evolution Power. Neither good nor bad necessarily from pretty much everyone there. Don't have the star power to close out these rounds at the moment.
Yeah, at this point, EP just running down the clock, waiting for that final moment to try and catch them off guard with a late push. It does seem like Ubek is favoring this B-bomb site for the hold. They've got 3 players already in this direction, 1 close by as well. So they've definitely got a good read on the situation here, just leaving JJ alone on that A-bomb site. Definitely the right call, but now it is going to be EP finding out some information themselves. They send the C4 back towards A. It's going to be a 3-player group, and could actually be a full fake here towards B.
They are definitely making their way toward A, which is where JJ is waiting, and he's been struggling so far, trying to exploit that weakness. Evolution Power, though, not having any success. JJ doubles down, but then there's a couple of quick ones back. 3, in fact, from Evolution Power. Fights all over the place. The B push coming through here from XQQ. C4's dropped on stairs. I think XQQ has to activate here. take advantage of this flank. Has he seen the players pushing their way through Wood? Well, if he did, Zay didn't get the memo. And Ubek are now storming towards a 9th round. XQQ will find it very difficult to multi-frag from there. It looks like he's almost given up in that round. And Evolution Power pull out the kitchen sink in that one and still don't make it work.
Yeah, it looked like they had everything going their way. YZK had a good flank. They had the numbers advantage at one point, but they just couldn't hang on to the finish line. And now Ubek, they've got the golden opportunity here. 3 chances to close out this map in regulation and send us all the way to a map 3 decider. They may just be able to do it here. They've looked so good on this GR side of the map. It's hard to believe not long ago this was a 4-1 lead at the start of the map for EP.
Yeah, it's been pretty dire since then. Well, they'd now require 3 in a row to get themselves to OT, and then they'd have to win in the OT. Just not feeling like it's possible for Evolution Power at the moment. I think they've run out of ideas on this Blacklist side. It's been pretty unenthusiastic from them.
Yeah, a bit of a slower pace once again from EP. They're definitely a little bit anxious in this situation as to what might go wrong, what could happen against them, because so far on this BL side, they haven't been able to get the ball rolling really at all. It's really been Ubek in the driver's seat, a lot of these collisions going their way in the early round. Here comes the push towards the A bomb site, but it's already no and KLB good for 1 between the 2 of them, and now Zay able to trade for 1, but still the trades look very, very good for Ubek. Loy, though, goes down quickly. YH getting the entry frags needed to keep this round alive.
Danger Man Loy out of the picture, but a lot of these 2-on-2s have not gone the way of Evolution Power here on sub base. You think on first half and second half, it hasn't really made much of a difference. The 2v2s have largely been won by Ubek Maniac. KLB, this time tasked with the retake, and happy to let that time tick away. XQQ off angle, benefits largely from hitting his first shot, but gives up his life. And now KLB looking for YH, who is just playing time, doesn't need to be taking this swing, but still wins it anyway. 7-9 and keeps Evolution Power in the map.
Certainly not over just yet for EP. They can see that potential to steal this one back in overtime, but it's going to take a lot of effort to get all the way through. Ubek, they're going to change things up here. It's a full push here for control on Wood with the 2 A players, and they're going to fight Zay really early. JJ gets the pick. That's a huge opening frag to get going their way. Now all they've got to do is play safe for the rest of the round.
Yeah, just can't be allowing that to happen when you're down 7-9. Again, fighting back from a 4-on-5 deficit. It's just not been easy for Evolution Power. Again, just not really doing anything, are they? They are very happy to sit back, allow that space to be given over to Ubek Maniac and sort of work their way in the late round, but not putting any pressure on these guys, and it's 5-on-4. Ubek Maniac are happy. They're happy to just sit there and wait. Sooner or later, Evolution Power are going to have to make their decision, and again, it might just be default back over towards A, which I'm not super sold on. If KLP is going to hold a line like this one, it's very safe. It's usually going to be good for 1. XQQ looking for a pick, not finding it. He's going to go down, actually. And look, I think this is it. I think it's done. Ubek Maniac are not looking too scared at all. YH unable to double down, and that leaves YZK, and that has just been an absolute nothing of a round, really, from Evolution Power. Have to be very critical about that one. 10-7 as Ubek Maniac will force map 3. Well, Ubek Maniac have done it again. Subbase able to go their way again against another Chinese roster. Evolution Power this time, joining the likes of King Zero, having difficulties on that one. And, you know, you kind of look at this series and think, man, if Ubek could have just kind of like kept it together in the second half of Black Widow, that actually, again, could have been a 2-0 their way. Unfortunately, not the case for them, and they've still got some hard work to put in here. But, you know, still fired up, still feeling like they can compete in this one. And pushing it through to a map 3, but man, Eagle Eye, a interesting prospect here. So take these teams some time away from the stage to reset and get ready for that next map. But I'm a bit shook. I'm a bit surprised, really, that Ubek have come out and looked this good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the most surprising factor for me that I wasn't ready for was the Loy factor. I mean, every map they've played so far, he was the bottom fragger, and then all of a sudden, he's pushing 20 very early on in this one. So he came out of nowhere, put up the necessary effort, and when you have someone kind of lower on the scoreboard historically bring that performance to the team, it can really rally them in a way they haven't seen before. And I think that was part of what pushed them to a new level, because especially when you look back to the beginning of this one where it was that 4-1 in favor of EP, you still had Loy already putting that effort, and he kind of pushed his team back into it.
Yeah, Loy life game, that is for sure. 1.54 out from him. I agree. I mean, he was completely missing in the first map. He was a big reason why Ubek wasn't actually able to convert that map, and here in map 2 makes massive amends for it. You know, looking at across the board, like, it wasn't a bad game necessarily from Evolution Power. A lot of their members having a decent amount of impact. You know, no one really going egregiously missing, but just felt like in the clutch scenarios, Ubek Maniac were a little bit better. There was a lot of 2-on-2s and those kinds of rounds that actually ended up going their way. So clutch factor just a little bit better for Ubek, and that was actually something that Evolution Power were talking about on the stage yesterday. In the interview, I don't know if you caught that one, Kyle, but they were saying, like, our clutches aren't that strong, you know, and that's a focus for us going forward. And I think, again, that's kind of reared its ugly head here on Subbase. They would win another 2 or 3 rounds there in the 2-on-2s. You know, maybe that goes OT, maybe that goes to a close win for Evolution Power, but the fact of the matter is they crumble under that pressure, and now we're going on to Eagle Eye, and we'll get to see whether or not they even crumble under that pressure, although Eagle Eye traditionally is one of those maps that if you're not super familiar with, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah, I feel like Eagle Eye is a bit of a coin toss in terms of who's actually going to come out on top in my mind, because you have a lot of momentum now for Ubek. It's a map that tends to play in a similar fashion to Subbase. You have those scrappy, close-range, early-round fights a lot of the time, and that's where I think Ubek were really thriving on this second map. So I do feel like EP have their work cut out for them, but historically, this is a stronger map for them compared to Subbase.
Yeah. Look, we will have to wait and see. Obviously, it's pretty hard to call which way this is going to go, to be honest. It's been a matchup that, look, I'm surprised by and will continue to be surprised by. So we'll see. All we'll have to do now is wait, because it's time for us to take a quick break, and then we'll be coming back for map number 3. Don't go anywhere. Back once again for another map here between Evolution Power and Ubek Maniac. It is map 3, and look, we could still see another surprising upset here. I don't think anyone really backed Ubek Maniac to beat King Zero yesterday. I don't think anyone really backed them to beat Evolution Power today, and yet they're on the precipice of doing that. So where are you sitting, Kyle? I mean, look, I don't know what your belief level was at the start of this series versus where it's at now, but mine has definitely gone up.
I'd say so. I feel like I lost a lot of faith at the end of map 1 because it felt like maybe EP was just going to steamroll through. But then part of the way through map 2, I was like, I think they might be able to do this all the way through, especially considering Eagle Eye is a map where I feel like it does cater to the play style of Ubek Maniac as well. So I definitely have a lot more faith in them now, and I feel like this could really go any way.
Which way do you want it to go?
I personally would love to see Ubek Maniac pull off the upset. I think it would be crazy to think about all the teams that we have here and think that the number 4 seed from China and Ubek are the 2 teams in the finals.
Yeah, that would be a pretty wild result. I would actually be kind of keen to see Ubek versus Baisha because I feel like stylistically they're 2 very similar teams. You know, they're 2 very explosive teams. They rely heavily on that rifling power. Obviously, Xiao, for me, pound for pound, probably a little bit of a step up over KLP in terms of the sniping presence, but you typically get a lot out of the riflers on both of these teams, and so we'll get some very scrappy games, we'll get some fun games. So, look, I would like to see something a little bit different. I think China versus Philippines in a grand final, it's not something that anyone would have expected coming into this event, so that would be kind of cool to see. So that's where I want to go. I'm putting my backing behind Ubek Maniac. Do I think they're going to win? That's a harder conversation to have. Look, Evolution Power, it would be a pretty shocking loss to join King Zero and have Ubek Maniac defeat, you know, number 1 and number 2 in China. But yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I think it's definitely possible. So let's go Ubek Maniac. Hopefully, this is going to be where we see, you know, maybe someone like JJ and KLP kind of have their run, right? Because I feel like we've kind of seen KLB and No be the front runners for a map that was on Black Widow, and then Loy obviously for map 2, he was really the one that was leading from the front. So KLP and JJ are the 2 that haven't like really stepped up in any like significant fashion. JJ obviously had a pretty good opening round or 2 on Black Widow, but fell off after that. Let's see what JJ and KLP can do. KLP in particular are going to be important here as we head into Eagle Eye, but let's get underway. Map number 3 here between Evolution Power and Ubek Maniac for a spot in the final.
Here we go. The final map of the semifinals. It's going to be EP on the GR side first to kick it off. It does tend to be a map where teams usually prefer that GR side early on. It's just that little bit of comfort in the way you can play across it. But one of the big values I think EP has coming into this map is 2 OMS is extremely valuable in the metagame for how this map plays out.
Yep.
And EP has shown throughout they can do that, whereas I'm not so sure Ubek Maniac has a second OM they can effectively bring into this one.
No, I tend to agree. I haven't really seen that secondary OM presence from Ubek in the same way that we have from Evolution Power. KLP, though, maybe he can be a one-man army, get it done himself. Not able to do much more than just that opening kill, but no win for the trade. And looking to try and take some space up here on A. Mino is still fighting for control. Let's get himself across to the bomb side, but that doesn't really help him out all that much. Evolution Power being beaten for pace. Players getting caught off on all sides, and Ubek Maniac, they look like they're going to start this map with a round. Even despite the fact that, you look at the statistics coming into this one, it was 37.5% win rate for Ubek and over 60 for Evolution Power. So numbers-wise, that doesn't look very good for Ubek, but all it takes is, you know, one good game, one good map, and you're into the grand final.
Yeah, for Ubek, it's been a great day so far, and already that first round looks really good for them. A 1-0 lead, No picking up the triple kill as well to make sure that happened. And I really just like their execution style, the way they go in for these picks as they steamroll into sight. They're not afraid to re-challenge and recommit when they have that support of their team as well. And it almost seems like a lot of the teams they've faced aren't really ready for how aggressive they're going to be on the push.
Patience a virtue for Ubek Maniac in this one. Not even really taking too much control at all of the map. I mean, there's 2 forward smokes from Evolution Power that are barring their way for the moment. So Ubek happy to just wait out that GI util and then make their play.
It's definitely a bit of a slower pace here this time. UBEC, though, it's kind of their standard. They start with an aggressive round, and then they like to slow things down a little bit and see where the GR players are going to be playing, especially in this round, though. There is one glaring opening. It's going to be the middle of the sites here. Nobody really covering those mid doors, so they have a chance to maybe sneak through. It is going to be one player holding it from the top of A, though. XQQ might have a chance to find this initial entry if KLB and Loy aren't ready and they don't throw a smoke on that cross angle.
Nice shot from XQQ. Loy unable to beat Zay in the aim duel as well. This round is starting to fall apart for Ubek Maniac. One more for YZK. That's a very clean round so far from Evolution Power. In fact, perfect. All 5 players alive. That's a bit more like it for Evolution Power.
Yeah, YZK there, just a solid hold. The fact that he gets 3 is just kind of insane from that position, especially with the Colt in hand. And now it's going to be up to UBEC to respond. They had a good first round, but it's not going to be enough against a team like EP. They're a bit more resilient, even when things don't go their way, and they're ready to play here in this third map clearly. So Zay this time, he's going to take a bit of a risk, pushing out of the B Hotel very early in the round, out towards that BL spawn position. But UBEC again kind of taking their time here early in the round. YZK as well, thinking about pushing up to the edge of this smoke.
Yeah, very similar start to the last round. The 2 same smokes out from Evolution Power, keeping Ubek Maniac at bay. Ubek happy to just sit around in middle and wait these smokes down. Another re-smoke out from Ubek, rather from EP, that Ubek have to wait out. Nade over the top. A bit more chip damage, so KLP eating a couple of nades there. But otherwise, not a whole lot happening in the first minute of this round. Now that those smokes are going to start to dissipate, that'll be the time when Ubek Maniac start to think about pushing their way into A. It's a forward hold here from YH. He's got XQQ on the long line with the Orm, who will be dealt with by KLP, and JJ's got one spamming through the box onto YH. Mino can't get anything done. That round has fallen away, and Ubek Maniac allowed into the A bomb site without too much problems at all.
Yeah, really good entries towards Zay again from this team, and YZK and Zay to try and find their way into the 2-on-5. You can see a bit of a rotation coming through towards A long. Zay hoping to maybe catch KLB on this angle. He's going to find the first shot, and now he's got a lot more work to do. It's going to be JJ moving into the windows, Loy from underneath, but look at this. It's already down to a 2-on-2. YZK and Zay each finding themselves another kill, but JJ finally able to step up to the plate and get it done.
Hey, 2 rounds on the BL side for Ubek so far is a pretty promising sign. Still a long way from winning this map, but I'm really believing in the possibility that they can make it through to this grand final. They're playing a really solid game here on Eagle Eye. They're not getting baited into anything from Evolution Power. You know, they're happy to play to their win conditions in these rounds. When their smoke's up, they're going to slow it down. They're not going to push through them. They're not doing anything too funny. Very standard stuff out from Ubek Maniac. And so far, it's working.
Yeah, I think the big thing here for EP is I feel like at some point they're going to have to make a move to be a little bit aggressive on this GR side. They're allowing themselves to be exhausted of half their utility usually in this first minute, just smoking off these lanes, and that's exactly what UBEC Maniac are hoping for. They want to go into these executions knowing the retake has almost no good utility to work with, and it actually plays to their advantage quite a bit.
One minute 14 left on the clock. UBEC Maniac going to have to start to make their move. That's a nice line from YZK. You highlighted the double orm potential for Evolution Power. Did work out in that round for the first pick, but YZK missing his second shot. We're back to a 4-on-4 now. And UBEC Maniac, having taken that space outside B, is drawing a rotation across from Evolution Power. Meanwhile, UBEC are on their way to A, so they are playing the push and pull of the map quite nicely. It is just YH on A at the moment. And Evolution Power have got no info that UBEC have made this rotation. So this is looking perfectly timed from UBEC over toward A. They just have to pull the trigger now. They've got to go.
Well, here come the flashes. It's going to be on to YH. XQQ as well, though. Perfect timing on the rotate. Able to find the double kill. YH for the support. And that should be it unless KLP can find his way out of a 1v4. But there's only 20 seconds. The C4 is down, but KLP, he's only going to be one and done. XQQ, a big triple kill to secure the round.
Yeah, really just missed their window, didn't they? That's the unfortunate reality for UBEC. They had about a 10-second window there where they could have gotten into that A bomb site without an extra rotator coming across from A, but they kind of hesitated. They took the long way around as well. If they would have cut in a little closer, they might have made it into A and had it be a sort of 1v3, 1v4 over on that side of the map. But once XQQ is set up on that line, you're not crossing for free. And so Evolution Power will keep it pretty even at 2 apiece. Zay trying to get aggressive on his own. Will lose his life to Loy. That's a little bit of a mishap for Evolution Power to make this round a little more difficult.
Meanwhile, we're going to see EP pushing aggressively as a team over on A long. It's going to be a 3-man push looking for a pick, but it's actually going to be UBEC who take advantage of that to push through out of mid. YH on the rotation, able to find himself a nice kill in almost a second there. XQQ able to assist and taking him down, but KLP again right there in the mid-round when you need him. But you got to wonder why YH pushed through that aggressively. He had the pick he needed. He could have just as easily fallen off there.
This has gone a little bit pear-shaped for Evolution Power, that's for sure. YZK may have something to say about it. Ooh, okay, rotation coming in as well from XQQ. Get the pause on as well. Not sure necessarily what's prompted that. KLP going to go fishing. Hasn't found a bite yet, but Loy has. Loy's got himself a double. He's got himself another round for UBEC Maniac as well. Tag timeout actually did come through from Evolution Power. I was thinking, you know, Loy seemed like he'd been starting pretty slow here on map 3, but just those couple of kills brings him back into it. Everyone firing at the moment for UBEC Maniac and getting it done on the blacklist side.
Yeah, I mean, right now it all comes down to the effectiveness of this pause timer for EP. They really need to use the information they've got to stack some rounds on this half, because if they go down 6-3, maybe even 5-4 in this half, it's not an easy one to play from the BL side out. So I think the only potential win for them is, I remember seeing in the pre-match stats that UBEC has only a 28% win rate on their GR side of this map, which is scary to think they're going to have to close it on that side.
Yeah, you'd need probably 8-1 or 7-2 in the first half to feel like you're going to be comfortable, because you play, what, 9 rounds a half. So if you're going to win, what, 28, let's say, let's give them 30%. You're going to win 3 rounds your half, 3 rounds. So if we're being generous. So if you want to get to 10, yeah, like 7 or 8 is kind of your cutoff point here for UBEC Maniac, which means they really need to have a super strong first half. And, you know, they're doing okay, but it's definitely not 7 or 8 worthy just yet. So it's a good point. Keep an eye on things as we head back into it after the pause from Evolution Power. Maybe, as far as Evolution Power is concerned, the goal here just kind of has to be keep chipping away, go 1 round here, 1 round there, tit for tat. Don't let it sort of blow out, and we'll be in an okay position heading into the second half.
YZK there, taken down to 1 HP on that initial engage. Almost a kill there, but not quite enough to get the job done. Him alive with the Neom, though, still means there's value on the table to work with for EP, but it's actually Loy who's able to finish him off just in time to start working the rest of this team over towards the A bomb site. KLP as well, able to swing and take down YH, and already the numbers are looking good.
Yeah, Ubek Maniac, again, looking very threatening in another BL round. KLP's going to look for more up in the tower. Not seeing anything at the moment. Again, like, I'm kind of surprised that Ubek don't just start to pick the pace up a little bit here. It's a 5v3. You should be feeling really confident. But trying to push their way towards A, they slow it down, and that's where you allow these snipers to start coming into play. Good trades do come back on through, and Ubek Maniac get themselves another. Coach is getting pumped up in the background. Ubek are starting to believe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, everything seems to be going their way, especially with those effective A pushes. They've won 3 rounds, just kind of steamrolling their way into the A bomb site, and this is where EP has to be ready to set the tone from the start of the round. They have to grab an early advantage. They're not winning on the holds for these executions, but it almost feels like that Ubek's kind of just toying with them in the early round. They throw that little nade stack over towards the B hotel. They draw out the players, but this time EP, they are going to push a little bit more aggressively for that info. Not going to find anything, so they'll fall off. And this is what they have to be scared of. Another A push seems to be in the making from Ubek, and this is where EP just struggles so much to hold it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the same approach almost every single round from Ubek, isn't it? It's like, chill here for about 1.5 minutes, wait out the util, see if there's a push from Evolution Power. When there inevitably is not, we now have to do something with the last minute of the round, and then we're going to try and just hit a site. Kind of like group together, trade down, and hit a site. There's no funny business, there's no flanks, no fakes, not even really any pushes in through mid. It's just 5-man down the corridor, win your duels, win the round. And that so far has been successful, but hefty A defense here from Evolution Power. And Ubek Maniac, if they want to win this round, probably need to go B.
Yeah, right now it is going to be a mid-control play, but also KLP towards A. Working to try and find a kill. This time around, though, it's going to be a quick trade from KLP, but the 3-man stack is definitely going to do its job here. Now KLP left alone, 1v4, not going to happen. YZK, good for 3, able to lock down that A bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, that is the danger of just saying we're going to go A and not having any mid-round call, not really trying to take any map control at all. They didn't take any territory. They didn't put any pressure on Evolution Power. So Evolution Power are happy to sit on that site. They're not feeling the need to rotate a player across or look for information or anything like that. So Ubek Maniac kind of just calling out a spawn in an instance like that. You need to be doing a little bit more to unsettle Evolution Power and make a mid-round call. So that'll cost them a pretty important round. Again, when we're talking about contextually, Ubek maybe needing 7 or 8. They can't get 7 or 8 anymore. They can only get 6. And even if they do get 6, the question will be, is that going to be enough?
YZK, he's got a good opportunity here. He's got a spot Loy, able to find the first. Not going to get anything more than that. It's up to Minnow on the flank. He just can't seem to find a shot, though. Thankfully, Zay is able to swoop in and find a kill onto KLP. And now they've got the numbers to work with. JJ, though, almost going to be good for 2. Minnow finally able to find his first kill of the map. Puts himself on the board, but no, still has a chance to get this done.
Or not. Down to just KLB now. It is a 1-on-1 up against XQQ. He's on his way over toward A by the looks of things, and the fans of Evolution Power trying to give him, XQQ that is, a bit of support. Does he know? Is he aware? Noise being made and XQQ winning the duel. a fourth for Evolution Power.
Yeah, a tough round really there, but a lot of this just came down to EP starting to figure out how to respond and make sure they secure those trades on the GR side. That's what was missing on a lot of those A pushes, and they've found a way to adapt. And you also have Minnow going from 0-6 to 2-7. He's starting to come to life as well, and that's a key player you really need in the mix to win this match.
Yep. Great stuff from YZK as well. 10-5, secondary Orm. Again, you highlighted it before we went into this game, and Evolution Power have had great benefit from that. Ubek Maniac do have JJ online. They do have KLP online. Those are the kind of the guys that I highlighted actually coming into this game that hadn't been super big difference makers in the first two maps, but you probably still need at least one more player here for Ubek Maniac, and no one else stepping up. This time JJ down early at the hands of Minnow. Ubek trying to play a little bit quicker this time, straight in through middle. It has cost them. Back to the 5-on-4 with a lot of space still being controlled by Evolution Power. Certainly those two bomb sites feeling quite comfortable right now. XQQ dropping though. We'll start to change that narrative. It leaves YH solo toward A. YZK also going to fall, but YH standing strong on A.
Yeah, I mean, for Ubek, I feel like they still have to run it down A here. It's been their biggest success point, and they haven't been able to get a whole lot done towards B. So with only one player here, it's going to be on to YH to hold this down as the anchor. KLB, he's got to check this angle. It's such a hard one to clear, but you can see on the jump spot, he might have had a chance to see him. YH, he's going to have a rotator nearby as well. You can see Minnow moving into the mid position, but this is going to be the key fight to winning the round. And it's YH and Minnow for the shutdown onto KLB. KLB, he's now stuck in the windows. Loy has to catch up with the C4, but it might be too late. YH good for another here, and now Loy all alone in the 1v3. 20 seconds on the clock, is completely trapped. YH finds himself another and the half for EP.
Yeah, 5-4. Already highlighted the fact that Ubek Maniac probably needed a lot more than that, but we'll get to see them test it now on this Blacklist side. Oh, sorry, this Global Risk side. And look, you've got to hope that they're going to have something a little bit more than what they've had in the past, because the numbers, they don't lie. What do you say, 27%, something like that? We generously gave them 30% of the rounds. And you're going to need more than that. You're going to need I saw like 70% of the rounds here as Ubek Maniac to close this out. EP looking happy, looking solid here on Eagle Eye, and potentially booking their ticket into that grand final against Baisha.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a pretty incredible half from Ubek to win this one. They've got a good idea in their setup, though. Not really putting too much attention on mid. 3 towards A, 2 pushed up onto the B hotel, and it's definitely a good split strategy here on this map. Mid control not quite as important as it is on other maps, but EP kind of playing a similar strategy on their BL side, running down that clock, exhausting that utility. But the big difference I've seen from Ubek is when they know a team's playing slow, they don't waste a lot of early utility. They save a lot and are pretty effective with their utility usage on the retakes, and that's already a big difference I'm noticing. They've held a lot of early utility here.
Well, here comes some of the util from Evolution Power towards the A bomb site. Ubek finding it difficult to get any info about what is actually happening. The smoke's keeping their eyes unseen, and then an opening kill coming through from XQQ will make matters worse. Boosted up on the wall. Hasn't seen too much more. Evolution Power are taking a very methodical approach here. Really trying to cross the T's and dot the I's. As of yet, there hasn't been a swing in from Ubek just yet, which is, I think, what Evolution Power are kind of hoping for. They don't get it, so they're going to have to force their way through. Good trade, decent spacing there from Zay, and No doesn't really have much of a chance on that bomb site. KLB, though, coming through, does help him out on that rotation, but site control falling over to Evolution Power. Time a bit of a factor here, but 17 seconds should be enough, and it is. XQQ gets the job done for Evolution Power, and they'll find the first round of the second half.
Yeah, what around there? EP probably one of the slowest pushes onto the A bomb side I've seen, but they make it work anyways. They cause a little bit of anxiety in the opponents they're up against just to peek out early, and it pays off. Gets them their first round of the half, a 6-4 lead, 4 away from booking themselves a ticket into the grand finals, and they seem like the slightly better team so far on this map. You have Loy, who went from being kind of the star player in map number 2 back to being closer to the bottom of the scoreboard for his team. But on top of that, you've got KLB. This time he's actually going to be the secondary so UBEC trying to show they can bring this to the table here on this map.
Yeah, we did question that. I honestly think it's fine here for KLB to be going into secondary orb. If he was having a really stellar game with the rifle like what we saw on map 1, I'd probably be questioning it and saying, you know, do you want your standout rifler essentially on an orb? Maybe not, but he hasn't been having a fantastic game here. So changing it up, going into the orb, not the worst thing in the world. And it's already worked out for UBEC Maniac. It's going to put a spanner in the works for Evolution Power, who, again, are taking their time, but they're going to opt to go in through mid this time around.
YZK, he wants to take the fight. The crouch peek as well is perfectly timed on to KLP. And that's their chance now to start pushing in. But KLB good for a second with the ARM. But it's still going to be YH and Minnow working their way into this A bomb site. No, only good for one. But KLB somehow finds a third kill into the round. Takes down YZK on the push.
Not over yet, though. Minnow going to be allowed to get this bomb plant down. And UBEC Maniac on the wrong side of the map. So never mind. I was going to say it's going to take them a long time to rotate back across, but KLB waiting for Minnow to make that exact cross. Will hit the shot, and that's the round over and done with. UBEC Maniac will pull it back to 1 round at the difference.
Yeah, such a smart play. He knows he's got that arm in hand. He knows it's a 2-on-1. He goes for that B bridge peek all the way over onto the top of A, and there was just no way Minnow was going to be prepared for that one. So, still a very close game on our hands. EP in a slight lead, but definitely not enough to feel comfortable just yet. Now it is going to be potentially a similar setup here. They like to just sit in that mid early on, but actually, we're going to see a pretty full fight here on A long right at the start. You've got 3 players pushed up for UBEC. It's going to be No to get the first, and No actually picks up the second. Third with KLP on the assist, but YZK, the answer back's just not enough. JJ good for the 4th kill on the round, and now XQQ is left alone.
This will be an equalizing round for UBEC Maniac, and once again, that self-belief starts to grow. See what XQQ can do about it. He's got a lot of time to work with, but he doesn't have the C4. Coming from a fairly unorthodox position. Still 2 players to find, low on HP. Deck is stacked against him. XQQ is a bit of a superstar, so won't count him out of this round. Particularly if he can find a way to isolate an individual aim duel, but KLB and JJ not really giving him that opportunity. They're not playing in risky positions, let's say. They're happy to just sit it back. And yeah, this is looking rough for XQQ. He's not being given anything.
Yeah, I mean, for UBEC, I don't blame them. They've got the C4 in a spot that's super uncomfortable to try and contest, and they're going to force him to take the fight. They know damage has been dealt towards him as well on that earlier exchange, so it's really up to XQQ to find himself a pick to open things up here and maybe steal the bomb, and that's a good start here. Takes it down to the 1v1. It was originally a 1-on-3. Now KLB wants to take the fight. Not quite a connection, though, but XQQ, this is a really good angle to potentially take the fight from. Actually spots him on the jump potentially there as well. Maybe he didn't see it because he has his eyes set on the mid doors, but with only 30 seconds, he still has to find a way to get the C4.
He's actually going middle. This would be an insane read from XQQ. He's fallen off the line, but he still hit the shot. No way! That is unreasonable. He should never win that round. And UBEC Maniac might have just thrown away their opportunity to get into the grand final. That was the equalizing round, but Evolution Power get themselves up to 7. Pause comes through. It's too late for this round.
Man, what a play from XQQ.
Yeah, that's an insane read.
His team back into full control in this one, and UBEC with the pause call, you can tell they're a little bit flustered after that one.
As they should be.
Gotta find their way back in, though. It's definitely still a winnable position for them. It's gonna be another pressure play, though, towards the A bomb site. JJ gonna be overwhelmed potentially in that corner. He's not gonna find anything. KLP, good for 2, though, on the back of site. He's able to fall out as well, but it's not gonna matter because YZK picks up a triple kill entry, and now KLB is left alone.
Yeah, YZK's been stellar on this map, 16 and 8. He's been doing it with the Orm and the rifle on GR and BL. The man can do it all. Now it's KLB who will be tasked with a 1-on-2 clutch with the Orm in hand. He'll see if he can replicate the heroics that XQQ was able to throw in last round. This is a difficult prospect, though, with the time working against him. He's trying his best to clear the angles. YZK, though, having spotted him out, puts him down to 12 HP. And KLP's chances are slim to none in the end. 8-5 the scoreline, and Ubek Maniac into the timeout. Just think how much closer this could have been had they won that one round, but feels like it's really blown out now.
Yeah, I mean, they looked like they had so many opportunities to bring this one to a tie, but the individual firepower really showing itself these last couple of rounds from EP, really making all the difference. But I think they're going to look back a long time onto this XQQ clutch if this doesn't go their way, because that, for me, was the key turning point in this map.
I have to agree. Yeah, honestly, I think this timeout comes around too late. You almost need that timeout straight after you've lost that round, but it's kind of hard to call it in that window. 8-5, yeah. It'll be a painful one for Ubek. It's not unwinnable still, but your stat line's looking pretty on point so far. This second half has not been kind to Ubek at all. Got to find a way to dig deep, fire up, throw something in that's going to unsettle Evolution Power. There was a faster play or two from Ubek in this half that I think generally did actually work, so I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more of a forward hold from them again. As that timeout does tick away, we'll get to see what the fruits of their labor are going to end up being here. There's going to be no more interaction from the coach of Ubek for the rest of this map. They're on their own.
It's going to be a tough position for the remainder of this one. They need 5 before EP finds 2 to win it in regulation. Maybe an overtime potential, but even that might be a stretch at this point with how EP has been playing. But KLB gets them off to the right start they were looking for. It's going to be YZK, the top fragger for EP, taken out of the picture without much of a fight.
To start. Definitely no guarantee that Ubek are going to pick this round up, though. KLB still going to look for more impact with that Orm, changing up his position. Do you like a mobile sniper? It's less necessary when you've got the double Orm out, but it's good to see him trying to have more impact around the map, and he's maybe put himself in a good position here because Evolution Power setting that C4 in through mid. This is going to be a B split. YH has picked up JJ. Loy going to come in for the swing. Almost gets 2. Mino's lucky to be alive. So is Loy, to be fair. But that's beneficial enough as far as Ubek Maniac are concerned. Loy now spotted out, though. Needs to get out of dodge.
Yeah, Loy able to find himself another somehow with 5 HP remaining, and Loy almost with a chance on Zay, just misses the connection there. Still a 2-on-3, a tough uphill battle. Minnow very low, the nade finishes him, and now it's going to be KLB and KLP, this duo doing a lot of lifting to get their team back in the fight.
Yeah, Ubek certainly not going down without a fight. You look at the scoreline of the first 2 maps, 10-7, 10-7, one way then the other way. And heading for another close map here on Eagle Eye as well. 8-6 at the moment. Doesn't seem too unreasonable to expect something like a 10-7, or maybe even closer. This time no opening pick for Ubek Maniac, though, and that is going to relieve some of Evolution Power's misfortunes. Evolution Power do like this forward smoke toward A. It gives them a lot of space to clear out A long. They don't commit off the back of it. It's really more of a space-taking tool rather than an indication that they're going to execute out onto the A site.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to break through, though. There's 3 players on A this time around. You can see EP wanting that opening pick. YZK to take a shot to the shoulder there. He's down to about 20 for the remainder of this one. Still no full pressure just yet on this A bomb site. They're kind of just toying with the defenders to see if they'll move someone around.
Not a huge amount of movement happening for Ubek Maniac here. XQQ again looking for the opener. He's been sent as the point man. And it'll work out. KLP goes down early on in the piece. This is Evolution Power looking to put themselves on series point. And I think they've done it. 9-6 on the cards now. And Ubek Maniac will need a monstrous 3 rounds here to keep themselves in the game.
It's do or die now. Ubek Maniac, they have fought an incredible game to get themselves to this position. But at this point, they've got to show us everything they've got left if they truly want to find themselves a place in the grand finals, because right now EP is doing what they do best, and that's even when it looks like things might not go their way. They're able to pick themselves up and put themselves into a winning position, and now Ubek have 3 rounds of extreme pressure to try and get themselves back into it.
I don't know if they've got it in them, Kyle. Just gave away a little bit too much in the first half. They lost that clutch to XQQ. Which could have definitely been their map. They've been decent. They've been good this series. But those 5 or 10% are the difference maker for Evolution Power. And I think they've done enough to win this series, get themselves into that grand final against Baisha. Guarantee an extra slot at EWC for CFPL.
Yeah, for the moment, EP going to be taking things a little bit slower in this round, slowly putting that pressure over towards this A bomb site. It is going to be a 5-player grouping. You can see the utility starting to form over towards the bomb site. Now YH taking that forward presence here, looking for the control play, but KLB, he's moving into an aggressive position himself, moves up to the window corner. The flash comes over for the full push, though, and this is where KLB has to activate. He's got the angle, but Loy misses the shot. KLB goes down as well, and this could be it here. Zay, good for 2 on the entry. Now a 2v5, the only thing in their path, but XQQ, icing on the cake, able to find JJ and KLP. Nothing but a dream left to make this happen.
Yeah, he'd have to pull off a miracle. That's one way to start it. Gets the freebie on to Minnow. He's going to hold the same line and see if he can grab whoever decides to pick up that C4. There was a sliver, a chance, but it was not hit. And now the real job begins for KLP as that plank goes down and he has to begin the 1-on-4. Doesn't have a whole lot of time to clear these angles, but he is looking pretty pristine at the moment. Gets the shot onto YZK, but it won't matter. YH gets it done, and that is 2-1 for Evolution Power. They're into the grand final. Well, a disappointing day at the end of it for Ubek Maniac. I mean, they tried. They did try. We've got to give them some credit. They did actually quite well against one of the best teams in the world, and they did really push it against Evolution Power. But ultimately, as mentioned, it kind of ends in disappointment for Ubek Maniac as they will once again fall short to Evolution Power. And now it's Evolution Power up against Baisha in the grand final. That'll be coming up next. At this point, though, I think, let's talk about Ubek Maniac. Obviously, a lot of positives to really take away from this tournament. You take down King Zero, you force another 3-mapper against Evolution Power. It's very evident that on the international stage, they can compete.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are getting better and better each time we see them in the server. I mean, going toe-to-toe with the best of the best and only coming short at the very end. It's a bit bittersweet, but it shows what this team might be capable of in the future, and I think that's what we have to look forward to, because Ubek Maniac, I think when we look ahead to things like EWC, CFS, this is a team that could really make a solid run.
100%, exactly, and that's kind of the point that I want to make here as well, that, look, I'm sure this is not going to be the last that we see of Ubek Maniac this year. Even last year in CFS, they were the better of the two teams from the Philippines, I would say. SGJ didn't really manage to pick too much up apart from the one series where they did get themselves a 2-0. I think that might have been against Next Top if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, the main point for me is that Ubek, yes, they didn't do too well at CFS last year, but they did take a map off Imperial, took a map off of Evolution Power. Now they've taken a series off of King Zero and again another map off of Evolution Power at this event. So, there's moments, definitely. And you put them against some of the weaker teams. You put them against maybe the weaker teams in Vietnam, Falcons notwithstanding, obviously. Or maybe like 2nd or 3rd seed from the West League. Maybe even 1st seed from the West League. I think this Ubek Maniac could give them a bit of a run for their money. So they're not up there with like the elite teams, the S-tier teams. But they are definitely up there in terms of competitors. And speaking of competitors, XQQ certainly was a pretty solid competitor here today. 2.12 on that final map. I'm told he's also going to be our interview as well when we do get onto the stage. So overall, again, not too many surprises to see XQQ doing well. But this is not the match where you want to be peaking in. You want to be going back into that grand final and having that kind of numbers, right? Because if you can do that, well, that's when things are going to be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, XQQ, I just think back to that 1v3. That's really the defining moment for me in this series that kind of sealed the deal for his team to cross the finish line. And now the big question is, can they do it in the finals once again? Because Baisha, it's been a while since they've been to a final, but EP, they've been in pretty much the majority of them in recent history.
Yeah. I'm quite intrigued as well. I think back in CFPL it was a 3-0 for EP over Baisha, so that'll be something to kind of make note of. But maybe there's an argument again to be made here. Evolution Power, obviously, going to be a little bit warmer coming into that grand final. There will be a little bit of a break here, obviously, between now and the grand final. We'll give EP some time to have some dinner, give us some time to have some dinner as well, hopefully, and then go into that grand final. So they will cool down a little bit, but obviously having played a little bit more recently than Baisha, who... Look, they came in this morning, they did what they had to do. Now they've had a long break, probably feeling pretty lethargic, going to have to get themselves fired back up into this grand final. So I am probably leaning the way of Evolution Power just in an on-paper basis. But I think actually eye-test-wise, what we saw today, Baisha did, to me, look like the better of the teams, of all 4 of the teams that we got to see today.
Yeah, I feel like Baisha, before today, I would have counted them out. I actually didn't even think they were going to win that match against All Gamers. But now, seeing the form they look in today, I think we're in for a very, very close grand final here, one where Baisha might even be able to show us that old strength and maybe even pull off the win here. But I will say the one thing to EP's benefit is they've had, I believe, harder opponents in their path to get here. I mean, Falcons really put them through the ringer. Ubek put them through the ringer just as much, and that's where I think they may be a little bit more polished, having to deal with some more difficult hurdles to get to their position.
My thing is always, though, when you're playing up against Baisha, if a couple of those individuals come online, it's going to be a difficult game for you to win, right? We saw that for All Gamers. Xiao was online, 9 was online, 577 as well, if he's probably like that third fiddle for me. When he's also kind of firing, Baisha's a very difficult team to beat. I actually think EP gets it done a little bit more as a unit, as a cohort. They don't rely on the star power quite as much. You do, in some senses, kind of have that from XQQ, maybe YH, YZK as well. Even Minnow, actually, funnily enough, does kind of have his games. But I think, generally speaking, it's a bit more of an across-the-board performance from Evolution Power, whereas Baisha do rely on the individuals a bit more. So I don't know necessarily who that benefits. I think in the sense that, well, Baisha, if they have got the individuals online, it probably benefits them, and if they don't, probably benefits Evolution Power. So maybe there's a bit more of a consistent force coming through from Evolution Power, and that could be why they've done a little bit better more recently within CFPL and at the CFS event that we got to see at the end of last year as well. But look, I mean, that's a lot of conversation. I guess maybe the interview can delve into that as well and see what XQQ was thinking about going into this grand final. Hopefully that will be ready to go shortly. On the other side of the coin, you know, Philippines region in general, I think there's definitely something to be said for them. I remember going into the last couple of CFS events and kind of going, look, I don't think Philippines have got it anymore, you know. Pacific Markta, I think, fell off. The new generation hadn't really come through at that point. Now that we're kind of seeing a new generation of the Philippines players starting to compete internationally, and, you know, you're kind of starting to get some hope back a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I feel like finally someone is kind of lifting the torch of the former Pacific lineup, and these guys are definitely the right roster to make that happen. And I'm hoping that, you know, maybe later in the year we'll see them with a big top four in one of the major events. And this is a team that I think can do it, especially because they're still young, they're still developing. You know, I remember the Filipino casters saying, you know, one of these guys just turned 18, just eligible in the last year to join this lineup for UBEC. So it's been a new addition to the team in KLB, and if he's already making this kind of dent at this age, just imagine if he gets, you know, 2 or 3 more years under him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fragger. I think of all of the players that we saw from the Philippines at this event, I think KLB, maybe Zetra as well. I felt like Zetra really impressed me for his team as well. He's kind of like a new addition in there as well for Arcilla, and I thought he had a pretty decent sort of showing. You know, it wasn't exactly amazing necessarily, but you know, he was able to hold his own when the team was getting kind of crushed, and so I think that's a pretty good sign from him as well. So yeah, some talent definitely starting to develop in the Philippines. Over in Vietnam, kind of feels like same old as well. If it ain't Falcons, it ain't it, I guess, is probably the way I would describe it. Next up just don't seem like they can even hold a candle, so you kind of put together that like super team where all the talent goes into one roster. All of a sudden the rest of the scene looks super weak.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons, though, looking ahead to EWC, they're still going to have a solid run, I think. I feel like they kind of drew the most difficult of the Chinese rosters to go up against. EP's kind of the one that can put a brick wall in front of anyone, whereas, you know, you put them against an AG or a King Zero, I feel like Falcons is easily a top 4 at this event.
Yeah, yeah. Look, either way, we'll have a bit more of a chat about that, obviously, when we do get into the grand final, but at this stage, we're just waiting for that interview to be ready. That's all we do, really, at this point. Not much more to say, Kyle. I feel like we've talked to death about that series, about the grand final as well. Interested to see what XQQ is going to have to say for himself. And overall, I don't know, has it been a disappointing event for the Chinese region? Even though they've got 2 teams into the grand final, you know, King Zero going down, Evolution Power kind of getting pushed, AG not looking fantastic in that semi-final. I don't know that they really showed up in the way that we would have liked them to. That could be rectified, though, by a good grand final.
Yeah, I feel like as a region, it was a little bit shakier than we expected. Most notably, obviously, with King Zero being, you know, the winners of CFPL. There was very high expectations, and then they don't even make it out of the quarterfinals. But I will say the silver lining is kind of the reigniting of Baisha. This team looks much better than I've seen them in recent history. It looked like, especially the last 2 CFS I saw them at, they were very shaky at best, and now it starts to feel like they're in that old form again, and, you know, maybe a win here in that final reignites them to that old full potential.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see Baisha or Evolution Power actually go on a bit of a run this year. But we'll have to wait and see, obviously, when we do get to the final. When we get to EWC, obviously. CFS, obviously, a conversation as well. It's pretty early days, but all these teams kind of gunning for those CFS points this year early on in the piece so that they can secure their slots. And there's a lot to be said, obviously, about getting into a big international event like that. But like I was talking to Laz yesterday about, this year actually feels like it's kind of the biggest year for Crossfire in a while, because we have EWC and we have CFS. There's 2 big events. Normally you have like almost like one big massive event, obviously being CFS at the end of the year, but then like kind of like a mid-year invitational being the summer invitational, and that's one thing. But it's not the same scale necessarily. But now we've kind of got 2 of them plus an ACL event here, which is a fairly big deal for the Asia teams at least. So there's a lot more going on this year, which I think it would be a great year if you're going on a bit of a run, you know, like if you can secure EWC, you can secure CFS, you can probably set yourself up for life, really, with the winnings from those two events, which will be pretty nice for whichever team would be able to do that. We don't know. I don't feel like we've got dominance yet from any team this year, so it's hard to say that anyone's going to be putting themselves into the grand final of both EWC and CFS and winning those. We just don't have that same level coming out from any of the teams currently as what we did in the past from your Baishas, your AGs, I mean, going down the list. Super Valiant in the past as well, kind of had like a bit of an era, if you will. So kind of waiting to see if anyone's going to be able to hit that kind of number again as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what EWC brings to the table, and if, we may even get to a world where we see the same team lift both those trophies, because we need, I feel like, a consistent front runner, because there has been that shakiness amongst these teams. But looks like we are ready for the interview, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to the stage and see what the MVP has to say.
Welcome back to the stage for the post-match interview session. I'm the host Nini, and for the semi-final second match, congratulations on EP for your victory in this match. It's 2-1. We beat Ubik Maniac, and the MVP is XQQ. Say hi to all the seekers. Hi, I'm XQQ from EP. And for the first map, it was Black Widow, was our own pick. So before the map, Did you think that the match will be so breathtaking? Yes, we thought of that because for yesterday's map, their performance, they were very aggressive, and on the initial stage we lose a lot of rounds early while playing on the global race. And it seems that at the initial stage we were very anxious. Yes, because we lost several rounds early, so we were in a little bit rush. And also, we call a timeout at 1, 2, 3. Was that to improve the team communication? Yes, we communicated that what went wrong, and then we calmed down and cheer each other up. And also, for the opponents, they have very strong performance of the opponent's rifle players. Did that put pressure on our team? Yes, they play very aggressive. They are always attacking us. And on the first half of the game, we got only 3 points, and after we switched sides, we got several points. Is that because we took the dominance on the game? Yes, after switching sides, so we follow our in-game leader's instruction. And on the first map, Mino is still the key point. The fans always say that Mino is still burning himself up for the team, and still the one sacrificing most. What's your take on that? I think that Mino should always carry for us, and EP shouldn't be the team where Mino always has to carry along. Because the younger players can also should the responsibility. Yeah, we think that Mino has the responsibility because he has very good performance. And also for the second map sub-base, played very aggressively on the attack. They rushed sides quickly. Did the style put a lot of pressure on you? Yes, they rushed very quickly, and they attack very aggressively, so we didn't handle very well with that. And EP was leading 4-1 on the global risk side, but lose several rounds in a row. So how do you reflect on this loss? I think that when we were on the blacklist, we didn't play it very well. So you think that our team is not still used to the quick rush, or do you think that it's the rhythm of the map? I think they have very good performance on their defense, and they changed their side. And for the last map, it was Eagle Eye, and also in the initial stage, it was 4-2. YDK scored a quadra kill with a sniper at A side. Did that help boost the team's momentum? And also in the clutch, there was a 1 versus 1. It was very important. And when it was 6-5, the UM was dominating, and also when you have only 20 HP and then you kill 1 enemy. So how was your mentality at the moment? I think that at the moment they lose the C4, so they were holding C4, and they were holding angles for that. So we took down the enemy 1 by 1.
所以就准备就在那儿赌他一手，是不是？结果给你等到了，拿下了那个残局。可以说，在下半场你和队友的残局发挥应该说非常关键，也是为队伍逐渐的拉开这个比分，拿到了这一场胜场。那接下来就要进入到我们的总决赛了。在这一场赛前啊，之前我们白沙的好兄弟念旧也是给大家加油助威了，但是转眼间双方都进入到总决赛，好兄弟要成为竞争对手了，有没有什么想说的？
希望我们给大家奉献一场精彩的比赛。
奉献一场精彩的比赛，期待你们的对决了。好，这边是感谢一下7号王今日的采访，再次恭喜 EP 是拿到了本场比赛的胜利。那接下来我们把更多的时间交给解说席。
Yeah, very interesting interview there, Kyle. And we're back on the caster desk. Look, we're kind of all talked out. I'm not sure that there's too much for us necessarily to say, but we're looking forward to the grand final and hoping that we're going to get a good one. Here's the bracket for you. If you were not aware, it is going to be Baisha and Evolution Power into that grand final, which I guess is a little bit surprising with the way that the bracket has ended up playing out. But yeah, other than that, I mean, that's kind of it. That's just what there is. And that's all we have to say. We're going to go straight to a break, and we'll see you for that grand final. It's going to be a long break, so take a little bit of time, and we'll see you then.
首先，让我们有请
Let's give it up
Baisha
for Team Baisha Gaming.
Baisha N9. Baisha LYE. Baisha YDSS. Baisha 577. Baisha 小小。接下来，让我们有请 Evolution Power Gaming。
Evolution Power Gaming.
EP Mino. EP YH. EP ZAY. EP XQQ. EP YCK.枪火铸造赛场，弹道书写传奇，子弹上膛，统治战场，冠军之战即刻打响。225英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛，穿越火线，现在开始。
Well, here we are. It's all lit up, ready to go. Valdez, ready for the grand final. There we go.
The vibes.
On. The vibe. Yeah, it's like a silhouette. It's really edgy and cool. That's me, by the way. I don't know if I can speak for you, but anyway, look, we're here for the grand final. Obviously, it is Baisha and Evolution Power that have made their way here. Normally, at this stage of the competition, we'd be saying, man, it's been a long journey to get here, but it's literally been 2 days.
It's been literally 2 days, and it's been quarterfinals that they had to fight through, and then they had to play in semis today. Both of these teams were able to make it through their opponents respectively, and it was hard, but it wasn't long, as you were saying, right? It didn't take them a while to get here, but there's still a lot on the line. They have to play one more best-of-5 to decide, will they get that final spot, the one spot from EWC to get into EWC here at this event?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think either way, it is probably a good result for the Chinese region, whether it's Baisha or Evolution Power that do take that EWC slot. The other will still feel like, oh, we've got a pretty good shot of going through to EWC. There's another 4 slots for the Chinese region.
Yeah.
Plus now, obviously, this guaranteed one out of this event as well, which will be going either to Baisha or Evolution Power. But realistically speaking, the other should probably be still okay to make it through. But on top of that, obviously, there's the prize money. There's the, the reputational hit as well that you're going to take or that you're going to get if you do get the win here in this grand final. And look, this is 2 very, very storied organizations when it comes to Crossfire, and they'll both be gunning for that victory themselves. Baisha, I would say in more recent history, have been the team that we'd been looking at and saying, oh, they're a really, really big name. But Evolution Power have been around since the beginning, man, and they had some really, really big days earlier on in the stages of Crossfire and have started to come good again in the last sort of 6 months or so. We saw them win at CFS last year. Here's the first international event of the year for Crossfire in 2025, and they might find themselves with a win once again here on the stage today to start off 2025.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say who's favored coming into this one. You were telling me about some of the stats from the CFPL, how it has been pretty back and forth, but EP kind of getting the last laugh recently.
Yeah.
And I don't know, though, because I looked at the form of Baisha and I looked at the form of Evolution Power Gaming, I felt like Baisha was in a better spot here at this tournament, especially how quickly they dispatched of all gamers, as we are going to take a look at a couple of the guys here. Lai has been playing that sniper role, second sniper on the team, and he's been doing fantastically alongside of Xiao up against YZK here.
Yeah, I think that actually might be a fairly prudent point because YZK also the secondary sniper for Evolution Power behind XQQ. So they've taken the secondary snipers. Obviously, these guys primarily are riflers, but depending on the map, you know, they fill a similar role, obviously, in that they do pick up that secondary orb. So both having a good performance so far at the event and looking forward to a grand final from them. I will kind of echo your thoughts, though, when we're talking about Evolution Power and we're talking about Baisha. Okay, yes, Evolution Power did win the most recent matchup in that CFPL playoffs. Baisha beat them twice in the group stages, though once 2-0 and once 2-1.
Yeah.
And also taking into account the fact that, again, Baisha, probably eye test-wise, have actually looked a little better at this event than Evolution Power have. I wonder if there is an argument that Baisha could walk away with a victory today. The only thing that's kind of sticking in my head here is I think Baisha have had a bit of an easier run into the finals.
Yeah.
Falcons was the opening game for Evolution Power. We all said that was the most difficult opening match. Actually turns out that
could be a
Maniac
finals.
was probably the most difficult. But yes, that could have been a final.
Yeah.
Should have maybe been the final at CFS, but that's by the by. But Baisha against Arcilla, you know, not a particularly strong opponent necessarily. They went up against All Gamers, who looked a bit spotty earlier on today as well. Whereas Evolution Power, yeah, they got pushed by Falcons. They got pushed by Maniac as well. So I feel like they're a little bit more tested on this particular stage. But I'm not sure that that necessarily matters when you've got Baisha firing on all cylinders. If you've got 9 going crazy, if you've got Xiao going crazy, you kind of just need +1. I'm a fan of 577 in the rest of that roster. But if you get those two players +1, I think Baisha's a really, really tough team to beat. And Evolution Power, maybe, in my mind, don't have that same star power, at least at that peak level.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I do feel like getting all of that practice on the stage is definitely a good point. I think that Evolution Power have been pushed to their limits, and they've probably improved over the course of this tournament, funnily enough. And the last time they were out, it was 3-0 EP. So, I mean, what can you say? Maybe it was a bad day for Baisha. Maybe it was a great day for EP. I think it was just really impressive that, yes, All Gamers looked a little bit spotty, but also Baisha were just so dominant, especially 9, a guy who we know can put up those big numbers, but doesn't always do it. He's kind of like, he's the IGL, right? He's the oldest guy on the team, and he's the leader, but not necessarily the top fragger, but he was able to do it with flying colors, and he wasn't the only one. I felt like everybody had their moments on this roster, so I feel like Baisha's just going really well at this tournament, and maybe part of the reason why it feels like all their matches have been very easy for them is just that they're playing really well. Whereas for EP, it's been more of a struggle, but that's kind of the way it goes for EP generally, it feels like, at these international events, kind of going the distance. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a very close back-and-forth match here.
Yeah, I'm expecting more than a 3-0, let's just say. I don't know that it'll necessarily go 5, but I definitely think this will be a close matchup. It is hard to say, like you've pointed out, that there is a lot of parity right now in the scene, in the Chinese scene, just in Crossfire in general. It's not as cut and dry as what it used to be. You know, if you go back a few years, it used to be pretty easy to come into almost literally every match and go, I know which team's going to win here. And 9 times out of 10, they were going to do it, probably more than 9 times out of 10, they were going to do it very cleanly as well. You know, we saw so many like 10-1s and 10-2s and those kinds of scorelines. And those feel like scorelines of the past. You know, when you see a 10-2 nowadays, you're like, oh, wow, that's actually kind of surprising because, again, most of the time we're seeing these 10-7s, 10-6s, you know, close scorelines, OTs, 10-8s. And again, that makes it very, very difficult to call who's going to walk away with a victory in a grand final like this one. We'll start things off, though. The proceedings here, a little bit different, obviously. It's a best of 5 now instead of a best of 3. So we do just get the couple of bans. And the first ban to be taken away by Baisha there. It is going to be Eagle Eye.
Yeah, not a bad idea. EP did just win on this map. They have they have a map of it at this tournament, which is more than Baisha can say. And Mexico is also going to be followed up by being banned here. Definitely kind of the Chinese team gentleman's agreement. You know, neither of them wants to play on either of these maps. They could have tried to ban out, you know, a specific map that they know the other team is very good at, but instead they're just going to take this one that neither of them very much enjoy.
Yep.
And so let's see what the first choice is here for Baisha. Do they want to jump into Compound right away, or are they looking elsewhere in this pool?
Yeah, both teams have been keen to go towards the Black Widow in this event as well, so I imagine we'll probably see that probably within the first 3 maps, I would say. Baisha traditionally used to go toward Compound a lot. It was like their map, and it was also like 9's map.
Yeah.
But I think with 9's decline in form, let's just say, in more recent times. They haven't necessarily been quite as keen to go there. So sub-base, the option of choice. They've seen the susceptibility of Evolution Power on that map up against Ubek Maniac, so reading into that one, deciding to pick sub-base early on in the pool.
Yeah, they also beat AG on this map just earlier today. So probably should have been the first one on my mind, but yeah, I do think that it's a map that they do really enjoy, and Xiao is a fantastic sniper on this one.
Yes.
Nine had some ridiculous angles, and they were really good at reading the timings of their opponents on the pushes and getting great rotations.
Yeah, we do get that Black Widow out as well. As I was saying, I was sort of expecting that one to come in somewhere within the first 3. If it wasn't going to be a first pick, because both teams kind of knew that both teams liked it, it should have probably been a second pick, if that makes sense, which would have had it in there as map number 3. But we do get it there as the primary pick for Evolution Power. I don't think Baish is going to be too disappointed by playing Black Widow. They have a lot of experience on that map. They've presumably played a lot of it against Evolution Power. There's not too many secrets when it comes to this map pool. And then we're going to be going to Ankara as well, which I honestly feel like we haven't actually seen that much Ankara. A lot of bans actually toward Ankara from the teams from the Philippines and from Vietnam. But now that we're in a all-Chinese matchup, we are indeed going to be going to Ankara.
This was the first choice for AG up against Baisha. And then Baisha very much just kind of crushed them on this map. So it was an interesting choice, I think. Obviously, AG are very confident on this map as well. But yeah, Baisha also showing that they have a huge amount of experience. It is going to be port here for map 4, so a decent chance that we get the first port of this entire tournament. If we can make it to map 4, which, as you and I both agree, we should be getting to that 4th map. Decider, of course, is going to be that compound, which you don't see it early. It's not selected, but it does feel like both of these teams should be relatively comfortable on this map. If it does come down to a decider. And I feel like Game 5s on Compound are always really exciting. We've had a lot of those, it feels like, over the years.
The CFS Finals in 2023 was Compound. I think that one went to OT.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13-10, and that was Evolution Power beating Vasco on that map. But Compound, a map that's definitely right up in the middle of the map pool for both of these two teams. So happy to see that one as the decider. And we're moments away from getting into this grand final. Now that you've seen the map pool, you were sort of leaning towards a bit of a longer series, it seemed like, prior to the map pool. Has that changed anything? Do we lean one way or the other based on what you've seen so far?
Well, I think the sub-base is 100% going to Baisha. I feel like if it doesn't go to Baisha, then they're in a lot of trouble.
Okay.
Because, as you mentioned, EP, they didn't look amazing on it against Ubek, who is a great team on that map, but Baisha also are very comfortable on this one. It's part of the reason why they first picked it. They crushed AG on it just earlier today. I don't think it's any secret that they should be the big favorites here. So, should go to them. Black Widow, if EP don't get that, I think we might be in some trouble for them because now they're down 0-2, and you're going into Ankara, which Baisha also did win earlier. So I feel like it's probably going at least 4 because I do give EP enough credit to at least take Black Widow.
Yep.
It is the map they're most confident on, and I don't think this is going to be a blowout by any means, so probably at least 4. I could see it going 4, like a 3-1 for Baisha, but no guarantee. We'll see. Both these teams had a break. Like, we had an extended break after the second semifinals just to give EP a little bit of, fairness, some time to take a little break after that grueling best of 3. But also, Baisha have been here for a long time. Yeah. They had to wake up a bit earlier than everybody else, and they've just kind of been sitting around, maybe practicing in the back or something. But
yeah, I mean, there's a possibility they might have gone back to the hotel as well in that break. It's not that far. It's like, 15-20-minute drive.
Yeah.
On a good day. I'm told it's always a bad day for Shanghai traffic, but I'm kind of yet to see it.
Yeah, we saw it one time. It did happen once.
Well, it looks like some last-minute checks just happening on the stage.
Xiao looks like he's about to fall asleep.
Yeah. Well, that's the danger of playing, the first game of the day and then coming back and having to play the final. You're just really switched off. I'm sure you're, equally as aware of that.
No, I'm ready to go.
You were
fine.
You were on that first game, and now you're here for the final. So.
Well, I did take a little nap.
Okay.
So I'm rejuvenized. Is that a word?
Rejuvenated?
Rejuvenated.
Might be the word.
Yeah. I wonder what I combined it with. I don't know. Rejuvenated.
Rejuvenated
is how I'm feeling.
Revitalized. Revitalized. That's the one. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, we did it.
They kind of make the same meaning.
Rejuvenized here at the ACL. We have the gyos beginning. That's a good sign generally. Probably getting into this one in just a moment.
Yeah. Let's get this grand final underway. Two very storied teams in Chinese Crossfire, in Global Crossfire, and Evolution Power looking to see if they can win themselves another back-to-back international tournament. Baisha this year looking to get back into the conversation as one of the greats. I think they've fallen off. You know, it used to be AG and Baisha. Those were the two teams, but they're not up in that echelon at the moment. But a win at ACL here and booking themselves a ticket into EWC could definitely get them right back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I was very impressed by them earlier today. And I think part of it is that the win was so one-sided. AG did look a bit flat, but they're still a really good team, especially with ZQ. It did feel like they just never really had a chance to breathe, did AG. And I think it does go both ways, like a strong team versus a team that's weak on the day. But I don't know. It feels like they're really here to play. Like they were very focused. Every round they had a specific strategy. They were always ahead, one step ahead. And EP, yes, they got challenged, but I feel like Bice is on a next level.
Map 1 of the grand final of the Hero Esports Asian Champions League getting underway here. It is sub-base, the choice of Baisha. The best of 5 awaits us. It could be a long one. It feels like it will be a long one. But let's see how Baisha comes out the gates here. I think if Baisha comes out the gates strong, opinion might start to change.
Yeah. Again, they just played this map, and I guess so did EP, but much better results for Baisha. And they were rolling really quickly. Like, their GR side was lights out. Their Blacklist side, their executes were really just on fire. And 9 had almost a 3 KD on that map. It did go 10-2, so that is part of it. But he was part of, like, every single fight, you know? It felt like he was really dictating the way that the fights were playing out. So we'll see if he's got that star power in him once again. But looks like they are going to head over towards the locker room at this point. They have a double stack do EP over on A. We'll see if they're ready for this push.
Well, Minnow going to split out the information early. YZK here with the orb in hand. You miss a shot, you're going to be dead against a player like 9. Xiao also out of the gate strong here, and so too are Baisha. That is a dominant start to the round, and probably a dominant start to the map as well. You'd think this one should be going their way pretty comfortably. More impressively, 9 and Xiao to start the proceedings there. And again, we kind of highlighted those two as being big players for Baisha. And if they are rolling today, it is going to be a tough ask for Evolution Power. YH making some inroads. A retake, it's going to be difficult with Zay and YH being so low.
Yep, just got to send it. You don't have a lot of time either. YH is hanging out in the corner, maybe waiting for the push to come through hallway at the same time. Or are they just not going to try? I feel like that's a pretty interesting decision. I think they had enough time to try and go in and try to do it, but yeah, it was going to be difficult with both of the guys very low. Either way, just going to take that time and say, hey, what went wrong there? Why did we get rolled over in the locker room? And it just felt like the entry was really crisp from 9 and from Xiao. And as you mentioned, you got to hit the shot or you're just going to get run over with an entry that is that swift.
Well, 100%. That's the Baisha that we know and love, that kind of faster style, that faster play. Get out of the gate strong. I mean, it is a very Baisha thing, you know, to start the map with a quick round. You see it almost every time. I'm always surprised that Evolution Power weren't really prepared for it, it seemed like. But end of the day, we do have a little bit more normalcy returning to sub-base as Baisha will take this one a little bit more slowly, see if they can allow Xiao the opportunity to try and find some picks.
Yeah, Xiao is he's a demon through the double doors, or the double doors, as I like to call them. There are 2 sets of them.
The double doors?
Yeah, because there's one right there outside of the wood, and then there's one like inner. Yeah.
Double doors.
Well, there's 2 doors in each set, so it's double doors.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
But yeah, generally the snipers will try to shoot each other between both sets of double doors. And, I mean, Xiao is just really good at getting those. XQQ, though, very good in his own right. He's going to be playing the vent here, it looks like. Gets boosted up. And we'll give Xiao the benefit of the doubt. Also, some deep smokes thrown out by EP. But they just kind of get into wood for free. And there's a big stack on B right now. And EP just have no information of this push that's coming in.
Which is going to be a bit of a problem, you would think. We'll see what XQQ has to say about it, but with only a Colt in hand, it's not going to be an easy hold for him. And again, 2 clean entries, now 3 for Baisha. First towards B, then towards A. It seems like the entire map at this moment belongs to Baisha. And everyone looking locked in and switched on.
That's just a flawless round. I mean, again, they just kind of snuck in. And then EP were like, oh crap, they're here. And you saw some of those shots from Lai. I mean, this guy is on point right now. Yep. Just really, really quick with his peaks and won both of his firefights. Now it seems like some action towards Machine Rune here from the side of Baisha. But they already are controlling the tempo very well. And it just feels like EP are trying to sit back and absorb this pressure, but instead they're just not doing a very good job of that. They're just getting rolled over.
And Baisha are quick with it, as they say.
That is what the kids say now.
Who's they? Don't ask me. I don't know.
The people.
But again, another slower approach from Baisha in this round, though. You can see a heavy presence in Machine Room looking towards lockers. Similar kind of a setup for Evolution Power. Just 2 players over toward B. Mino, a little bit more of a forward hold from him here. Standard smoke out from Baisha, and that's going to prompt the standard counter util out as well from Evolution Power. That's all Baisha's really looking for initially there, is just to draw out that initial util, and now they can take the space.
They made a decent amount of noise, though, and the utility that did come through just sparks a rotation from the side of EP. They got 3 people looking right in this direction, and that's going to be a quick headshot from Mino already. Make it 2 as he does peek in. Does get traded out by Xiao, as I think he maybe wanted to know if they had already rotated out the rest of them. So he trades his life for that information. And now we see that Baisha, as a team, is going to look to go through lobby. XQQ not looking the right way. It's about to find them now, and there it is. Nice flick on the lie. Looking good for EP, but it does get traded out for 9.
First round where it's looked like Evolution Power should probably close it out, and there you'd imagine that they will. Xiao dropping out the vents will be cleaned up by YZK, so Evolution Power, it doesn't take them long to get involved in this grand final.
Yep, that time around, it felt like Baisha kind of got caught flat-footed in the lockers, and there was a lot of smoke around. Mino just goes in, wins a couple of trades, and all of a sudden, they know exactly where they're coming and exactly what advantage they have, and that's going to be a much more comfortable round for EP, of course.
Faster this time from Baisha. Faster and then slower as they're starting to probe their way into A. Xiao will clean up one on the rotate. The rest of the rifle is going to have to get the job done on the way in here. 9 and 577 again, combining for those entries. And that is a site taken by Baisha. Say trying to pull it back, but unlikely to be happening in a 5-on-2 and another clean round out from Baisha. It does feel as though, to me, these sort of faster, more explosive plays are what's working out for Baisha. When it slows down a little bit more in the mid-round, that's when Evolution Power are able to kind of work the angles a little bit more so. But when Baisha's going quickly, they are catching Evolution Power.
Yeah, they go quickly, they take space, and they're being a bit unpredictable as well because that last push into lockers, even though it didn't work, it was kind of like a non-committal. You know, they wanted to poke in, see what they could get. And this time they did a similar thing down the A stairs, but it was non-committal, but they got a couple of picks, and so they're like, well, we can just take A. So they keep EP guessing, it feels like, and those aggressive pushes are really throwing a spanner into the works here for Evolution Power, who, again, I mean, it is sub-base, it can be wonky, but they're really not getting a lot of information early on as to where these pushes are coming in, so it feels like before they can even react, they're losing a couple of members and falling behind in these rounds.
Not an easy task to be going up against informed Baisha. Evolution Power showed a bit of a problematic GR side as well against Ubek Maniac. They were much better on BL side. So I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch if this ends up being a good first half for Baisha and a bad first half for Evolution Power. I think we still have to sort of see what the tale of two sides is going to tell us.
Well, I'll tell you that so far at this tournament, I've had ideas for who I thought it was going to win and who was stronger, and it feels like every time I've been wrong. So maybe EP do have an angle here. Let's see. Slow push into the lobby. Here they go, trying to poke through. There's a lot of smoke on the way. Up in the vent, it looks like someone is. Yeah, YZK just waiting for it. 9 does have it locked down, but no kills just yet.
Going to be an A split again. There's no doubt about that one. And there you go, 9. You were talking about him and Xiao as well. On to YH. It just seems like EP can't get anything going at the moment. YZK jumping out the vents, but 9 is at his best today. Gets himself another 2. And a good trade for 577. It's Baisha that are getting themselves pumped up right now on sub-base. And honestly, you know, this is the recipe for success for Baisha. Very momentum-heavy team. 9 leading from the front, kind of going back into his own as one of those like star riflers that, you know, was such a pivotal point of Baisha's success. I think he really fell off recently, but today at least he has been on.
Yeah, I've been saying it a lot at this tournament. All you got to do is be on these 2 days, and you can win it. It feels like any team was capable of doing that. Even Ubek, a lot of us didn't give them a bunch of credit, but they were playing really well this entire tournament, and, you know, a couple of rounds go a different way, and maybe they're here instead of EP, and who knows what could happen then. But on the topic of Baisha, it does feel like they've been really on top of their game. The first series they played, felt like maybe they didn't take that second map as seriously as they should have, but outside of that, it has been lights out in pretty much every match that they've had. And it's still early on in this one, but the manner in which they're taking these rounds down and how almost flawless it is every time definitely is telling a certain story where EP need to figure something out. No early timeout called by them either. Seems like the coach is just letting them figure it out.
And maybe just they don't have an answer for it. You know, like what is the answer? Baisha's just shooting us in the head pretty good.
Shoot them better back.
Shoot back? Yeah. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't know if I needed an attack timeout to figure that one out.
True. You can see how they're playing with the tempo. Just a couple of really aggressive rounds that worked, and now it's like nothing for a minute and a half.
Flash down the stairs. YH going to duck away from that, but this is a fake more than anything else. Baisha trying to pull the rotation across to A. They've been very successful in doing so, but they still need to make their way in through wood. 577 for the entry onto Zay. There's a smoke. But XQQ able to see through it and gets the better of 577. The C4 still has to cross into B. I mean, Xiao is causing a bit of a ruckus there. But I really like this round from Baisha. They are really toying with the rotations of Evolution Power. I don't think EP has any idea where Baisha wants to end, and they're just going back and forth and losing duels on the way. And there's another one. Baisha into the A-bomb site. Plank going down. Xiao on the flank at B. This is an unwinnable round for XQQ.
Yeah, I mean, there's the attack pause on the way. XQQ pushing down, but he's spotted and taken out. 9 picks up another kill right at the end, but man, that spam through the doors was really nice from the side of YDSS. He was in perfect position, was cutting off the reinforcements from EP, and even Xiao on that super long flank that he had coming in from Machine Room through B. just making matters even more difficult. Immediately, they get to work talking about what went wrong, but subbase hasn't looked great for Evolution Power so far today. It's been iffy, and yes, Ubek are really good on it, but also maybe EP are just not comfortable on it.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, can you read too much into this? Like, obviously, Baisha's looking fantastic. They're up 5-1, and that's all well and good, but how big of an influence is the map actually playing? If you're right in saying that subbase is not a comfortable map for them, they lost it to Ubek, they're now getting kind of rolled by Baisha. How many conclusions can we really draw? Is it Baisha playing really, really well, or is it Evolution Power just not hitting their stride? And is it going to be a completely different story when we get onto Black Widow, map 2, Evolution Power? We know like to go toward that. So even if Baisha end up winning this first map super cleanly, like, it's a long series still yet to play. It's a whole best of 5. I'm not ready to read into it until I see Baisha do it on a map that we know Evolution Power have had success on.
That's why that map 2 is so critical, especially after seeing this performance, because at this point, yes, Evolution Power can take a timeout. Maybe they come back. That would be nice for them, but it's kind of looking like Baisha might just roll over them here. And if that does happen, they got to hunker down on Black Widow.
Well, how much difference is the timeout going to make? What have Evolution Power identified or hoped that they've identified? Doesn't look like a whole lot has really changed up for them. You know, you still got Mino playing that forward hold on B. Standard hold in for middle. And a bit more of a retake setup from YZK over toward A. Just hoping to get a pick on the entry there, but nothing too untoward right here for Evolution Power on the GR side. And again, Baisha also just happy to maintain the status quo. This has been how they've started a lot of their rounds, taking it nice and slowly, and then ultimately they end up exploding somewhere. But for the early stages of the round, they don't get up to too much.
The fans are getting in it now. Always love the grand, well, not the grand finals, but the ACL grand finals. You know, the vibes where it's like the fans are just yelling out at each other, cheering for the teams, or just making comments, making the other fans laugh. It's always a good time. It's got like a festival atmosphere. Baisha say, well, you took your time out, but now we're going to keep you guessing for a good minute and a half before we do anything. If I'm EP, I would just say in the timeout that it just feels like they're getting kind of lost in transition and in rotation. Like they're just not, they're not handling the pressure very well. Like, yes, they're losing firefights, but that's just kind of like, well, shoot better, guys.
No, you're right. I mean, Baisha are playing a very chaotic style on this Blacklist side. They're going A, and then they're kind of got a lurker over towards B, and then they're pressuring in through middle, and then they're going back to A. Like, they're going back and forth, and Evolution Power aren't necessarily too sure where they have to be, so they're obviously rotating back and forth in response, but Baisha's been able to win a lot of those duels in transition, as you highlight. So that chaotic style from Baisha's working out really nicely. And again, you're having that in this round with Xiao lurking his way out onto B, but this time Evolution Power do hit themselves a few of the opening fights, and wow, okay, that was certainly a round of all time.
Yeah, I mean, the push was extremely tricky. It was kind of like a cheesy one where they were waiting until the very end, like 20 seconds left before they actually showed themselves, in hopes that they would get a quick win on A, catch them in transition again, and just take over the site and get the plant immediately. But instead, it was read by EP this time, and only, I think, the Vents guy, who's YDSS up there, got one kill, and that was it. But yeah, definitely a bit of a weird round thrown in by Baisha that got easily cleaned up. Smoke in their faces once again, and maybe a bit of a faster push this time for Baisha.
Well, that's what Evolution Power are expecting. They're dumping all of their util early. They've picked up 9 on the push in through middle, and the rest of Baisha trying to make their way down the stairs. YZK is challenging that, but Baisha have called the cancel as soon as they lose 9. You could tell they weren't as excited about the possibility of going A there, so they're going to change it up here again in the mid-round and see if they can work a pick before they commit to anything.
Xiao's in the vent now, and maybe some info given that, hey, they're not really covering this that much. We only saw maybe 1 or 2 rounds where we had YZK up there, but this time around he is not looking. Still down a member after that pickoff in lobby. They're going to look to go towards B, it looks like. Decent coverage on A here from EP, so maybe getting the wrong read and maybe expecting more time to be wasted by Baisha, but no, they're coming in quicker than you would imagine.
Mino, important duel for him here, and he'll win it, but he again get traded down pretty quick. Smart. We're back to a 3-on-3 with the B site having been taken by Baisha. They've also got Xiao just like on the lurk, still in this vent. He can drop in behind YZK. 577 maybe the one to take the first contact. He spots the info at least, but yeah, I think YZK is a dead man. At some point, Xiao's going to drop in behind him, and he's going to have no idea. Oh, a big whiff, but it's okay. The Colt back out in hand, and still down to the 2-on-1. Xiao gets it done, 6-2. And it's another round for Baisha that ends up looking pretty clean, even despite a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, this is the replay from a couple of rounds ago, actually, where YH just from the top even doesn't get killed by N9 in the vent and then just turns around and kills him too. So nice hold from up in the computer room for YH, but that was just a couple of rounds ago and not the one we just witnessed, which was Baisha down a member, winning on a pretty tricky play into B. You know, these Chinese teams, they play up against each other so often, and the last time out, EP really kind of ran all the maps that they did play. So maybe Baisha really trying to play the mental game and throw in a bunch of weird strategies that EP are going to be thrown off by.
Well, final round of the first half here. If EP could manage to slide through a third, you could look at that and say, you know, they're a decent team on the blacklist side. This is not over just yet. That'll be easier said than done, I imagine. Xiao still kind of trying to work those picks in through wood. Can't see anything through the smoke, so just having a bit of a crack, a bit of a pot shot. It's not worked out this time. Baisha, again, it seems like they just want to default back to that A split. They want to try and take this control room position, work a couple players down the stairs. Flash is going to go through, forces in from wood, and the trades, the entries are just too good. I mean, that shouldn't be that easy for Baisha. But they find a 2-for-1 exchange, and now they have the A side as Xiao has just lurked his way out, down the stairs, through the smoke. He just disrespects Evolution Power. And why wouldn't you?
Good question. Definitely showing the disrespect. Nice shot here from YZK at least. Going to even up some of the numbers, and now YDS getting low here. YDS in the corner. XQQ, though, he gets traded up by Lai, who's just putting up the numbers here. I think he has 4 kills in this round. And now YCK has to go all the way around wood and run straight into Lai, who is waiting for him in the corner. Will it be a 5th? Yes, it is. I believe he got all of the kills on that round. Just insane stuff. And yeah, the firing squad in wood was just peaked one by one in lobby through that smoke by EP, and they got punished every time.
Yeah, absolute dominance, really, at the end of the day. But again, will it be the tale of two halves? Because it's a good first half, no doubt about that. 7-2 for Baisha, but Evolution Power much, much better on this blacklist side than they were on the global risk. So if Baisha want to get themselves a clean victory, they've got to maintain that momentum from the first half. Start off with a pick or two here from Lai or Xiao, the 2 snipers. They've gone for the double orm on sub-base is an interesting setup on that GR side. So they're really, again, just going to be trying to play for the picks.
Yeah, I am curious to see what Evolution Power is going to do and strategy-wise. For now, just trying to look for picks themselves, but they only have the 1 sniper of XQQ. Only 3 kills for him so far. Not that it's gone much better for anyone else, really. But, yeah, not able to find anything. A lot of smoke thrown in their face by Baisha. And just waiting for this eventual push. They got 3 guys over towards B. 1 in at the computer room, and then they've just got Lai holding down the fort on the bottom of A with the sniper. If he gets isolated, I mean, that's going to be a really weak A site. So if EP somehow make the right decision here, maybe they get it done. 577 is rotating, though.
Well, oh, he falls off the line. Flash grenade over, though, and 577 just going to duck away, leaving it to Lai. Oh, whoa. There you go. A couple of quick kills come through, but decent trades in from Mino. He needs one more. Veteran versus veteran, though, will go the way of 9. And XQQ falls quickly, 8-2. We get a timeout called there as well. That has to be from Baisha because Evolution Power have already used theirs.
The BM timeout.
Is it a tech pause, though? I'm wondering because
it could be. Yeah.
We don't have we don't have a tac timeout up on the screen. And
looks like maybe there's an issue.
I think there's a tech issue of some sort.
Yeah, some headsets are coming off. Although I see some hand waving as well, which is maybe like, oh no, it's
okay.
It's not a thing. It's not real timeout. It's a mistake. You know, maybe Evolution Power accidentally called a second timeout. I don't even know if you can do that in the tournament client, actually.
True. Not sure.
But if that was the case, I'm sure we would just be ready to go right back in.
Well, as you can see, we've still got a headset off. It's no laughing matter.
Yeah, we're just looking behind us and can't really tell. I mean, there's not like an abundance of referees on the stage or anything. So maybe just trying to work out what happened. Probably a mistake of some kind. But
yeah, not too sure.
Yeah, we'll give you guys the information when we get it.
Yeah, a little bit annoying, I guess. Probably frustrating for Baisha given the circumstances. You know, you're up 8-2. You've just won the first round of the second half. You're really feeling like, oh, we can close this map out and we can do it cleanly. And then a pause here, which is just going to take some of that momentum away. Give an opportunity for Evolution Power to just have a mental reset. Sit here in silence. Focus back in.
Yeah, everybody just looks confused.
Yeah.
So, again, that's why I'm kind of leaning towards the accident
Audio
situation.
malfunction, it says.
Aha. So there we go. We did have some headsets being pulled off and stuff like that, so it seemed like this was most likely. But, yeah, we don't know whose headset or anything like that. Hopefully we can get that replaced in due time. Seems like a problem on EP's side.
Yeah, it can be anything really when it comes to audio. Normally when there's a technical issue in esports, it is actually an audio issue because it can be an audio issue with the game, it can be with the white noise, it can be with your in-ears, which is actually your game audio, and your TeamSpeak audio. Obviously, microphone can be a problem as well. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong with the audio setup. Xiao looks like he's really struggling, by the way. I don't know why.
I mean, he looked tired earlier, right?
Every time we get Xiao on the screen, he looks just absolutely cooked.
I think, again, he's just a gamer, and he's probably feeling a little sleepy. But, I mean, he's not playing that way. His numbers do not
exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like,
tell a lie.
Why does he look absolutely wrecked on the cameras? He's like wrecked IRL, but he's a geek chat in game. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a long day. Probably had to wake up a little bit earlier than he's used to for this tournament. Who knows? Maybe he had like the totally opposite schedule, and he's like trying to fix his sleep schedule for the tournament, but he like failed. So he only got like five hours or something. Would be sad. And obviously this is just conjecture, but I don't know. He does look really sleepy. We got more headsets off. This time on Baisha's side. Maybe trying to hear what the problem is. I want to look and see if anyone... Like, all 5 members of EP have their headsets on. So... maybe still trying to figure out what the issue itself is. But... we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, not too sure. Not too sure. Could be the old tactical, technical, you know.
Yes. Great strategy. We for sure definitely have an audio issue, please.
Yeah, please slow the game down a little bit so that their momentum is gone.
The only issue with that is that I don't know how it works here, but generally for other esports, you're not allowed to talk about the game.
No, but even
those malfunctions.
And that may be the case, but even in that case, you still, I think, can get a lot of value out of just not talking at all. There are some, you know, in some instances where you have a tack timeout, I know specifically coaches and teams, they just call, okay, we're just having a reset timeout. You know, we don't need to say anything. We're just going to sit here in silence for however long it is. Obviously in Crossfire, that's a minute and a half, and have a mental reset. And that can prove pretty valuable as well.
I do see the ref is trying out a new headset over there, so
I see.
That's at least a good sign. But yeah, you know, it can take some momentum away from your opponent as well. Just give you a little bit of time. Maybe the comms are really cluttered, and if you don't talk at all, it's like kind of, okay, now we were all silent for a while.
Even another, you know, conversation point is it does give the IGL a bit of time to think about.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't know, or he's not able to have a chat, he can think during this time and go, like, straight out as soon as the game restarts. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I've come up with the plan. 5 minutes. Apparently, we're gonna have a little while here. It seems like. Doesn't seem to have made the crowd too disappointed though, as they're still popping off.
Yeah.
Kind of not really sure which team they're actually cheering for.
I think it's Baisha.
I would say Baisha probably has the bigger fan base than Evolution
Yeah.
Power. I think they're a bit of a bigger brand name in Crossfire.
EP is a repeat up-and-comer. As you mentioned, they had success in the past, but then kind of fell off, and now winning grand finals and trying to make a comeback this year. Maybe they're regaining their fan base, but aren't quite at the level of Baisha just yet. It's kind of my expectation. I'm seeing some headsets being tested on the other side too.
Oh.
Maybe an EMP hit the stage.
Well, it won't be long for the fans to come back to EP if they keep winning things like CFS, if they're able to win an ACL event as well. They'll get a bunch of fans going too. Replays getting shown as well from the first map here. I do wonder how this is going to affect the momentum of this game. If we come out of this break and then EP all of a sudden start popping off. But I'm sure Baisha's not going to be too pleased.
Yeah. I would imagine that Baisha just closed it out relatively easily. I mean, 8-2 is a really heavy scoreline to come back from. So even if like EP got 2 or 3 rounds, I wouldn't expect them to mount the comeback from here. If I'm EP, I'm almost thinking about Black Widow already. Obviously, they can't really discuss it, but they might just have to take a couple of losses here and then move on to their map choice and try to mount a comeback from there.
I honestly kind of, like, since we've got time, you know, do have to sort of question the Black Widow a little bit from Evolution Power. Now, it has been their go-to throughout the event, and even back in CFS, I recall that Black Widow was kind of their go-to map, but I don't think they've been, by any stretch of the imagination, dominant on that map. They lost it to Falcons. They were pushed by Ubek 10-7 on it. They persist to go to it, but I don't think that they've been as good on their map pick as other teams have been on theirs, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Which I don't think that's a good sign. I do think that Evolution Power has really kind of struggled in their wins.
It's like a misread on their map pool or something.
Or maybe it's just their best map, but everything else is similar.
Yeah.
And Black Widow is just slightly the best map that they have in their pool. And if you're looking at Baisha, you're not really seeing a lot of weakness. You don't look at the map pool and say, "Oh, we definitely have to play Port against Xiao." That doesn't feel great either, especially the way that Lai is playing on the sniper too. So,
YZK was the player with the issue at the start. He was the first player to take his headset off that we saw. He's got the headset back on now.
Yeah, maybe fixed. It looks like we're in the we're out of the fixing
phase
we're in the testing phase. So
I often wonder if the players' headsets are as uncomfortable as the caster headsets.
Caster headsets are...
they're not built for comfort.
Generally... it's for getting our voice across.
It seems the strangest thing, though. It does seem the strangest thing. Like, why is it not a little more comfy? Have you ever had a caster headset that's actually comfy? I haven't.
There are some that are fine. I mean, it depends on your ear shape as well, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if you got pointy ears or if a part of it sticks out a little bit. I know Laz was complaining a little bit.
About these ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being in pain. I'm personally okay with these, but there are others that really hurt, so I think it just depends.
Yeah.
Headset by headset. It's a pretty cool view the coach has, by the way. It looks like he has all of their FPVs.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's definitely something that we haven't seen at a Crossfire event before. There are certain reasons why that's the case for this event. Don't need to get into them. But I think it's a good idea. I think it's actually a really cool idea. I don't know if it's going to be something that will end up being a mainstay for Crossfire. But I guess that will depend on the feedback from the coaches at this event. You know, do they like it or do they prefer to stand behind the team?
Yeah. I wonder what's going on now because some of the Baisha members are being talked to and now some of the other members of EP are having audio issues.
Yeah.
Based on the ref going over and testing their headsets. So might have a little bit of a contagious audio bug going out there. Got to be careful. Coach is deep in thought.
Me too.
Yes, we've done this for a while. You and I, Elfish.
Yeah.
We've been through many a tech pause. So I've put in so many hours of effort trying to put in that deep thought that at this point I'm just like, nah, just hanging out. It's not worth the stress. It's better to just chill out.
Just waffle.
Yeah. Think about other things.
I'm thinking about my 7 a.m. flight home tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's going to be rough. Not sure I'm getting too much sleep tonight the way things are going.
Yeah, just stay up all night.
Yeah, but that's also kind of like...
No, that's never the way.
You still feel awful one way or the other.
Because the flight, especially for you, because it's a longer flight. Mine's a bit shorter. But if you got like a really long flight and you haven't slept, it just feels... Even if you get a little bit of sleep on the plane, you just feel awful anyway.
Yeah.
It's just not a fun time.
Yeah, I got about 2 hours to Hong Kong. It's like 2.5 hours to Hong Kong. And then like 9-ish hours back to Brisbane from Hong Kong. So that's also the worst part is like, even if I don't sleep well tonight, you know, you'd get on the first flight and go, oh, I can sleep for a while. But you actually can't because it's like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I might be lucky to get, you know, an hour sleep because there's the whole takeoff and then landing and there's hustling and bustling and it's hard to sleep while that's all happening. So could be a rough one.
Yeah. Seeing yet another EP player struggling with their headset. Maybe this is an issue that they've had, and now all of them are like, yeah, we've had this issue.
Yeah.
And we just kind of played through it, but now that we're losing, we're going to tell you
We're going to have a big deal about it, yeah.
They wouldn't be the first team to do that.
No.
And to be honest, if you're not playing well and you have an issue, it's very frustrating, so getting it solved at some point, I don't blame them for. But again, we don't have that info. We just know that it's a audio malfunction. So just trying to figure out when we'll be back into the game. That's really all we can do about this situation. Sorry for the wait, guys. And just hope that we don't have any other technical pauses. Oh, looks like we're almost ready to go back in. So that's some good news. I saw that audio malfunction graphic pop out of the way. And I knew we were in it.
All right, we're back. And can Baisha maintain their momentum? I think it's all gone. But if they win this first round of the return back from the tech pause, we'll be right back to square one, I think, for EP.
Yeah. Also curious about EP's situation, how much momentum they can generate in a situation like this after a frustrating tech pause. But let's see how they're going to manage this. Looks like maybe a B angle?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, they don't say may A.
May A. Maybe. May A. Maybe.
May C?
May mid right now.
Yeah.
Gonna throw a couple of smokes over toward A. Not really fooling anyone, not pulling the rotate just yet, but a couple of players getting caught off guard. Still, aim duels are being won by Baisha to begin with until YH arrives. And 9 started it so nicely, but nobody else was able to make any inroads, and then Evolution Power just kind of swarmed the site, and so here we go. Baisha haven't necessarily lost control of the game, but definitely the stranglehold that they had over it seems to have dissipated a little.
Yeah. I mean, you saw multiple members with utility out as the push was coming in. It looked like a pretty dry push with not much to lead the way. So Baisha just was not ready at all. And that led to them losing a bunch of duels, or not even having a duel and just kind of dying. Lai says, well, there's no point in me fighting this. I'll hold on to my good KD and feel better about myself. Probably the right call. So there you go. It's a round here to the side of Evolution Power. Getting back on the horse.
Yeah, we'll see how much they can turn that into. If it's just going to be a one-hit wonder, or if they can maybe do something more with that and start to actually put a bit of pressure back onto Baisha here.
Well, the B push was pretty good. I don't think you're going to get away with a push like that very often, but it's a good strategy to use after a long tech pause. You know, just a weird one where you just kind of run at them and they never expect it.
Get in their face, you know, test the aim after a little bit of a break. How warmed up are you?
Yeah. Are you still awake?
Exactly.
Baisha were sleeping.
Xiao definitely looked like he was sleeping.
Yeah.
I wish I was sleeping.
Sleep is good. It's good for you.
It's true. Apparently it's like one of the best things you can do for yourself, actually,
yes,
in terms of your health.
Yep. If you're not doing that, everything else falls apart. Are we going to get the same push?
Yeah, they're going to run it back. They're going to try again. Bit of util getting tossed into lockers, and that's where XQQ is headed. Xiao good for one. YDSS another. This defense is okay, but Xiao's getting wrapped upon, flanked, but not YDSS. He's got it done. Oh my God. He's a one-man army.
Yeah, YDSS has really showed up today in particular. I feel like it was a bit quiet yesterday, but that was fine. And now today he's just popping off like crazy. Has the highest assists, funnily enough, but also a very high number of kills here for the team, 10 and 6.
Pass around. I don't know if they know that XQQ's gotten past. 577 though, looking for the fight against YH. That'll have to be traded down by 9. Are they aware that they've lost the A side here? Well, they will be now.
I mean, they're throwing utility at it, so maybe he wanted to get in behind the push. And now a bit of a fight here. They want to take out XQQ. They're not going to be successful in that. And Zay got a kill on a YDSS, so now pushing into B swiftly. That's another kill going to Zay. And the B side is just wide open.
Yeah, this will be a tough rotate in for 9 and Lai. Stuck behind a bunch of util. Lai just decides to take matters into his own hands and ultimately will fall and leave 9 solo 1v4. Baisha might just take the opportunity to have a little bit of a strategic chat here. It doesn't look like 9's too interested in going for this retake. Preserve the KD.
Yeah.
Stats player. He wants the MVP.
He wants to do the interview.
Well, he did one earlier.
He wants to talk to Nini again.
He did do the interview earlier today, so I don't know if they're going to double up on that.
Well, maybe that's what he wants, but he doesn't know that it's not going to happen. I mean, he is the leader as well, so maybe it does. But, yeah, EP get another round. I mean, they're still alive, but it's 9-4. So, for us, kind of just waiting until Baisha do get that win. This was YDSS's, that's weird to say, YDSS's great round. He was just kind of doing circles around them. Never truly locked him down.
Run it back. EP need 5 in a row, which seems a tall ask, a tall order. They've definitely been better on the Blacklist side than they were on the Global Risk. I think we can give them that. It's also about just pulling back a little bit of confidence going into map 2. You don't want to be getting smashed on map 1, running into map 2 and kind of falling apart as a result of the first map scoreline. So if they can just make this a little bit closer, that'll help them mentally going into map 2. That's a good kill from YH onto 577 as Lai attempts to hold on to this A-bomb side solo. He sees XQQ. Does well, honestly, to get himself one there, but one's not enough in this situation for Baisha.
Yeah, it felt pretty illegal that he got in and actually got that kill. Now a lot of fighting outside of the computer room. N9 does get one, actually on Woods. And so you see a bit of a rotation coming out from the team and a back off of that computer room. And Smokes immediately at the stairs. So they have read this push, and YCK is in perfect position to just spray them down. Picks up 2.
Xiao holding a nade. Now we're getting another pause. This one feels like it should be a tactical timeout from Baisha.
Yeah, Baisha attack pause.
Yeah. Just nip it in the bud before it gets too out of control.
Yeah.
Indeed. Minute and a half to chat. 9-5. That's the cutoff point. That's where they're no longer happy to let this play out.
Yeah. At a certain point, just get a little bit of time to read how they're playing these attacking pushes, which it has been pretty aggressive. Does feel like EP are doing similar to what Baisha did in that regard. Not exactly the same, but, you know, Swift executes on the sites with 3-4 members all pushing the same angle. So they have to have some kind of counter plan, maybe play a little bit more passive, get some counter utility in their face as they're pushing. Allow your team some time to rotate over. For Evolution Power, it's just 4 rounds away now. It's not that crazy to do. I mean, we've seen teams get longer streaks than that.
Well, the tagline of ACL is creating the impossible.
Yes.
So maybe Evolution Power can create the impossible, make a comeback here on map 1. I suspect not.
But if they did.
Maybe
they're going to run away with this series. Win on the first map, go to Black Widow. Try to win that one as well. Or maybe we get the opposite, where they win Baisha's map pick and then Baisha wins their map pick.
Yeah, that happens a lot, actually.
Should just have random maps. Randomized map pool. Be good at every map.
Yeah, no permabans.
You might just have to play Mexico on map 1. It might just be the way it goes.
I think there would be a riot.
Mexico, Eagle Eye, Compound, Subbase. Port. Black Widow, and then Ankara. That would be a map pool for the ages. We are looking to head towards A, but no committal just yet from EP. Now the bomb's going mid.
Well, they had a lot of success heading to B. So, wondering if they'll change it up or just keep going back to what works. The problem is you don't have any fallback. You have to make the right call every single time. So much boiling down to the decision-making of the in-game leader of Evolution Power and where he decides to send his troops. For the moment, Evolution Power happy to respect the smokes of Baisha, not try anything fancy to get through them.
Yeah, they're really just taking their time after the timeouts. It's kind of what Baisha did as well, but I think they lost that round, so gonna have to make some moves. They're pushing in through the smoke. 9 is right there, right on the right, and he's going to hit the headshot. That's a good start, but YH on the entry pretty good. YZK getting one himself. And look at that play over in lockers as well in the picture-in-picture. Gets cleaned up nicely by YDSS. Now the flash comes down. Minnow in a rough spot. Has to run away. 20 seconds. They should be able to get this plant at least.
Yeah, most importantly, though, YDSS gets back out to safety. He's decided he wants to continue to hold on to the space in lockers, and he's dueling YZK at the moment, which is opening the angle up for Lai. 577 smoked off. Won't be able to find the trade here. YZK just out in no man's land, and Lai was not expecting that. 577 with a pretty tough task here to try to close out this 1v2. It's not going to happen. YZK just steps up as an individual, closes that round out.
Yeah, it reminds me of YDSS and what he was able to do in that one round. But this time it was YZK on the blacklist side after the fact, just cleaning everybody up, rotating around that jail area really well. Baisha cheers going out. Where's the counter cheer, EP?
Nope.
Or is it?
No EP fans, apparently. EP had a lot of fans at CFS. They were the home crowd team in that grand final against Vasco. But it's clear where the allegiances lie when it's China versus China. And it is not with Evolution Power. At least not here in Shanghai.
And again, we're just chillaxing. We're just sitting back a little bit. Forcing out a lot of utility. You know, there's like timings that Baisha has. I saw 2 people throwing a smoke and a nade at the exact same time, but in 2 different locations.
Yep.
In the last rounds, just trying to clog up the corridors.
Another slow and steady round out from Evolution Power, as has become customary for them in this event.
Yep, Xiao's right here. It's going to be up to him to get this first tag, or at least give the information over. The shot comes late. And there is, up top, just holding his ground. But a couple of kills do go back over. Xiao in the back here towards the dark room. XQQ is able to take him out. Now YDSS wants to get aggro with his M4.
C4's dropped in lockers. It's going to have to be retrieved in there. Meanwhile here by Evolution Power. They've just decided to get aggressive, both of them. YZK pushing out solo, again taking matters into his own hands, and 577 surely will not expect it. Maybe it was spotted out by YDSS though. And 577 will get that info. It means XQQ is now solo in the 2v1. Has to pull off a clutch to keep Evolution Power in the fight.
Needs to isolate 2 1v1s, especially with the arm. It's not going to be easy. They've already passed. He's not looking the right way, but he gets the flick down. And half the time going, he needs to hit the headshot with the Colt. Now he's trying, but it's not going to happen. YDSS cleans it up, and that will be the map win going the way of YDSS as he does go ahead and defuse it. So Baisha going to take down Subbase 10-6.
Baisha so far remaining undefeated on their road to the Esports World Cup as they're now 1-0 up in the grand final. They 2-0'd All Gamers, they 2-0'd Silla. So far, so good for Baisha, and it's hard to really knock them. Obviously, that map ended up maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked, though there was some extenuating circumstances with the pause in there at 8-2, which I think kind of like knocked their momentum a little bit.
Yeah.
But by and large, it's a very good-looking Baisha, and to be honest, a decent-looking Evolution Power. So I think that almost even extra lends some more credence over towards Baisha with this win.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. Baisha does win in the end. Evolution Power definitely looking better from the Blacklist side. It is sub-based. It's a chaotic map. It can be very wonky, and I think Evolution Power did thrive a little bit more from the Blacklist side, but it was not enough. They were too far behind as their GR side was pretty woeful. 9, some big numbers for him, over 100 ADR once again. He had, I think it was 148 ADR up against AG when they played this map last.
Yeah, YH, YZK, Zay all sitting on a flat 1.0 KD, which is not bad at all, you know. But the problem is, normally, if you've got players doing that, you probably need someone sitting a little bit higher, someone at 1.4, 1.5. They didn't have that, and actually, on the other side of the coin, XQQ just goes completely missing in this map and unable to have much impact at all. He's the primary sniper, so I think when it comes to a map like Subbase, he's not necessarily expected to be the main impact player. That's typically a rifle duty on a map like Subbase, which is a little bit more cramped, a little bit more close quarters. There's 9 again, and typically when you see him having a good map, it is going to mean Baisha's going to be having a good map. So recipe for success right now. It's the second or third MVP that 9 has had in this tournament so far. Looking at the next map though, looking at Black Widow, XQQ cannot afford to go missing on that one. And that is a sniper map.
Yeah.
You need to be getting some work done there if you're the sniper. So what we saw on Subbase from him, not going to be acceptable here on map 2.
It's not going to be acceptable, but I do feel like he did get his weaknesses were shown. Like his vulnerabilities, I think, were shown pretty easily there. He was losing to both snipers in Xiao and Lai on the other side. So I think it's not going to be easy. I think YZK did a better job of sniping than XQQ did himself, and he was the key player. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. We do have that Black Widow up next, and maybe this, you know, maybe the hope or the cope for the side of EP is that maybe 9 is a little bit slower on this map.
Maybe. That's what you're going to have to be hoping, but I think it's still a decent one coming through here for Baisha, so we'll have to wait and see. Can they remain undefeated on the road to the Esports World Cup here at ACL? We'll find out after the break. Right, back in for map number 2 here of the grand final. It is Baisha and Evolution Power. We're going to be heading towards Black Widow, which is a map that both these teams are quite familiar on. It has been the go-to pick for Evolution Power in the event so far. Baisha have only played it once, but they did play it in their opening game against ACL, and they won that 10-1, if you remember. So yeah, it's not as if they're strangers to Black Widow. I think it's a bold pick from Evolution Power.
It definitely is. I mean, again, for us, it's kind of hard to know exactly what they're thinking. You know, is it just their best map, and they say, well, we're going to have to play Baisha on this eventually anyway, so let's just pick it here. That can be dangerous, though, because, you know, if Baisha, if it's their second best map as well, maybe behind sub-base, I mean, I would say Ankara is probably better for them, which is why they picked it next. But it's still top 3, and so it's kind of rough, right? Because if you leave it open, you pick something like Port, and then you go into Ankara next, and you don't have to play Black Widow until map 4 probably, or map 5. So it gives you a little bit of extra time, but they probably just say, well, we're confident on this map ourselves, and let's just play to our strengths. Like, teams say this all the time where they're like, they get asked questions, have you prepared for the enemy and what they're going to do? And they're like, no, we just focus on ourselves. And it's an interesting strategy. I never really thought that would be the way you go, but I guess as a pro and as a pro team, you know exactly where you're going to be strong, and you just want to play to those strengths. You know, if you played a bunch of scrims and you keep winning, then you just want to play Black Widow, and so be it. You're going to have to play them on this map eventually if you're going to go 5 games or if you're going to win, so just pick it.
I guess you do get a lot more value out of playing to your strength rather than your opponent. Like, if you put effort into yourself, if you work on yourself, you're directly getting value out of that every single game, whereas if you're putting effort into anti-stratting, you're only getting that value for that specific match and not against the rest of the competition. So you can see that argument where it's probably worth a little bit more to put that time into yourself and to play to your own strengths. But yeah, I was sort of questioning it there on sub-base. We had a little conversation during that tech timeout that Evolution Power have picked into Black Widow, and the results that they've had, a 10-7 win over Ubek Maniac, so a pretty close scoreline there, and then a 13-11 loss against Falcon. So it hasn't exactly been a super clean run from Evolution Power on their map pick in this event. And I wonder if now that they're going up against who in theory should be the best team that they're going to face in this competition, because it's the grand final, you know, if they've already struggled on this map against some lesser teams, is that going to pop up again here against Baisha, and are they going to be down 0-2 to start off this best of 5? I mean, a reverse sweep in a best of 5 is not an easy task, and I think Evolution Power, you know, it is a possibility that that's where they're going to find themselves.
Yeah, I do feel like, especially in Crossfire, it's very easy to get mentally drained and down on yourself and on your team, and if it's not going right, we see a lot of long series especially go relatively quickly, or if it's going to be a reverse sweep, you know, those are very, very rare, I would say, in Crossfire. If we go to 5 games, it's usually back and forth, like one map to this team, one map to the other team, and it's just really close.
Yeah.
Which is why this map 2 is so important, because if you go down 0-2 and you have to play Ankara, I don't see the angles for EP. They're a great team, but I just feel like Baisha are the team to beat at this tournament, based on what I've seen. So
yeah, especially considering the strength of their double Orm setup as well. Xiao and Lai have been really quite reliable. Definitely pull that out on Ankara. It's something that they may pull out here on Black Widow too. What's Nine got there? Some strats?
It's the menu for dinner tonight.
Ooh.
Actually.
I don't know if there is dinner tonight.
Well, for them there is. They're going to go to a nice restaurant after winning this best of 5. They're going to pick out their favorite foods.
Uh-huh.
What do you think Nine's favorite food is?
Ooh.
Xiaolong Bao.
I was thinking Xiaolong Bao. Just because Xiao is on his team.
Yeah.
But it's different. The Xiao is with 2 X's and Xiaolong Bao is only with 1.
Yeah. That's why he's actually Xiao Xiao.
Xiao Xiao.
But we don't say that because it's really long and redundant.
Yeah, a few other players have a little twist on their name in Chinese that we don't really subscribe to on the English broadcast.
I'm seeing a full lobby there.
Me too.
I'm seeing players waiting, wondering, fearing, doubting. what will happen on Black Widow? That's what they're wondering about.
I think that's what we're all wondering.
Or it's 9, thinking about dinner, of course. I do see the game starting up, so should be just a moment before we get into Black Widow. EP, they basically have to win here.
Yeah.
If they don't, it's one of the most difficult things that they will have to do for them in this year.
Yeah, it's going to be very doomed. But here we go. Map number 2. It is Black Widow. And that is some crazy map data. 90% win rate on this map for Baisha. Again, kind of ties into the conversation I was having. It's a bold prediction, or bold pick even, for Evolution Power. I know it's their go-to map, but Baisha are definitely no slouches on Black Widow. So let's see what Evolution Power can do about salvaging this series.
There they go again, chanting for their favorite team, Baisha. They have the backing of essentially the entire audience here. It's not enough to get a chant going for EP. YZK gonna get a kill. Minnow gets a headshot too. And all of a sudden, this B push is looking kind of flimsy.
Yeah.
We do have 9 in a weird spot.
He's lurking over towards A. I think he's gonna get this kill. And he does. You see that in the pip. And 577 in the meanwhile getting himself a kill in the box room. Unfortunately, did drop the bomb. Xiao getting the exchange kill, but has to be aware of the push coming in behind him. While there was a flank from 9, there's also one from YH, which has been spotted. Xiao, such a heads-up play from him. Might have just saved this round for Baisha and Evolution Power. If they would lose this round after the way it started, oof.
Yeah, not a good sign for sure. I do think that 9's lurk was excellent, and also just a couple of great shots hit here by Xiao. And these two have been the 2 go-to players on this roster at this tournament. It's been the 9 show, and it's been the Xiao show. And, you know, other players have had their moments, like 577 was great earlier today. I think YDSS looked great on sub base. Lai looked great earlier, as well as a bit on sub base. A bit of a hit there onto YZK. 40 seconds as they slowly try to pick apart this storage area. And YZK is just going to hide in the corner.
9's been on the hunt looking for him. Didn't find him. Are they going to commit to B? They would still have time to go A if they wanted to. But YZK is going to have to pick a pretty premium timing here, and he's definitely going to have to hit his first shot with the Orm. Xiao will go down. He doesn't know that 9 is so close, though. And 9 will just swing and get the trade. Nice and easy. First round on the board for Baisha.
Yeah. I mean, you have 2 options there. Try to get that first snipe early and then be able to reset and get the second kill, or wait for them to plant and hope they just forget to check the box. He went for the first option. If you wait the whole time, eventually you're just going to get checked and you have an Alm and you just lose 2v1.
Yep.
Unless you're going to pull off some Goken-esque clutch style play. Or YZK-esque. He's had those moments. But, yeah, just elects to take the first shot, the easy one, and try to figure it out from there. Didn't realize that 9 would be so close. It's going to be a hard play for him regardless of how he decided to go with that one. But Baisha already on the board, coming back from a wonky start in that round.
Yeah, look, it wasn't the cleanest of rounds for Baisha. I don't think we can draw too many conclusions from it. But smokes over towards A and towards B. Just trying to cut off the B rotate by the looks of it. It presumably will be an A hit here, but not finding any entries just yet. Zay waiting on the off angle for YDSS, and he'll swing for the pill onto the stairs as well. It is an easy one in the end for Evolution Power. Baisha just didn't seem to have a great read on the positioning of those defenders. Kind of got caught in the side multiple times.
Yeah. Here's Lai. You can only check so many angles, and he does get 1 kill, but Minnow cleans it up. So yeah, pretty easy cleanup there from that A short push. They seemed very prepared for anything towards A. And I think for Baisha, you know, if you are going to win this map, it's probably not going to be a blowout in the first place. I think that EP are good enough, and they're close enough in terms of skill level as a team to Baisha to be able to make this an interesting map. If it was a blowout, then I think it's an easy 3-0, no problem. Here comes Baisha trying to get aggro. XQQ looking a bit better this time around, but they know where he is. He's trying to hit a second shot before he dies to nades. Not going to happen, as he does, in fact, die to nades.
Lots of util getting tossed into the doors, but some counter util out here as well. Zay's just gone straight through. Mino for the trade, but that didn't seem super well coordinated by Evolution Power. YH for the late swing is somehow going to be able to get himself a double. Xiao set up at the back of that exchange here, now going to have to clutch it out. He's got the Colt in hand. Trying to pick the C4 up, that'll be collected. And he can get out of there.
He's got a lot of time. He might just be able to try to anchor a position and just wait for someone to make a mistake. He knows that YH is low. It's probably hoping that he pokes out for info and that he can get the one kill and then try to set up a 1v1. But if you're EP, no real reason to do that. I think you could just sit on a site, and if he rotates to A, you can go for the retake.
Yeah, if he goes B, this is an unbreakable setup, I think, for Xiao. Unless YH gives him a kill. He's been spotted. But this is just so routine for YZK to trade. There's the kill to come through. Oh, he missed the shot. No way! YZK is going to be kicking himself.
Oh, no!
You can't be missing that.
Well, that got the fans talking.
Oh, it's got me talking. Don't get me started.
Yeah, that's one you got to get, YZK.
Yep.
You got to hit that shot.
Got to hit those.
That's all the coach would say in that scenario.
Well, long fight is brewing, and Xiao, once again, the one to deliver. Mino, he is on his own here. Cops a flash. His team flash coming through. He'll be able to almost get the better of Lai, but again, Xiao, the difference maker at the moment for Baisha, maintaining the numbers advantage, albeit slightly. Lai is, you know, a stone's throw away from death.
Yeah, definitely a good start here once again for Baisha. At least Minnow was able to get the one, but still advantage here from the Blacklist side to be showing this much dominance. Feels pretty good so far for Baisha. And I wonder where they're going to go from here. Down on members is EP, so you can only cover so many angles. Some XQQ is going to play deep on A, and then Zay's going to cover a short, whereas YZK has to cover all of B by himself.
Good shot from Zay. Not going to get the chance against Xiao, though. Ooh, who does just over peak against XQQ. So it ends up being a 2-on-2. YDS, though, decent trade. And YZK is miles away from the engagement, so he's going to have to come sprinting across. There's a pause coming through here as well. C4, if it goes up to A, could actually get picked off here by YZK. They are, at this stage, better off going B, and that's the decision that has been made. Lai is looking for a fight, which is an interesting decision, given he's low on HP. I don't know that I'm a huge fan of them splitting up here.
Yeah, that can be very dangerous. They knew he was on A short, so maybe trying to catch him in rotation in a weird angle, but now you're going to leave YDSS by himself in the back of the site. So YZK sneaks his way in. Baisha have no idea just yet where this guy is, and YZK is going to find him, but still is not able to get the kill. YDSS is fast enough, and that'll be a quick timeout from EP.
Yeah, the timing on the check there from YDSS as well was perfect. You could see he was kind of locked in on the angle for a little while, and had he failed to look in the direction of the window the half second that he did, he would have been a dead man. But yeah, early days here on Black Widow, not looking too good for Evolution Power. 3-1 the scoreline, you know, you're down on map 1. This BO5 Grand Final can very quickly get away from you.
Yeah. It does feel like even though the first map was 10-6, that in my mind it feels like Baisha crushed them on it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, EP had some rounds there after the big tech timeout, but then they just kind of got clobbered in a couple in a row, so it wasn't really a close match. And now we move on to the second map, and EP are getting clobbered again. Baisha, they choose the blacklist side. They're getting a lot of momentum from this. And so I like the earlier timeout call from EP because there's just a lot to discuss. Nothing's really going right for them in this one. The one round they won was very one-sided, but it was like, I don't know, just a pretty standard A short push that got shut down. Like, that could happen to anybody.
Well, Evolution Power get their chance to have a chat, but so do Baisha. Baisha will be looking to maintain this pretty solid start. Keep locking in the rounds on the BL side. Bit of a faster start out of this round by the sounds of it. There was a lot of nades getting tossed early on in the piece, and Baisha already taking that mid control. Xiao is trying to work bridge alone.
Yeah, not sure how much info he can get from that. XQQ has been playing up there a little bit, but not this time. XQQ has just been locked on the A site this entire time, so he's going to stay there. No big swap-ups from EP. Just maybe a bit more passive, bit of an A stack we have here. And then Minnow's playing behind the box on B, and Zay's going to be first contact for this push on the B.
Well, Zay, I think he wants to get aggressive here. Oh, wants to stick around for the fight. 9. How is he still alive? I don't know, but Lai has saved his life by getting that kill onto Zay. It seems everybody was flashed on the entry into that site. YCK, desperate, trying to survive behind the boxes, will eventually get spammed down by the M4s. And it's XQQ. Should be spotted out here by Lai. He doesn't actually get the killing blow. Yeah, finished off by Xiao in the end, and that's 4-1. This is looking really, really solid from Baisha. Evolution Power capitulating a little bit in this grand final, and the more rounds that we see that continue to go the way of Baisha, the more they're starting to convince me that this could end up being their day.
Yep. I was expecting them to be pretty good here in this grand final, and so far they have not disappointed. Xiao in particular. A couple of big maps in a row. And yeah, that entry was just good. It just feels like they're really crisp on their entries, like the way that they peek for each other and they use utility for each other. EP have not been able to figure it out from their GR side. I think so far they have a total of, what, 3 GR wins? Which, that's not enough. No. They have not figured it out yet. So that's part of why I like the early timeout as well, because it's obvious that there's something that they need to fix. Otherwise, we can see that replicated many times here by Baisha.
Yep. XQQ firing off a shot as 9 just jump spots through the windows. It's going to prompt out a bit of counter util. Don't know how much that's really going to slow Baisha down. Looks like they want to fight their way into the box room regardless, and they now have box room control. It's about getting their way out onto the site. They've already lost 9. Typically when they do lose 9, they call the cancel. They've definitely called to slow things down. YDSS is still having a bit of a look at things. Minnow and XQQ both getting flashed, and Minnow stuck behind the box. He doesn't quite go down in the end there, holding on to his position. And that might be the linchpin here that's keeping Evolution Power in this round. Just now, Xiao, a 1v3, too much to ask. Minnow surviving for that extra kill is the difference maker in that round.
Yeah, this time a very good hold. They get that first kill, and it just slows everything down. It gives the entire team a lot of time to rotate over to that B site and pull off a multi-man hold. It got a bit close. You know, there was still Baisha putting on the pressure, and they got a bunch of trade kills back, but it wasn't enough to win the round. Here comes YDSS by himself over by Water. Rest of the team went a long, and he kind of ran through smoke and took a 1v2 and still made it out alive. I don't know how he managed that, but he's with us still in this round.
patience around the map. Baisha happy with the HUD control that they've got. Let Xiao just sit on that line for a little while and see if he can find a kill. Nothing doing, though, from Evolution Power, who still haven't really been played too proactively on this GR side. They're happy to let Baisha come to them rather than forcing the issue. YH getting a little bit aggressive, but will get clotheslined by 9. Double headshot from 9 as he just bangs open the A bomb site, but there's still a couple of defenders here. That might be more than what Baisha expected. The numbers evened up for a second there, but not for too long, as now we're back into a 3-on-2. Lai out in no man's land, but he'll hit his shot as well. And Zay's been spotted out. Baisha are just shooting better right now.
Yeah, that was a very interesting round, too, where it was kind of like a slow push, but it felt like Baisha were in total control this time. That push from 9 up short was incredible. Like, there were, what, 3 or 4 smokes that were thrown down long, and everybody was like, huh, I guess they're going into A. And once 9 got that first kill, he was able to just multiply it into more and put on way too much pressure that allowed the rest of the team to push out on short, or rather long. We do have YDSS by himself once again. He's going to get a kill, and that's more than you can ask for by himself. You see that XQQ is already rotated into mid. Doesn't look like Baisha are going to take this opportunity to push along, though. Could have been a good timing to go for that.
Xiao copying a wallbang or a leg shot from XQQ as he transitioned through in mid there. A bit of an interesting round from Baisha. I think you're sort of spot on the money there to expect a bit more of a faster play toward A. If YDSS spots 2 players pushing out from B, you got to take some map control elsewhere, but I guess Baisha were just happy with the long control. Xiao's now set up there again. Not seeing anything.
Yeah, he's just waiting for someone to challenge him, which they have not done. Credit to them. YH picks up 1, but there you go. The double peek on short does not work out for EP.
Yeah, well, it's because it was a triple peek from Baisha, so you tell me about those odds. Not a very fair fight. And the
3-2.
Yeah, exchange favorable for Baisha. XQQ coming around the back here. He's got a nice timing. Lai and 9 both spotted out. XQQ, though, holds his trigger finger for a second too long, and Baisha get themselves another. They are just picking them apart at this point in time. It's not looking like Evolution Power are even in the contest.
Yeah, they're not really in the server just yet. And they don't have any timeouts for this map either. Again, this was EP's map pick. And they're getting rolled. Here comes more than just YDSS this time. Lai's here. You got 9 for the backup. 577 did go down. But I think at this point, he's not putting up the big numbers. So I think he just wants to entry for his team as he normally does. And at least they're able to get a trade kill back. But no big committal from Baisha there.
Yeah, another numbers advantage for Baisha, though. Very likely to be finding ourselves another 7-2 halftime score. Evolution Power have been doing it tough in this grand final. Baisha looking to get past YZK. The 2-3-man swing's going to come through. Nobody actually hitting their shots. They will help YZK out. Now the nades are coming through onto YZK's position. He is still holding strong behind the pillar, but eventually found out by Xiao. YH in on the rotation is being watched like a hawk by Lai. Baisha not rushing to put the bomb plant down here either. I like that. They need to create some space for themselves, and they have done so with that kill from Xiao. Might be 2, but in the end needed to be traded down by YDSS, but still a pretty routine finish to the half. 7-2, Baisha again with a dominance of a display in the first half.
Baisha are getting their revenge so far. This is not looking like a close match at all in our ACL Grand Finals. It's 7-2 at the half. Baisha going to move over to GR now. And we'll see if they can continue to win some of these firefights. Xiao's going to be good on the 1v1 versus XQQ. Seemed like XQQ wanted to take it. And I can sense a bit of frustration for our EP snipers, both YZK and XQQ.
Yep.
They're not having a good time on this map.
No.
And they have been pushing at times by themselves. to try to take fights, and they just keep losing them. That's not a good feeling.
Yeah, just way too many missed shots. YZK in particular in that first half, he had a couple of stinkers. Crowd's really getting rowdy. I mean, a double swing again from Baisha there, and Evolution Power are taking these fights one by one. They're fighting 1v2, and then they're fighting 1v2.
They're falling apart.
Soon it's going to be 8-2.
Oh, no.
Man.
Nobody lost any health
They don't
on the
care.
Baisha lineup.
They don't care. Baisha don't care at all.
They all had 100 health. Nobody took any damage.
This is a non-contest.
Yeah, I mean, this EP, they got challenged, but it just feels like Baisha are the next level of the challenge, and they're just not ready. They need to gear up more. They're not ready for this raid boss.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Which is weird because on CFPL, they were very ready for this raid boss.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? But it was a different map pool. Obviously, there's a different rule set in CFPL as well. You know, different guns, different maps. So sometimes it's not a direct parallel.
Yeah, that is true. Also on the day, you know, if EP gets a better start, you know, they look a lot more confident. If Baisha are a bit slower. But that is not the case today. And we have this rule set.
Yes.
Which is the international one.
It is the GOAT rule set as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to have any funny business, no weird guns or anything like that. I think you could argue, you know, maybe a change up in the map pool is about due.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot more maps in the pool in Crossfire that you could pick from. But I definitely like the weapon set that we've got. It's the game at its rawest, and that's what I like.
Nobody's here.
Nope. It is an interesting setup from Baisha on this defense, but 577's now spotted the C4. How does he get two? I don't know. YDSS is going to find the timing on her XQQ as well. I mean, Evolution Power have just been utterly bamboozled by Baisha at every stage of this game. And YDSS, I wasn't going to be surprised if he got one more there. Does end up getting traded down by 9. And it's the C4, again, in control for Baisha. And I don't imagine YZK is going to be getting this one done.
Well, he's got a 1v1 opportunity against 9, but he loses it. Goes for Xiao instead. But now, once this bomb gets picked up, I think 9, he's not going to peek him just yet.
Now maybe it starts to get doable, but time is definitely a factor. And it looks like Baisha, if they started to creep forward here, I was going to say might time him on the plant. I think they're going to. Yeah, they're definitely going to time him here.
He's going A.
Nah,
he doesn't have time.
Yeah, he's doomed. This is not a winnable round anymore. He needed to go for a more committed plant, which is easy to say in hindsight, easy for us when we've got the bird's eye vision. We can see everything, the X-ray. But just not a confident clutch from YZK, you know what I mean? Like, he's not playing confidently there. And that's symptomatic of the problems here for Evolution Power. 9-2 now. Baisha looking to close this map out. Lai will start with the opening kill as well. And it looks like Evolution Power are about to get decimated, though. They do get the kill onto 577, and Xiao will miss a shot. 9 will lose a duel. This A-site now starting to come into disrepair.
Okay.
All right, it's not over yet. Unless YDSS has something to say about it. He's dropped the C4. And almost finds another 1v1 there against Zay. Will be brought down to heel, 9-3. Not a big concern for Baisha, but not cleaned up just yet.
Yeah, just 6 more rounds in a row.
Yeah, easy.
They got this. No, I think Evolution Power are just kind of... They sent in an aggressive play because they know it's basically over, and it did go their way this time. Wouldn't be surprised to see more aggression, because it worked, and nothing else really has worked. 577 trying to spray as he's flashed, and he doesn't even get traded out here. Push up mid, YDSS comes in and just colds him in the face. Xiao, though, beginning to miss some of his shots. And now here on short, we see the rest of the Baisha squad trying to trade it out, but they take a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, very tough retake here with YDSS and 577 both so low. Kind of need Lai to be leading that charge, maybe opening it up, get the initial kill. Or just find an insane timing. Gonna get the pause out here as well. What's going on here? Lai's going to take the AK. 577's going to have the Orm. Bogdan's Law coming into effect. Give the low HP player the sniper rifle. Can usually use that better than an actual rifle, but that's a whole lot of nothing from Evolution Power on the retake. YDSS probably won't have too much to say about it here because time has ticked away from him. And that'll be that. So timeout is going to be a Baish attack timeout.
Interesting timing. I mean, they did lose 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
But...
Well, it's similar to what they called last map when I think it was, 9-5 they called the timeout there. Here's 9-4. They just want to call it before it gets too close, too much of a problem. Don't let Evolution Power, get on a bit of a roll. I think it's fair enough.
Yeah, it's fair. I just feel like Baish are in a dominant enough position where they probably wouldn't need it, but this is a very safe angle to take where it's like, okay, guys, well, that was a couple of really fast rounds. We don't need to be doing this. Like, let's conserve energy. Let's just put them out of their misery, essentially, and take the 2-0 and move on. But really does feel like a done deal. And part of the reason why that is, again, it's Crossfire. It's very momentum-based. Like, these two teams should be on a relatively even playing field and level, but Baish just, they won early, they won often, and EP just don't seem to have any confidence. So I think the coach just doesn't want to give them even a second to breathe.
100%. I mean, that's a big deal in a best of 5. You don't want to be allowing Evolution Power back into this contest, even if they still lose this map. But if they bring it back, to 7 or 8 rounds for themselves, they can say, okay, well, we were able to pull that back. We're still a good team. We can still challenge Baish. But if you just crush them on this map, there's no positive voice in the head of Evolution Power at all. And that's what Baish are going to look to do here. Get themselves the 10-4 victory, move into their map choice of Ankara, and close it out 3-0. Let's find out if they can at least put this piece of the puzzle into place here and secure 10 on Black Widow first.
You see the setup here of Baish, a lot more passive, although they are checking short as I say that. Just going to run down, try to get some info. As we can see, 4 people are here in storage. First kill goes to Xiao. He's running at them.
Missed a couple of his shots in the last couple of rounds, but not missing them here. There's another one for Xiao. Does eventually get brought down to heel, but numbers have been given over to Baish. Evolution Power still fighting hard. They get a little bit of a lurk back in toward middle. Zay's position is being watched. Surely he can't do this. What? He's gotten a kill. Needs to be traded down quickly and won't be. Evolution Power pull out a miracle round. That looked like it was done.
Yeah, I mean, Zay, you look at his scoreline, he's 15-10. Like, he has been consistently good. He had over 100 ADR as well when it was like 8-2. So the guy, he's trying his best. Again, the team has been a little bit heavy so far today, but some momentum being brought here. Xiao also trying his best to really put the thorn in their side. He picks up 2, and that is a huge start here for Baish already.
Oh, YDSS with 1 more. And if that last round didn't look like it was already over, this one is starting to look like it might be the end of the game for Evolution Power. They've fought reasonably nicely to get the 3 rounds in a row to bring it back to a 9-5, but they're just still so far away from being competitive here on Black Widow that this is looking done and dusted. 9 and Lai with a nice cheeky setup. They can trade for one another if 9 were to get picked off here, for example. Not an easy angle to check though, and 9 decides to take matters into his own hands and finish it off here, and now that is 10 on the board, and it's 2-0 now for Baish in the grand final of ACL 2025. Things are looking grim in the grand final here of the ACL 2025 Crossfire for Evolution Power, as they are now down 0-2. They have lost their own map pick, and they've lost it pretty decisively as well. It was, I would say, even worse of a loss than what we saw on Subbase. It's almost like snowballing in a way for Baisha.
Yeah, you can feel the pressure mounting for EP. They got so far behind, it was 7-2, and then even Baisha won the first round on the second half, where it was 8-2, and then it just felt like it was kind of over. And it's not just us that feel that way. We're not the only ones. It's the players on the stage, and that's the most important people. You know, they're the ones that have to keep it together, but it's just too difficult. And now you just have to somehow mentally reset, go into Ankara, which is Baisha's pick, and say, we're going to take you down. And it just starts with one. It just starts with one good half. They haven't won a single half just yet. It's just been very one-sided so far to Baisha.
Yeah, issue for Evolution Power kind of feels like in a lot of instances, they've really only got like one player online, and then some of the key members just completely missing. YZK, XQQ, we talked about them being important coming into Black Widow. Didn't really show up with the Orms in hand here at all. It was definitely not the case on the other side of the field. We saw Xiao up the top end of things. You can see the numbers here. YZK 0.58, XQQ 0.83. Not good enough, especially when your counterparts in Xiao and the secondary sniper of Baisha in Lai going 1.8 and 1.57. You know, it's just not it. Zay was trying his best. He did what he could. You know, you highlighted he was having a pretty good game. 99.5 ADR in a losing effort, and in a pretty egregiously losing effort as well, is a pretty good shout from him, but unfortunately not going to be enough to deal with the numbers that were being put up by Xiao. I mean, he was just getting so many impact kills, multi-kills in most of those rounds on both sides. 40% of the rounds he's getting 2 or more kills, which is an insane statistic. So overall, yeah, really, really good performance there from Xiao, and that's kind of enough said, really. Especially with Ankara coming up. Like, we got Xiao and Lai, you can see there, Ankara coming up. They're going to be licking their lips at the prospect of another map, which is going to facilitate the double sniper.
They should just keep doing it. Like, Lai is playing really well. Even his rifling has been great. Like, he's gotten multi-kills himself, where he's able to really pull it forward. Really, the only one who's kind of slow is 577, but even he's doing pretty well for the team.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's the end of the first couple of maps. It is a best of 5, though, so we still have a potential 3 yet to come. We'll take a short break here before jumping into Ankara. We'll see you soon. So 2-0 right now for Baisha in the grand final of ACL 2025. Their road to EWC still remains unchallenged. They have not lost a map. They are now 6-0 for the event. The way things are looking, they are kind of headed in the direction of a 7-0. Like, let's be real. This grand final, it hasn't felt hugely competitive. There's definitely been some decent rounds out from Evolution Power, but just in terms of the way that the maps have played out, they've both started very strongly for Baisha. There's been, a little bit around the mid stages where Evolution Power have shown some feeble resistance.
Yeah.
Say feeble resistance, I think, is probably a good way to describe it. And then Baisha have gone, okay, we're going to close it out now.
That's pretty much been it. This has been just the Baisha show. And again, I rated AG pretty highly. And I even thought maybe they were going to take down Baisha, but I didn't know Baisha's game. And then I saw them immediately take out AG in that fashion. And I'm like, well, I guess these guys are just going to win it all because nobody's looked this dominant. All of their wins have been very dominant.
Yeah.
A couple maps here and there were a little bit iffy, but, were they playing 100% on that map? Probably not. Not like they're playing right now. EP are a really strong opponent, but they're making EP look really weak. And
I did say at the start of the game, I think it was after map 1, actually, this doesn't 100% convince me. I'm still waiting to see Baisha do it on a map that we know that Evolution Power have some success on. The whole time I've kind of been in the back of my head going, look, Baisha had a pretty bad 2024. They didn't have a great CFPL season. Is it just hopium or copium to assume that the OG Baisha is back, they're going to be in great form, and they're going to do well in this grand final? Yeah, they beat Arcilla, and yeah, they beat AG, who looked a little bit off. But the more we see of Baisha, the less question marks you can have, right? They're beating everyone that's in front of them. What else do you want from them? You can only beat the teams that are in front of you. Evolution Power, I think they might be going down 0-3 here. Baisha, all signs pointing towards a victory on Ankara here. You got your snipers doing well. 9 has been online as well throughout today. He was maybe a little bit quieter there on map 2 than what he was on map 1, but I think he was serviceable enough. Maybe 577 not having the greatest of days, but it's kind of unnecessary at this point. Xiao's just been absolutely popping off, and going into map number 3, the 2 snipers as well for Evolution Power really, really missing, and that's not a good start for them in this series. But hey, look, there's always the opportunity, there's always a chance for a reverse sweep, and one thing that we have said positively about Evolution Power in the past is that they are a team that doesn't mind fighting from behind. We've seen them come back from deficits before. This is probably the biggest deficit that they're going to have to come back from, though. 0-2 down in a best of 5, no one firing. I don't know, you have to find that spark. Somehow, they've got to make it happen. They've got to do it here on Ankara.
Yeah, you have to have a good start and essentially try to build up some amount of momentum. Get your team to believe first, get some of the fans behind you. Get us to believe, probably the most difficult to convince.
True.
And then you've probably got something going. I'll be convinced when EP wins 2 maps. At this point, I feel like Baisha have done enough to convince me that they are the big favorites and should be taking it down at some point.
Yeah.
But if EP win 2, then I'm like, okay, comes down to 1 map, anyone can win. EP have proven that they can play today, which it seems like they played well earlier, but also was kind of a close one that did go 3 maps, so it's difficult to say that they were the heavy favorites. They haven't been nearly as dominant. They are a grindy team. They're willing to play from behind. And, Minnow doesn't look too concerned. Looks ready to go.
Well, let's see if Evolution Power can do anything in this grand final, as it's time now for Ankara. And it's an Ankara that is very much going to have to be a must-win here for Evolution Power. They have opted to start on the favorable side of Blacklist. So both of these teams with a little bit of a better win rate on their attacking side than on their defending side. So keep that in mind. If Baisha is able to kind of take a 5-4 or a 6-3 lead on this GR side, it's going to be really bad news for Evolution Power.
Yeah, that is very true. Here comes EP pretty quickly over towards A. already a bit of spam. They're just running right down the middle, and it is going to work out for them. As Zay, YH, and Minnow each pick up 1 kill. And they just kind of ran through the front door on and off timing very quickly here in this round.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there for Baisha. They had the setup for the vent push. You could see Lai was expecting a big swing in vent, and in the end, Evolution Power kind of just took that KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, and they ran straight in through main, which was not really what Baisha was set up to defend, and ultimately they are able to overwhelm that first round pretty quickly. Kind of taking a leaf out of Baisha's book. Baisha's been the one that's tried to pick the pace up in the first round of any given map, and Evolution Power doing the same thing.
Yep, that's the way to control the pace. You got to get in and get in quickly. YDSS not going to try. EP, some big cheers. They got the first round. So it's only the first round, but it was a good look.
Dead silent though in the crowd, isn't it?
Crowd's not about this.
No one's very impressed by that. Everyone just wants to see Baisha win, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, the fan base is a little bit lopsided, it does feel. But it is what it is. Maybe you gain some more fans if you take out somebody's favorite team. Generally not, but
true. Nicely
try.
done, Nate. 577 going to get some chip damage onto Zay. Once again, it's going to be that A play. 577 taken down in his traditional spot. He's going to leave 9 a bit high and dry. He's dancing around looking for some kills. Not going to happen. This A site defense is looking very weak so far from Baisha.
Bit of damage with the nade, some utility coming through, but you got to run through smoke. When you push this quickly, you have so much utility left over. Flashes do come through, but now the timing here from Zay is fantastic. Lai does get 1, and Xiao gets 1, but it doesn't matter. 2-0 here for EP. They're very beginning to believe.
Pacey rounds out from Evolution Power, aren't they? And it doesn't really give much of an opportunity for 9 on the behalf of Baisha to make a decision about what he can do here on the GR side. You typically want to see, as Baisha, maybe the opportunity to have an impact on these rounds earlier on in the piece, but if Evolution Power are going to play that quickly, if you make the wrong choice, if you push middle and they push A, you lose the round. Once again, Evolution Power going to go towards A. There is a 3-stack over there this time around, but opting not to commit to the A take. YDSS will go down in mid instead, and that'll open up the angle into B.
Yeah, B is free. This is what happens when you stack a site a little bit more and one guy gets picked off.
Yep.
You go towards B. Zay's got a pretty nice angle here on 9. I'm not sure if he's going to spot him just yet, but yes, he does. Zay on his game today. And the pause is coming early in this one. As Lai also gets taken out. You see YZK just rolling him back here. Not going to hit that shot. But now 577 has it all to do by himself. 1v4. And it looks like he might not even try.
Yeah, got to be the first time in the series that we've seen Baisha on the back foot. So Baisha got a few cheers, then someone tried an Evolution Power JO and no one replied.
I heard a couple of EP JOs there.
Yeah.
There are a couple people out there.
But look,
keep the fan base alive.
Early tack timeout has to be called in here from Baisha. It's the first time that they're on the back foot in this series. They don't want to let that snowball out of control and force a 4th map. If you can nip this in the bud pretty quickly here, you know, end up like eking out. Let's say, I think 4 rounds would be a pass score on the GR side for Baisha, and that's a very real possibility still with the amount of rounds that we've got left in this half that they could do that. Because they'll back themselves on the blacklist side. It's just about getting enough on GR to at least give themselves a chance. And yeah, they've been pretty decisively swept aside so far. But they haven't been able to dictate the game at all, Baisha. And I wonder if that's what's going to come off the back of this tack timeout. Are they going to try and do something a little bit different, you know, play a bit more of an aggressive hold on A? You see oftentimes teams pushing out of main themselves on the GR side, trying to take the fight there. Wouldn't be a bad strategy. I know Evolution Power have kind of conditioned Baisha into thinking there's going to be an A hit coming through here, so it definitely wouldn't be a bad strategy for Baisha to just play quickly on A. If they don't see anyone there, then they can rotate off and expect a change up. Chances are, though, they might end up actually just fighting outside of A. And that also wouldn't be a bad thing if you're trying to force that kind of an engagement.
Yeah, sometimes that's what it takes, a little injection of energy on a push from the GR side. Don't see it all the time, but it is a good way to get things going. I do think that Baisha has some decent opportunities on that last round. Like the first 2 rounds are pretty one-sided. Like there wasn't really much going for them, but a couple of drop shots were enough to just get them too far behind the play, especially with how fast EP are playing. Speaking of which, here they are. They're on B. Xiao's going to play it passively. Flash comes down. He's looking to snipe, and they all stack up. And he does get one, but XQQ gets another, and the push continues. Lying going to snipe that down. Minnow as well gets his head taken off, and 9, he is back, and he wants more, and he will have it. 3 kills, holds down the B site, and that is the injection that Baisha were looking for.
Yeah, that's the change-up that they need. Gets the crowd involved once again and starts to put a little bit back in the direction of Evolution Power, who, to be fair, are still holding on to the lead, so job not done. Baisha can't get too elated with the 1 round that they find there. They at least prove to themselves and the fans that they can contest here on the GR side of Ankara, and how much more is yet to come. Double Orm out again, Xiao and Lai. And again, Evolution Power look to default back toward A.
Yeah. You lose a round, go back to what worked twice in a row with flying colors. I mean, this A push is very standard. It just, you know, there's little tweaks you can do. Xiao gets the first kill, though. Just hanging out over by Hotel. And he only sees 1 watching the long angle. It's not a huge amount of information, but I think they'll feel happy with their A stack.
It's got to be alarm bells ringing. This is going to be another A hit. Nobody rotating off. 577 will miss his initial shots. There's a couple of quick ones back in there from YDSS before he ultimately falls. It's a decent entry still from Evolution Power, though. Back into the 2-on-2 here.
Yeah, they're going to get this plant. And the retake is the way for Baisha. It's Xiao and Lai, the 2 snipers, so a couple of AWMs.
Yeah, probably not what you want. Probably want the rifles for the retake. That's why they've opted to go back over to the Colt, but you'll have to hit some pretty crispy shots to make this one happen. Flash over the top there. Doesn't quite catch YCK, but Lai is able to still win his duel. Minnow goes down too. What is that from Lai? Another one for Baisha. Just the kind of round they want to win. Get some momentum going. The blood pumping. Baisha's back here on Ankara.
Yeah, the timeout does a huge amount for this team. You can see this is 9 a couple of rounds ago. Just really calm under pressure. Up against the wall, the 1 tap there. And then just a 1 trade here against Zay. Just weaving in and out of cover to get that one down. And now if you're Evolution Power, you lose a couple of rounds in a row. It seems like they want to go A again. Maybe trying to say, okay, they won't expect it for the 3rd time in a row.
Or the 4th, or the 5th, or 6th. And to be fair, there was a round or 2 in there where they didn't go A, but by and large, this has just been the A offensive. And this time, 5, 7, 7, and 9 holding strong. 9 still alive on that side. He'll be able to tuck himself into that back box and wait for the rotators to come in. This is a 1 round already for Baisha. Just got to clean up XQQ, so seems like the battering ram is starting to break. There was a nice double from XQQ, but not enough. 3-3 is the scoreline, and Evolution Power also investing an early timeout into this game. They're almost forced to do that by the fact that they're down 0-2. I don't think you'd really be calling a timeout here at 3-3. Like, if this was map 1 of the series, would Baisha have called attack timeout at 0-3? Would Evolution Power have called it at 3-3? Maybe Baisha might have called it at 0-3, but definitely not at 3-3 here for Evolution Power. It's just because they're down so dramatically in the series score. They know how important this first half is going to end up being for them. They need rounds on this Blacklist side, and if they let Baisha get back in control of this game, it is going to be done. It is going to be over here, and it will be a 3-0. Baisha will be taking that EWC spot and claiming the ACL 2025 trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just trying to stop the momentum of the enemy team at this point. You know, lose 3 in a row. Baisha takes a timeout. Lose 3 in a row. EP takes a timeout. And it's very close, at least. I mean, Evolution Power, at least, it feels like for the first time, I've gotten something going. The issue for me is that it's kind of just been the same strategy. And yes, it's working, but I'm not a big fan when you're just only doing one thing, and that's really the only thing that's working for you. I'm much more a fan of a team that's got a robust set of like 7 different things they're doing and playing with the time and the clock. It might just feel a little bit desperate from EP if this is all they're going to do. So take a timeout, maybe try to expand their repertoire.
Yeah. Got to get it done in this first half. Evolution Power going to be moving on to GR side shortly. 1-for-1 is not too bad as far as Evolution Power are concerned. They're going to try a bit of a faster round. It has been pretty pacey stuff from them on this Blacklist side, but this time being undone. Nice kill on the rotate there from 577. But there is a push coming into B around the back. They aren't expecting Zay because there's already been a kill in middle. You're not expecting a second player through from there. And Zay will be able to pick himself up a clean one onto Lai. Xiao moving back to the safety of the underpass here. Will try to dual XQQ, wins that battle. And now the information is coming together for Baisha. They know that it's going to be a B site plant. Rotate will have to come through from 9 in due course, but 3-on-2 for this retake. It's favorable for Baisha.
Yeah, definitely favorable. Plant is in, flash over the top. And they know, okay, well, nobody's really playing on top of the site. Zay, though, on the rotation, he's going to take out Xiao. And that's a thorn in their side. Minnow also won the 1v1. And so 577 expecting Zay to push, but he is not. And now 577 running out of time. He's going to have to hold this one and hope they just don't get him.
He might get that. He might get that defuse. Oh, it was close. But Minnow got there just in time. Yeah, 577, I don't know if he was necessarily expecting the swing to come through, but more so maybe just hoping, really, because at that point, are you going to swing in as a 2v1? Probably not. That would be a mistake, right? And that's what he's hoping for. He's hoping for a mistake, but no mistake made in that post plan by Evolution Power. That gets them back up to the lead, but it's still a tenuous one at best. Baisha, like I said, pass score kind of looking for 4 here on the GR side, and 9 won't actually be able to start this round off favorably.
Close, though.
A lot of damage done to YZK, though.
Yeah. Xiao also on 12 health. Not sure what happened to him. Meanwhile, just going to get jump scared by YH. Takes his head off. Lee's able to get 1. And here comes the squad. They're not expecting this much of a push. YDSS gets in, and nobody's watching it. It's just 2 free ice cream scoops for him.
Hey, what ice cream are you choosing? I'm taking cookies and cream and some kind of butterscotch. Maybe salted caramel. I feel like that's what he'd go for too. Those 2 ice cream scoops.
I'm going to say strawberry.
Strawberry? You're a strawberry fan?
Not me.
Not for me.
For him.
Oh, for him?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Baisha able to claim themselves the C4 control in addition to some ice cream, apparently. And a 3v2 here as well. It'll be tough. Unless Light makes a mistake, which he does. Gives up the numbers advantage. XQQ needs to be traded down there by YDSS. That information going over courtesy of Light.
1 health.
So his death, not the end of the world. And 1 health, a 1 health wonder here. 577 was spotted on that cross as well, but impossible to win that duel. And 4 confirmed for Baisha. But can they find themselves the lead in the first half here by grabbing the 5th?
Yeah, that is the question. Still relatively close, which I like. It's been a very one-sided final so far. But 4-4. Baisha, they want to get this 5th and really kind of wrestle control of this one back, and Lai is helping him do just that. He's half flashed, he's up against the corner, and still he's going to get a kill. Looking for YH here, but look who's in his face, but he doesn't get him! Xiao wins with the Colt, and that is unacceptable. Lai here in the corner.
Yeah, he's been helped out dramatically. YDSS saving his life and then trading him down as well. It was an awkward spot to be playing in for both of those snipers, for Xiao and for Lai, but YDSS has no such problems with the rifle, claiming 3 and claiming the 5th for Baisha. I will call that a very good first half on the GR side. And the signs that were pointing towards a Baisha 3-0 victory are still pointing in that direction. It's like when you're driving on the highway, you know, it's like it's 100 kilometers to Brisbane. That's where I'm from. And then you get closer and closer. It's like it's 50 kilometers to Brisbane.
Yeah.
20 kilometers, and well,
we're still going the right direction.
We're still going in the right direction. We've been 100 kilometers away from Baisha 3-0, but now we're about 50 kilometers. Maybe we're even 20 kilometers away. It's getting close.
It's like 10 kilometers at this point.
Ooh, spicy.
If we started at 100. And now a fast push from the side of Baisha. And the one tap from 577. Flash comes down, but he's still entering. Does a bunch of damage while he's flashed. And 9 is right here. And it's like they can't miss. They just keep winning these firefights, and EP have not been able to come back in this one. Not enough.
No. That is a decisive start to the second half for Baisha. XQQ going to try to play spoiler here, but he's got all the util tossed in his direction, finding it difficult to progress his way forward, and YDSS will get the kill, finish off the 6th one for Baisha.
Baisha fans watching on, 4 rounds away from a 3-0. They can already taste it. And it tastes like
tastes like cookies and cream ice cream.
Cookies and cream and butterscotch, or strawberry.
Salted caramel, mango sorbet. You a bit of a mango sorbet fan?
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
I'd pick you for a mango sorbet fan.
That's me.
Yeah.
I love the fruity stuff. And
you are a bit of a fruity guy. Yeah.
That's the way it is, you know. XQQ. That's a nice shot there on a 577. This time, that very aggressive push, it's not actually coming underneath. They're in their spawn.
They've lost so much map control, though, Evolution Power. This is really, really tough for them to play out.
Ooh.
Rotates are going to be difficult to secure, and the side hold as well as 9 is going to help out YDSS for that kill to clear out the site. And again, Baisha have got B.
They're just rolling all over them. They're coming from so many different directions that EP didn't even know where they were. And now Zay spotted. And he's just, he's just running in. There's just no hope really here for EP. And the Baisha faithful, it looks like they will be granted a victory tonight. At this point, 7-4. And a couple of rounds that have been very dominant here for the side of Baisha.
I mean, it's got to be a good feeling for the Baisha fans, right? Like, they would have had a pretty rough year last year, a pretty rough CFS. They didn't even get to watch Baisha there. And then CFPL, 4th place for Baisha. Kind of an underperformance, really.
Not my Baisha.
Not my Baisha. But this Baisha's my Baisha.
Yes.
And so they'll have something to cheer about the way things are going. 7-4 right now. It's not a done deal, but it is looking very good for Baisha. And they maintain that double orm setup into the blacklist side as well. Minnow going to try to get aggressive. YDSS is waiting for that. He'll get the freebie. That's exactly what Baisha want. This default setup is designed to deal with that kind of push. As Evolution Power now are starting to get desperate. They want to try to find a way to control the game, but it's just not happening for them today.
They never really got a big foothold outside of the beginning of this map. And Baisha called one timeout, and it felt like it was over. And it has been over. First couple of maps were like that as well. And this is what a 3-0 tastes like. We can really just kind of see it forming before our eyes, bit by bit. Baisha are just the better team today. And they're going to taste revenge as well. They're going to be feeling pretty happy about what happened and how they were able to get revenge.
9 looking for some more entries. Ooh, going to get flashed out. Decides to keep it slow for the moment, but YH under the stairs, cowering in his boots. And will fall to another headshot. 9 is putting on a clinic at the moment. Gets a double entry. Trader back down by 577. Again, it's the site control for Baisha. And again, a 1v3, which will be unwinnable for Evolution Power. It seems destiny that Baisha will close this series out and take that road to EWC all the way to Riyadh.
It's looking very likely. 9, just so many rounds in a row. When they need him most, you know, he doesn't even have like the greatest scoreline, but these past 3 or so rounds, he has been just rolling over them, putting on a clinic. He's charging a lot of money. It doesn't look like EP can afford it. And it's 2 rounds away now from the 3-0. I can see it. It's beginning to form in front of my eyes.
Patience for the moment for Baisha, not trying to get too far ahead of themselves just yet, which is good to see. I'm interested to see, though, if they get to 9, do they throw in an extremely fast round? That feels like kind of the Baisha way.
Yeah.
Especially if they're up 9-4, I think they definitely go for it.
Well, they're going in a hotel. It's a bit of a split push where they're going underneath and through hotel, trying to push them out and maybe catch them in transition. Xiao a little bit late, but XQQ at least gets flashed down. But this is still going to buy a decent amount of time here for EP, but you got to trust in Xiao. You got to trust in these Baisha players that just can't seem to miss today.
Yep, 9 pushing his way forward as well. There's nowhere to go for those players on the side. Xiao will dislodge them with a double in the Colt. And YDSS cutting off the rotate. Baisha once again picking Evolution Power apart. Now it's Zay who has the unfortunate wooden spoon prize of taking the 1v4 attempt. 9-4 is the score. And let's see if we get something quick out here from Baisha.
The Baisha faithful, they're very happy with the way this one is going. And they're showing their support. They're showing their gratitude. Minno's pushing again. YDSS is in the same spot.
Minno's going to check it this time.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah. You're like the first person I've heard say that correctly. I don't know why so many people around me don't know how to say that one.
Fool me once, shame on me. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, this is a nice little push from EP. Just cleaning them up. Gonna delay the celebrations of Baisha just a little bit. Technically not over yet. Just win 4 more rounds and then some more on top of that. It's like the sprinkles on top of the ice cream cone. If you can get those extra rounds. Still not looking likely here for EP, but nice to see them show some signs of life. Feels a little bit late, though.
Oh, well, YDSS needs this trade, and he'll get it. He'll maintain the numbers and retrieve the C4, but 9 also falling to YZK. Feels like now that 9 is up, all bets are off. Evolution Power are kind of just throwing caution to the wind and taking the early fights. That's actually proved to be a little more successful for them. But Xiao be also throwing caution to the wind here and getting up to some funny business. If he jumps into the B bomb site, can get in behind Zay. I mean, he could get in behind YZK as well. This is a massive gap in the defense that has allowed him to walk all the way into B. Trouble is they haven't cleared out Hotel, and YDSS could still die to YZK, which would pretty much win the round for Evolution Power, because that would drop the C4. So all the good that Xiao has done here, it might still not result in a whole lot, depending on how this next engagement goes. I think Xiao could have just kept pushing. He should have probably kept pushing here. You know, they should be pincering into Hotel together. But let's see what YDSS can do. If he wins this duel, game on, but not the case. You know, and if Xiao comes in from this position instead, YZK is just dead for free. But instead, the round goes the way of Evolution Power. So I think that's a bit of a misplay from Xiao, personally. Did so well to get that space and then did nothing with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a good idea that somebody was in a hotel because, you know, only 3 guys. Somebody's got to be covering this side of the map. And he just kind of ran down mid and saw nobody. So they just assumed, okay, you clear out hotel, you join me in B. But I wouldn't have even minded like a double push.
Yeah, double swing into hotel for sure.
If they knew, you know, enough. But perhaps they didn't. I'm not sure.
Well, not over yet. Evolution Power, can they string together another 3 on this GR side? That would be a huge fumble from Baisha. The EW spot is sitting and waiting, and based on how CFPL has gone for them, I don't know that they're like a lock-in. They're not a shoe-in necessarily if they don't win this. So you do want to be locking it down and just taking that free slot into EWC.
It's a good feeling, you know. Yeah. You kind of like have your year planned out from there. You're like, okay, we know we're 100% going. And you get all the prestige as just looking the wrong way, not expecting 577 to come off the top rope. And just take them down.
Is that the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Evolution Power? 5v4, they have fully rotated off of A. This is a gamble stack of epic proportions, and it's not going to go well for Evolution Power. They are going to be tasked with a 5v4 retake.
They are about to find out that they got to retake this one. And I think they have a good idea now. The plant comes down.
Yep.
But already smoke set up and a full setup here from Baisha on A. The onus is on them.
You know, the weird thing is, Baisha's actually using their util a little bit too early. They have tossed pretty much all of their counter util before Evolution Power even rotated across. And Minno's picked up the kill. He's picked up a double. Someone else going to have to do the same. It's 9 for 2, Xiao for 1, and that'll be that. It is 10-6, 3-0. Baisha will take that trophy and claim their ticket to the Esports World Cup. They are the champions of ACL 2025.
Baisha Gaming for winning the ACL 2025 CF Champions. Now, raise your well-deserved champion trophy. They trust each other through unwavering trust and exceptional teamwork. They face the fierce opponents without fear. All this proves that they have what it takes to conquer the ACL 2025 CF tournament. Let's give them another round of applause for Baisha Gaming, your ACL 2025 Crossfire champions.
请各位来到我们的舞台中央，开始我们的颁奖仪式。我们的所有的选手以及教练来往前一步。
Time for the medal ceremony.
看得出来，大家对我们的比赛意犹未尽啊！大家还是在激烈的讨论当中啊。好，那马上要开启我们的颁奖仪式了。首先，先有请我们的工作人员为我们的冠军队伍送上奖牌。
The medal to our champion team.
好，现在请我们的冠军队伍各位成员一起面向我们的镜头合影，记录下这一个珍贵的时刻吧。
Capture this precious moment.
接下来有请 ACL CF 制作人燕志飞先生为冠军战队颁发 EWC 电竞世界杯晋级钥匙，掌声有请。
Let's give him a round of applause.
好，请燕志飞先生留步，跟我们的冠军队伍一起合影留念。感谢燕志飞先生，请台下落座继续观礼，谢谢。那在这边呢，也是要告诉大家一下，在明天下午1点到2点半，我们的冠军战队将在上海国家会展中心参加冠军见面会活动，欢迎各位粉丝前往打卡合影。那么接下来啊，我也是有一些问题想要采访一下我们的冠军战队的所有选手们了。先来问一下我身边的577啊，今天这场比赛有想过最终会是3比0这样的一个比分吗？
Today's result?
没有吧，因为我们没有想过就是说这一次能
because we didn't thought that we can win this.
没想到，但是今天大家的状态确实是都非常的在线啊！但也想问问577了，因为其实队伍当中突破手的发挥状态其实都是非常关键的。那如果在你自己手感状态不好的时候，
if you're not in a good shape, how do you adjust your performance? If I'm not in a good shape or not in a good performance, I'll just try my aim.
想的就是上去能1换1就行。
and we're trying to do a 1 versus 1 and take down one enemy. So when we cannot take down enemy, do you feel anxious or do you feel like disappointing? If I didn't take down the enemies, sometimes I feel ashamed and I will blame myself. So how do you evaluate your performance today? I think I didn't bring up my best in this grand final, but I think I still bring out some excellent skills. And also, second question goes for Xiao Xiao, and sometimes you stand out at a crucial moment for the team. Do you think you are in irreplaceable place in the team? So I'm just trying to make sure that I don't make major mistakes. And for today's performance, that the team is all on fire. So what's the difference? I think it's just we have to adjust to our best performance. Like for today, like we set the world on fire in every match. And for N9, you are the carry of the team. It's just lucky today. Do you have any special skills and do you have any buff for today's match? I think this probably because that when I arrived at Shanghai, like in 2019, I lost my game to Brazil team in 2019. So for this stage, I want to make a revenge, make a comeback. And on this grand final stage, every team is very competitive, and we have to consider the performance of the day, and when the team is in its low side, we have to find which team can adjust to its best performance. So when our team is on a low side, who stand out to motivate the team? Everyone will stand out to help each other and cheer each other up, because we trust each other, we work as a team. We have very good team chemistry, and that's why we win this champion. And next question goes YDSS. So you have been to Baisha Gaming for 1 season. So do you feel any pressure as the in-game leader? Actually, honestly speaking, for our team, like sometimes I lead the game, and also I will follow my instruction of my teammates. And sometimes our teammates will also give us instruction and lead the team. So do you have any difference after you join this club, this Baisha Gaming? I think our teammates are all very brilliant, and they can help me and they encourage me. And previously, I thought that I may cry when I win the champion, but finally, when I stand here, I just think that all the difficulties in the past, they all deserve, they all pay off. And sometimes, you just said that N9 sometimes will also do the in-game leader, but I think when you join the team, N9 can be more free to be the attacker. So what is the significance of this champion to you? Since I play as a professional player, I have a dream to have the champion, and this is the place where I realize my dream, and this is just the beginning for me. And in the future, we want to have more champions. And I think this is the ultimate goal of all the professional players. And the next question goes to LYE. You are a new player in the league, and this is also your first time to play off stage with this balanced weapon. I think this is a very thrilling moment for me. A lot of fun. Young players have their own thoughts, and in this afternoon we did an interview to N9 about the evaluation of LYE. And N9 says that you were a little bit anxious. And let's talk about it. Do you feel anxious now? Honestly speaking, I don't feel any pressure. The next time when you make a mistake, there's no excuse for you. There is no excuse. So when you are in Baisha Gaming, do you find any improvement for yourself? I think I have learned a lot of experiences, and I have better understanding and better know-how about the game. And also, I gain some weight. So that means we prepare very good food for our players. It's just only one of the players stay the same shape.
能评价一下队伍今天的发挥是不是最好的状态和水
Do
平
you think this is the best performance of the team?
确实是。然后
Yes.
这一整个赛事下来
I think
大家
for
伙的
this
状态都
whole
挺不错的。
event, everyone is
那因为
in
今
their
天我
best
们看到教练是
performance.
在侧
And for
后
the
方在
coach,
看比赛，
you
有个
stay
专门的
at
位置，对不对？平时都能够听到教练在队员们身后加油呐喊，今天听不到了，你会不会有点不习惯？
So for today, you didn't hear the cheering
我觉得这样他们我不喊，他们发挥得更好。
of
哎呀，但我总感觉我在就比赛的现场听教练、听新墨教练喊 nice 已经非常的习惯了，不听到总感觉好像少点什么，是不是？能不能在现场给大家喊一个呢？
This time, I think
给队伍加加油，能不能在现场喊一个？我有点想念你的呐喊了。
for all the fans, for all the audience.
白沙。
白沙加油！确实，哎，这加油应该是你喊的，你在身边喊 nice 才对。你怎么带着所有的 super 们一起喊呀？
一起嘛，一起共同
So
参
you
与。
can make a demo, so every one of us can participate in it.
好，那么下面也是想问一下，那么这一次我们也是拿到了唯一一张通往 EWC 电竞世界的门票，终于要带着这一份门票远赴他乡。那想问问各位，对于这一次以往 EWC 这一次的比赛啊，大家有没有什么样的期望、期许，或者说有没有什么特别担心的点，各自都可以说一下。就轮着来说吧，好不好？
We take turns.
就是担心自己发挥不好吧，
So we
拖累队伍。
For me,
怕
sometimes
自
I
己
may
会
worry
发挥
that I
不好，
may
拖
make
累
some
队伍，
mistakes.
这是
So
担心的点。那
our
个人有什么
team
期望
will
吗？
be affected.
想拿
So
到
my
好的成绩
expectation is that I want to have good
拿到
grades
更好的成
with
绩
good
也
performance.
是接下来于大帅，大家都可以说一下，因为我们拿到了唯一一张能够
Because
通往直
we
接
have the
通往
only
EWC
ticket
的门
to the
票。
EWC, so you can talk whatever you want.
对于 EWC 这一次的电竞世界赛，有什么样的
So
期
for
许，
the
或者说
EWC,
有
what
什
are
么
your
样自己担心的点？
expectations or
就
concerns?
是首先很高兴能够
First,
我们一起努力把
I'm
这
glad
个
that through our
一个名额
concerted
一起去
efforts,
拿下嘛，然后
we are granted to the
我也是第一
EWC.
次参加这种世界
And
赛，
this is my
就
first
希
time
望
to
去
be
了
on this
更大的舞
world-class
台，然
competition.
后能
So
够
I hope
取
that
得
in
更好
bigger
的成绩。
stage, we can have better performance.
好，去到更大的舞台，有更好的成绩。
Indeed.
那接下来念旧。
And next, N9.
因为 EWC 这个比赛也是咱们 CF 第一次办这么大规模的比赛，不管是从奖金、
It's very important for Crossfire.
都是以往没有的。
And this is
首先
a
肯定是
bigger
希望自己能拿好
scale
成绩。
event.
然
So
后
first
其实
we
最
want
主
to
要的
have a
最
good
担心的地
performance.
方
And my
就
major
是因为
concern
沙特可能没有
is
水
that，
因为白沙需要水，可能游不起来。
because
就
like
是
in
沙特
Saudi
能不能来点
Arabia,
水，让我们
it's
游起
in
来？
desert.
多
So
来
we
点
need
水，
some
让白
water
沙在海洋当中
to
遨
let
游
the
起来
shark
啊，释放自己。
swim
好，我
in
们
the
肖大西。
ocean.
怎么大家都要我重复一下问题？我们拿到了唯一一张通往
So let me repeat my
EWC 世界赛的
question.
门
We
票
have。the only ticket for EWC. What are your
有什么样的期许或者自己担心的地方吗？
expectations or concerns?
其实就是肯定是想打好比赛嘛，然后
We just bring out our best in the competition and keep in good shape and good performance.
稳扎稳打，
And
走
we'll
好
just
每一
work
步。
steadily.
好，577。
And 577.
就是对沙特这个地方，还有
For the
EWC
place,
这个
Saudi Arabia,
这
and
么大的一
for
个比赛
EWC,
怀有期待吧。
I
就是很
still
有大
look
的期
forward
待
to
吧。
that.
担心的点就是可
And
能
my
对我们是一个新的
concern
挑战，
is that
可能
they
会比较
may
有压
pose
力。
as a new
走
challenge for
上
us.
更大的舞
There
台，
may
也会
be
面临更
some
多的
pressure
挑
for
战，
us.
也是希望你们能够在未来更
So
多的
we
舞台
hope
上
that
发光发亮，发挥出
even
自己
bigger
最
stage
好
you
的
can
状
bring
态。
out your
好，
best
那么最
performance.
后啊，也到了大家最关心的我们
The
FMVP 的时候
moment
了。
you've all been
本
waiting for.
次总决赛的 FMVP 究竟花落谁家呢？
Who's going to be
我
the
来为大家公布，他就
FMVP?
是
And the award goes to
谁？念旧，恭喜念旧！
congratulations to N9.
好像每一次重要的比赛，念旧都
It
是那个
seems that
FMVP，是不是？
every major competition,
可能我觉得
N9
在队伍最
is
需要我的
always
时
the
候，我
FMVP. I
想
think
带队
when
伍
the team needs me
就是
most, I will carry my teammates to win the victory. I think this is a very hard-won victory, so we will never give up any opportunities because we are eager to have this champion. So this motivates all the teammates to move forward, to forge ahead. So do you think there's any special significance of this FMVP? And because this is the first time for the ACL Crossfire, and before the competition, we're still worrying about our performance because yesterday we didn't bring out our best. But for today's game, we just bring out our best and do whatever we can do. So is there anything you want to say to the fans? Big thanks to all the savers who support Baisha Gaming. We won the champion for today, but this is just a small step. This is just the beginning. We will have bigger efforts and we will have better performance in the future. So wish you all the best. Thank you for your concerted efforts for supporting us, and congratulations to Baisha Gaming for the ACL 2025 Crossfire Tournament.
请大家再次捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯，享受你们的荣耀时刻吧！
Enjoy the moment of glory.
来吧，3、2、1，我们是
1 We are the champion.
好，那么到这边为止，我们本段赛事已经落下帷幕了。但是这一场精彩绝伦的赛事，相信会永远被大家铭记。我们也更加期待新的征程。那我们下个赛事不见不散，拜拜。
See you next time on next event.